Yes. Can you guys hear me? What is going on? Hopefully you can hear me. I'm here. Oh yeah. I mean, we got some stuff to talk about. We got stuff to talk about. Can you guys hear me? Mic check 1 2 1 2. What up, Crime on the Dime? What's up? What's up, Kathy Baker, Arlene Wiley? All right, let's go, man. All right, look. What's going on? What's going on, Rev Gang? What's going on? I just woke up. We definitely got some shit to talk about, though, right? Because as you guys know, I don't know if any of you were here, but I had mods. I did have old mods. They're no longer mods of mine anymore, for the fact that, you know, they make statements like Ethan don't have a death certificate. You know, they say so many different players are involved and they have these receipts, but I haven't seen these receipts. And not only that, they were in other creators' chats saying that I'm a mod for T-REV and that T-REV has seen these receipts on the fact that, you know, there's no birth certificate or a death certificate for Ethan. There's no, you know, things that they didn't show me these receipts, long story short. And a lot of you emailed me this stuff. And I was pretty upset when I seen people using my name to be heard in someone else's chat, especially about something that I've never seen before, right? So I can't have that. That's something that I can't have. As a creator, nobody's going to use my name to say they showed me receipts on something that I've never seen, right? Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Fuck a shirt. I just woke up. Fuck a shirt. You don't need a shirt. I mean, it's not like I'm up in the friggin', camera. You know what I mean? Firefly. Death certificates are confidential in Idaho for 50 years, and you have to prove you have a right to get a copy, surviving family member, etc. Okay, Mary, thank you for bringing that up, because that is what I found on my research on Ethan not having a birth certificate or a death certificate. Now, this was put out there to me by somebody who was a member of my channel, probably still is a member of my channel, but in general, I can't have them being a mob for me and using my name as as a voice to be heard in other people's chats. Oh, I have the receipts. They're all in T-REV's Discord. Everything that's posted in there is absolutely 100% speculation with no proof behind any of the claims. And if you have them, come on up. I've invited you to come up. I invited these people to come up on live and present all these receipts. They absolutely ignored me for the last 2 days. Simple as that. I'm tired of, I'm going to call you tomorrow, have an hour for me, have 2 hours for me, and I'm going to present you all this receipts or all these receipts and all this information. It's like, okay, no, we had enough of that. It's time to come up here and show what you got, and stop promoting in my chat to people that Ethan doesn't have a death certificate. Christy Gonsalves is a money launderer. All these different things, all the different claims that were being made. You say you have receipts for them, but yet you're waiting for this, you're waiting for that, or you're going to come up one day every other week. I'm sick and tired of that shit. You're not going to sit there and say all that shit and then not produce, because it's been being said for like the last 2 months, right? So I want to jump into it. So in general, like Mary said right here, death certificates are confidential in Idaho for 50 years, and you have to prove you have a right to get a copy, surviving family member, etc. Now, what is everybody's take? Is that the law in Idaho? You cannot get a death certificate on somebody because they're saying the death certificate's non-existent, basically like Ethan's not dead, right? Trev, a lot of people are saying he doesn't. Right. I mean, that's just one of the small claims, right? What I'm speaking on is just one of the small claims. That's one of the small claims to me. Like saying somebody's like alive and then not having zero proof to back it up besides app searches. That's not good enough. App searches the same. I have the same exact programs on my computer. You know what I mean? I got the same programs. I'm going to get the same results that everybody else gets. I think that's how I think that's how it is everywhere. That's how it is here in Texas. T-REV cleaning house this morning. Love to see it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm cleaning house. I'm tired of people and mods, even my own, especially my own mods, to sit there and post and chat all day long about how we have these receipts. They're in Discord. They're here. They're there. They're there. I haven't seen these receipts, and the stuff that I've seen that was sent to me is completely pure speculation. So there's a difference between saying, I got some facts, some stuff. There's way more players involved. There's a difference between saying I'm speculating and these are facts. You got to have proof to back up the facts. And the receipts that I've seen so far don't back shit up. It just shows me that you know how to do a background check. JD says, oh my God, so ridiculous. This just goes to show what a good guy you are. Thank you, Kathy. It's not even that. And I'm not even trying, I tried to be reasonable and give these people my platform to come up here and actually put it out there. Because I said, hey, look, I said, you can come up on my panel. I'll give you however much time you need. Well, it's going to take 19 hours. I said, okay, I'll give you 10 today and 9 tomorrow. And then next thing you know, it's crickets. I haven't heard from them ever since. Right? I haven't heard from them ever since. But it's still, though, I want to know. What is people's take on that? Don't let no one steal your voice. What is true? What is true says Whammy Among Us. Whammy Among Us. In Ohio, anybody can get your death certificate. Okay. My neighbor got my father's death certificate. So in Ohio, you can't. Thank you for telling me that. I fought my ex-stepfather in court for 2 years for obtaining a certified death certificate. Wow. Trev, stop your vaping. Never. It's better than picking up a pack of cigarettes. I know that. Right? Observation, natural evolution. Somebody come give Trev a revolution, a revolution. You know, you're going to make me see this and that. Trev is an amazing person. I've noticed he holds morals and ethics. Thank you. I appreciate that, Melissa. You don't need to be doing your best and have those two go around channels making you look the worst with their lying. You know, I don't want to claim that people are lying, but I don't want people to be using my name saying that I've seen receipts on facts when they're not facts, the speculation. Because the creators that they posted this in, they didn't think that one of those creators would get back to me or send me a screenshot saying this person said they're mod number 1 and 2 that you've seen receipts and to hit you up. Okay. Yeah, I guess they didn't think the creator would send it to me. No Chain says you blocked her so she can't come on your live. Lies. That's a lie. I'll show you my block list right now. Please don't lie. Stop lying. Lies. Do not lie. Stop lying, please. You could not. Here's the invite right here. Nothing will stop you from coming up here on panel. I'm gonna drop it in chat right now. Nothing is stopping anyone from clicking that link that I just dropped in chat right now to come up here right now. Nothing can block anybody. I haven't blocked one soul from coming back here. So come on. Where's everybody at? Anybody that knows Trev knows he's a real one and wouldn't believe bullshit. See, the thing is, though, is if somebody comes to me with some actual like factual information, but if it's still not backed, if it's not out there, then it's not a fact. It's just it's pure speculation until it's proven a fact. Just like if a detective finds fucking a gun at the scene of a crime, of a shooting, it doesn't mean that's the gun. They have to investigate it further to see if it is a gun, right? These YouTube streets are fierce. I know, right? It's crazy. Fuck the YouTube streets as far as all the drama, gossip, bullshit. No, I don't. That is pure cap. Straight up cap, all around cap. Blocked from Discord. Yeah, blocked from Discord for the fact that somebody's going to lie and say they're going to come up I'm going to call in this month, that month. So basically these two mod was using my chat to promote their narrative. You get what I'm saying? They were using the chat to promote their narrative instead of just using it as, okay, this is my opinion or this is speculation. In fact, I've lost a lot of people that I've actually loved because of all these different, I'm going to come up this week, I'm going to come up that week, Ethan's really not dead, or Ethan's really, he doesn't have a death certificate, so this is that. I've lost a lot of people I loved. I got emails from a lot of people that stated, I'm not coming around until this person's gone. I said, well, then fuck you then. You're gone. That's my sister, right? That's like my sister. But when you go around saying that you showed me and see receipts and then in chat you're just pushing that narrative constantly and you don't have nothing to back it up, soon I'm going to show you. Soon I'm going to show you. You know, it's been a week or it's been the next day that you were going to show me for the last 2 months. You know what I mean? Like you can only go so far with somebody when they're going to sit there and tell you every other day or every other week that they're going to come up or call or, you know, present these things. And they presented me some screenshots, but it absolutely proved zero. And I got a folder full of them right now sitting on my screen. On my desktop right here. I can't believe Ethan's parents let 2 other siblings go back to that college. I was going to leave because of them. I blocked them because I love this channel. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. I'm glad you didn't leave, and I'm glad you stayed. Thank you, Lady Boss Brooklyn in the building. Open panel, by the way. Anybody who wants to come up and talk this morning is willing to. Anybody. Hit the link that I just dropped. Matter of fact, let me go pin this real quick because anybody's allowed to come in. Anybody's allowed to come up. I see Kim. Kim, show me your reel, and I'll bring you up. You don't have to keep your camera on. But if you show me your reel, I'll bring you up. You can literally flash your camera at the fucking ceiling. As long as you're real, I don't care. Nothing yet. I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it. Let me go pin this comment too, real quick.
Nothing.
All right. Okay, I see you. 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 Boom. Let me pin this up top too, by the way. Anybody who joins in the back, make sure that you show that you're real before you come, you know what I mean, try to come up. I'm cool with people coming up, but you got to show me you're real. You don't have to keep your camera on or nothing like that for anybody who joins the stream in general. You do not have to show you. All you have to do is show me you're real. That's it. You don't have to stay on camera. I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. Brenda Gator, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Don't give them any energy. It's not the fact that I'm giving energy. It's the fact that things are, you know, somebody's saying that they have some facts behind something, receipts, but yet has an excuse to not come show them every time. So that's just the problem that I'm having. You know what I mean? When you have somebody that says that shit for so long, but you never show nothing. Trev would block me with my opinion. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't block you with your opinion. If you're see, you said it's your opinion. You're not saying it's a fact, Sanid. Shanid. What's going on, Kim? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? How you been?
I'm just waking up, just listening to some lives. I was in another live earlier, and I was listening to what you had to say. And I've been on your show before. I'm the one that called in about Christchurch back in December.
Okay.
So, hey, what's up?
Christchurch? Hold up. Christchurch is for Doug Wilson?
Yeah, I'm the one that called in, and I was crying and stuff, like all scared.
Oh, shit. It's so nice to hear from you and see you again.
Hey, yeah, I'm the WSU student.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So I have 2 kids, and I go to actually I'm going to WSU starting in the fall. I got admitted there. I go to WSU in Vancouver. I live in Washington State near Portland, Oregon.
Yes, ma'am.
So I had a YouTube channel. You were talking a lot about haters and stuff, and people, mods up in the mods using your chat to create a narrative. Right?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
T-REV, I ripped down my whole YouTube channel. By the way, I just want to say, I don't know if you got that Paula lady back on again, but I want to hear her again. That Paula, boy, she was a good lady, wasn't she?
I actually have her number. So, Paula, they call her Mom Bomb and shit. But yeah, I definitely can get a hold of her.
Paula, get her back on the show, because that would be a good time. I tell you what, I really liked her on that show. But so the people do. What I did notice about YouTube. So I had to go through the whole experience, T-REV, about having a YouTube channel, trying to report on true crime, and what all that entails. And I got to tell you, man, I fell apart many times. I lost my stuff online. I became an angry person. I couldn't deal with a bunch of the hate. I couldn't deal with the fact that I didn't have control over my own narrative. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a narrative too, right? It's my channel, right?
Yeah,
so I
absolutely.
want to represent like the way that I feel, that I feel about the case, right? Because it's my channel, right? But then people would become on, and then I'd have people start emailing me, and then it kind of just all got all crazy up in my head and stuff. And then I started believing stuff that I didn't even really believe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but at least you're being honest, though. Exactly. I like that.
So then I had to kind of bring myself back, take a step away from YouTube channel, and go, wait a second, what happened to me? And then what happened to me was I was listening to a lot of the stuff that wasn't really, it was all speculation, okay? And then I was speculating a lot myself, and so it was just way too overmuch.
But you were right. You know that you were right in some way about what you said, though?
In a way, but did that ultimately have to do with the case?
Possibly.
It could have an element there.
Just because the officers that when you spit those names out, the officers were one of the officers on the scene in Moscow. So for them to lie on the stand, or for that officer to lie on the stand against who, that definitely could cause a problem in the case. So like, honestly, you almost like pretty much hit that on the money. If that comes out to be that's what the conflict of interest is in the case, with
Yeah.
one of the officers being there, I mean, you, even though you were talking about them in general,
Mm-hmm.
they're involved somehow, and that means just in general, like with the, you know, having a lawsuit against Idaho and all that different shit. But still, though, that was I looked up those people. They're dangerous.
Yeah, there's a lot of dangerous
Allegedly.
people there. Just because what you have in Moscow is really like a history. Like all of them grew up together in the families, you know, and so it's really kind of, it's like that good old boy mentality, just like Paula said. You have the element of that. Then you got the newbies coming in, which is the students from out of town. Then you got all kinds of different elements coming in there. You got gangs, you know, the Spokane thing with the gangs.
Mm-hmm.
And some, you know, the cartel element. Then you got that whole Christchurch thing. So not only you got one Christchurch, you got two, because you got Pullman and you got Moscow. So those two is like two pillars of the Christchurch, right?
Right.
Because Doug Wilson, he started the Moscow, but he also got his hooks into Pullman. So he works between the two of them. And then what you have is, what I found out about Jack Showalter is that Jack Showalter, his whole family basically owns America, the whole educational system. We're talking all the way up the line through all straight through the roots of the churches, from the educational system up through the church. And so that's why you have the education and the church element. Those two are both together very closely. Like Doug Wilson speaks at University of Idaho all the time, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because the church and the education system very close together. So that's why that's all coming into play now too. You know what I mean? But the thing about Brian Koberger, I think, honestly, y'all, when you get down to it, they got a man in jail that they tracked across the country. They got so much stuff on him, stuff we don't even know because everything been redacted. So when you just put that into perspective, that they had to redact so much out of that, and they got this dude up in jail. There's got to be a reason why he's up in jail. Probably not because he's innocent. Now, could there be other people involved? Maybe so. That's probably what hadn't come out yet, but we don't know that. And it's okay to speculate on who that may be, but to be digging into the kids and all their drug problem, you know, kids in college, they do cocaine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, cocaine, Molly. I mean, that's a big thing in college.
They you know, when they're 14, they start when they're 14 in high school. You know, they're going to be in college. It's going to be all crazy, whacked out, like to a degree where you're living your life. You're trying to have fun on the weekends. Everything that them kids were doing. Let me tell you what, in the sororities and fraternity, it's all normal. All normal stuff that's been going on for years. You know.
Yeah, no doubt. I've seen. I mean, come on. As far as like college, my friend was like, "Yo, let's go to a party." One time I was younger, and then we pulled up, and next thing you know, I'm at Norfolk State University in Virginia, and people are getting hammered. Yeah, they were doing a lot of different drugs in there. That's a fact.
Yeah, I've been to a college party when I lived in North Carolina near Duke University, and that was one of the craziest parties I ever been to. But like, I just think that, you know, a lot of us were trying to dig up a lot of dirt on the kids and stuff, and you know, I know we all want to know things, but if you just bring it down to the normality of that type of lifestyle in college and the whole Greek life and where they're at, they got nothing else to do. Of course, they're going to be getting into some stuff they shouldn't be getting into. And of course, them parents, they're not going to be fully aware of all the activities about them kids, you know?
Right.
And then, of course, them parents, they got money and they got a reputation. So, of course, they're going to be paying lawyering up, you know, for them kids to be protected, because they don't want a bunch of people coming after their kids and ruining their kids' lives. Their kids are in college trying to make a life for themselves.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, what's your stance now after going through, and then we got somebody that's arrested? What's your stance now with the whole, because I remember you bringing up Doug Wilson and Rory Wilson, Nathan Wilson, and I went and looked at them now after the fact and was looking at, they do got a wild pass, and Doug is just, and this is just my opinion, I'm allowed to have an opinion, I'm not like trying to defamate him or anything, but that dude is fucking weird.
Yeah, well, he's, like the cult extremists that we have had either arrested and or they killed their whole, like congregation via a fire, like the Koresh fire or the Jones when he made them all drink punch, right? If this country doesn't stop a person like Doug Wilson within the next 10 years, we're going to have issues. I think that that's what we need to look at as far as the Wilson team goes and all of their people, because they do have a strong following. It's not just Moscow now, it's across the nation. And so is Rory Wilson and the younger brother and their whole family, their father Nathan, are they dangerous people? Yes, very. They've already been arrested. They've already put out Soviet Moscow insignia stickers.
I've seen that.
Basically saying like, we don't give a F about what you got to say about our church. We're going to run the show the way we see fit. And you know what I mean? Like a slap in the face to Moscow. And that was just downright like, what kind of Christian people do that?
Right.
Extremists.
It's super.
Right? Because you don't see a lot of people, in the South. If I were living in Georgia right now, right? And I was going to go to some Atlanta Baptist church. Do you think that they're going to send their young men out into the streets putting some Soviet Atlanta stickers all over the place? No.
That shit's crazy with it. The fact that the officer is still working for Idaho. That I don't know that you just put. He's on the scene, one of the first on the scene, and they got this big lawsuit going on. I don't think he should be working even during this lawsuit until it's over. Because now it created a problem. I think, in my opinion, that might be the problem, because after looking through that paperwork, I'm like, well, damn, this would be like a conflict of interest. They're going to use this on the stand against anything that he found.
Yes. And remember this. Now, Brian went to school for his criminology, right? So they think he's not smart because he's in jail. But he's smart. So guess what? He already had those cards that he was going to play. Some of them already ready before he even knew he was going to be arrested. Like, if I get caught and if I go to jail, this is the cards that I'm going to play, because I know this because I did the research on this. He's been doing research on Moscow probably for the last year. So he's got anything, as soon as he found out he was going to kill these people, I bet he's like, you know what? I'm gonna play this one. And then if this don't work, I'm going to play this one. And then while he's in jail, he's also figuring out with the defense, because he gets to see what they have on with the prosecution. So you know what I mean? So he gets to be real tricky with what he knows. Right. So he's a smart dude.
Now, okay. So, remember we talked back then and you were like, people, and what hit me with you is you were right about, just the mainstream, people need to stop following mainstream media. And I remember you getting on that shit. You were on that shit. And you were like, man, I'm really scared. And I see why, after watching that dude's videos and finding the things that I found on him and just Googling the Wilson family in general, I see why you were scared. But now that we have a guy in custody, what do you think about the guy in custody, and who do you think that this is him?
I think the guy in custody does have relations to the church. He did beforehand. He did like his parents, like that whole thing. It's like there's a relation there. So that's another reason why he came to Moscow, probably because there's a some type of a relation to the church, the faith, right?
That's interesting.
Yeah. So that's how it's tied too. But so you said that, okay, with the relation to the Christ Church and his whole thing. Yeah. I believe that they have him for a reason. And then with Christ Church and their whole involvement, they don't like the liberal side of Moscow, and who's ever against them setting up their camp the way that they want to is the enemy, basically.
Right.
Because that's how extremists believe.
So you think that, do you think that he went to that church, really? With Doug Wilson?
Yeah, he lived in Pullman.
Yeah, how far away from where he was at was the church, do you think?
The church is like in Sorority Row. It's actually right across the street from Pi Beta Phi. So like it's right there. Boom. It's like
Damn.
You could have basically probably walked about 5 minutes, been done at the church.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. So he could have been at that. He could have been going to that church. Now I've been seeing a lot of different things. Oh, Doug Wilson's his pastor in prison, or I don't know. I don't know if Doug Wilson goes to a prison and is
not Doug Wilson, but the real life church that's related to Christ Church and all their members that own that church that's up by the Dollar Tree up in that East Side Market Shopping Center. Yes, that real life church that goes to see Brian in the prison. They are affiliated with the Christ Church and have an ex-pastor from Christ Church.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's the connection there too.
Their shit, the way that he would, yeah. All right, so that NBC video, what is it? It's on NBC where Doug. That's the first thing that comes up when you search his name. When I watched it, it's just like you can see that guy has an agenda immediately. Yeah. Immediately, like you could pick up on that. Like I straight up picked up on that right out the gate. This guy has an agenda. He's on a mission, right? Yes. He is on a fucking mission, and he wants to clean up Moscow and all. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. That's his mission because he owns his Canon Press. He makes books that sell and are sent out free during his November all over the nation. If you go on any of the things that he's posted on himself, in the comments from his supporters, there's a lot of following there. So he's got a lot of people that do support him across this nation as somebody to look up to, even higher than the president of the United States. You know what I'm saying? He does have a lot of clout.
That's insane. That's insane.
Right? And you know why they look up to him? Because Trump's not in office anymore. You know what I'm saying? So they're mad about Biden. This is all very political as well. So there's a lot of elements involved with their whole extreme attack on Moscow.
Yeah, it's deep for sure. It's deep with him for sure. I can see that right away in the way that he was just saying. He was talking about with marriages and he has a weird take. It's like he's a cult leader, allegedly.
Yeah, he's a cult leader. Yeah, all his people are scary people. If I met him and if it was like war against like me and then the Christ Church, like literally those people would scare me because they're just, I mean, if you've ever been, this is going to sound really rude, but if you've ever been to a white church, sometimes those people scare me. Like I'd rather go to like a black church because they're actually like getting out of their chairs and having a good time and hooting and hollering. But like white people scary, they're a little bit quiet in their church.
All right, so I was made to go to church when I was young, just before, I was a teenager. I was made to go to church by my grandma, and when I'd go, it was just, I don't know, like I felt like I was being brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Like I felt like I was being brainwashed, and that's why I believe in a higher power all day long. I don't believe I have to go to church to practice that.
I agree, and it's a very personal thing, and to each their own. And I was made to go to church as well, and some of us, because of that, just kind of have a little bit different take on things. It doesn't necessarily mean that we don't believe in God. We just don't subscribe to the extreme or conformative way of looking at Christianity. You know what I mean? And that's okay. That's okay, and especially in 2023. Right?
Now let me jump back on this too. So we got so do you think that any of those roommates are involved? Allegedly.
I think that what we have here, the reason why they didn't call the cops, because that's what makes us think that maybe they were involved because they didn't call the cops, was there was a severe element of some inebriation of the alcohol and the drug situation, where they were kind of like blacked out, right? Have you ever been in a drunken blackout where like you don't know what the hell? I know I've been like that one time.
One time when I drank Bacardi 151, I was young, but I woke up on the porch naked.
Exactly. And I've been done stuff like, what the hell happened last night? I don't even know what happened. And then I woke up the next day and it was like 1 o'clock in the day. And I said, where the whole day went? You know, so I'm just trying to put it out there like that. Like maybe something happened in that whole realm. And then maybe somebody done got so scared that they like passed out, and then like they were also inebriated, and then they didn't know what was happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think that what they were saying, if Dylan was there and Bethany was there, Bethany was downstairs and maybe was asleep and, you know, maybe slept through some things. You have to think, if it was just Brian that did it, it would had to be so damn quick. You know what I mean? So
Right.
You're talking about the seconds of human life trying to fight back and then your life being taken. It's like a matter of seconds. So there is a possibility where there may have not been as much stuff heard as we think that there could have been, or whatever was heard was muffled by music or something. You know, I'm not really sure what was going on in the house, but I don't think that they had anything to do with it. No.
Yeah, no doubt. Now the thing is like what's conflicting is the statements from DM in the manner of shock phase, etc. Mm-hmm. So when I read that, I immediately think in my head, so if you got to go into a shock phase, and that, like, in my opinion, and everybody's opinion is different on it, but I mean, I had to make sure I looked up the definition multiple times, even though I know what shock means. But in that type of situation, what did she see that threw her in shock? Because there's always people over there partying, right? It's a party house. So what was different about this from all the times that, people been at your house and were partying, etc.? What was different about this person? You know what I mean?
I think the answer to that is, I think that she knew who he was. He had been around before.
Okay, that would explain everything.
All right, because and they're not going to say that. It has to be redacted because she recognized him. She recognized him, and that's why she was in shock. She recognized him.
You're hitting on some shit right now. I didn't think about that.
She recognized who he was from somewhere, or he had tried to be at the house before, maybe knocked on the door. Who knows how he was around?
That would make sense about the bushy eyebrow statement, yes, and stuff being redacted, because that would actually explain that. And you know what? You might actually be fucking very right about that. And I can't wait to see. But damn, I didn't even think about it like that. You're the first person to say that.
You know what else I read last night? I don't know where it was I read this, but I read, this is interesting, that his mother is the one that helped turn him in, because she was she had a feeling something was going on, that like something bad was going to happen. And like, so there's something we don't know about the mother. I heard that there's something that we don't know about the mother knowing something and helping the process of investigation. Okay, that's what I heard.
That's crazy.
But that's all speculation, so I don't want to like have people go crazy about that. But if that's the case, that would be kind of cool, because then that proves that all parents aren't trying to protect, you know what I mean? Like that she came forward and had something to say, like, hey, this wasn't right about my son, and I need you guys to look into this further. You know what I'm saying? So that would be commendable on the mother if that is the case.
So say she did recognize him, right? Say she did recognize him. Then it comes into your mind that what put her in that shock phase? You know what I mean? So that's the big gap in everything. That's the thing that I get asked the most. What would put her in shock phase? The 8 hours is suspicious, and it is suspicious to me, 8 hours, because in general, it's suspicious to me because the cops weren't called in 8 hours and you were in a shock phase. Now, why were you in a shock phase if you didn't know what transpired behind your door? That's the part that gets me.
I think that there's more to it that we don't necessarily know. I think she recognized him. I think that the way his movement through the house and the stuff like that, like there had to be like a situation where whatever he did when they encountered each other was so freaking scary that it like, okay, I had a dream that Brian came into the room with, I was in the bedroom with, it was me and Maddie. I had a dream. We were both lying on a bed together. And I had a dream that Brian came in the room and he straddled Maddie and he was killing her, and I was laying next to Maddie, and I was laying there suffocating and I couldn't speak. And I was in such shock. I was just like laying there and I couldn't speak, and I was like like losing my breath. Like I couldn't, that was in my dream. Like, and I could see like out of the corner of my eye what is going on next to me.
Yeah.
But in my dream, I could see him doing what he's doing, but I couldn't do anything. And if that, I guess, explains anything to anybody, in my dream, that's what happened to me. Is all I could do was just lay there and like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. Like, what? Like, it was like, I can't even explain the shock I was in my dream.
That's crazy. So I mean, we every day we were talking about this case. So I mean, I can see why. I know I've heard a lot of people have some crazy ass dreams, and I've had a few myself. Because when I wake up, like I said, when I said on the other panel, I'm like, man, I wake up within the first 5 minutes of me opening my eyes, I think about the Idaho 4 case. I just don't know why, what it is. But I do. When I wake up, it's like, damn, what happened? Who's involved? Is there more players than just Brian Koberger? And I get these claims from people, and I did have mods in here that stated, this is bigger. There's way more people involved. I have the receipts, but yet for the last 2 months, they've been saying that in my chat over and over and over again, to the point where, I'm getting emails from people stating I can't come around because this person keeps saying this. And I'm like, man, they're just making so much ruckus in my community. And now it carried over to another channel, to where this content creator took a screenshot and sent it to me through email and was like, one of your mods said that you've seen receipts that there's another killer, or there's these other killers involved and shit. I'm like, what? So I looked at it. She was like, that's exactly what she was insinuating. I'm like, dude, I've never seen nothing that proves there was another killer involved. All I seen was us, have conversations like me and you are on panel now, speculating about different things and, talking about a bunch of different shit, like Ethan not having a death certificate. That's been one of the claims that was made, and so many different people got offended by that. And I'm cool with people having their opinions and stating things, but to come out and say that publicly, Ethan doesn't have a death certificate and I can prove it. Mm-hmm. That's a heavy ass claim that's going to cause some backlash in the community with people.
There's a lot of people that are going to come up in your stuff. Like, that's what I realized when I have a channel. Everybody thinks that they know something. Everybody's, has a lot of passion with this whole thing, and they want to, tell you about some things. And I get that. And a lot of people have done a lot of really great investigation. They're uncovering some things that maybe are related to the case, maybe aren't. But what happens to us as YouTubers, we get overwhelmed with a lot. And so the only thing that I could, as another YouTuber who just like took all my stuff down, because I'm going to my own website now, is like this.
That's awesome.
Just be an amazing filter, and just know what you know, and you can read what they got to say, but ultimately it's really up to you how you want to run your show. This is your show. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And a lot of people have a lot of great things to say. That's not the point. But what ends up happening is that it begins to influence, like it began to influence my own truth. And I had to understand that I had to pull back away from that, mm-hmm. and filter all of that other stuff out before I could come back and like present again. Sometimes, you know what I mean?
Yes, man. Yeah,
because
for sure.
It gets in the way of what I'm trying to do as my own show, because I'm getting so much like feedback about the case that's all speculation. I guess that's how I'm going to put it.
Yeah, of course, and I have the same thoughts about the space, like especially talk when it comes to talking about Bethany and Dylan. I have the thoughts about that, but that's all speculation, and it's not a fact. It's not proven to be a fact. I'm just speculating it in my head, and it's the same with another thing that I spoke on, which, if you remember, News Nation put out that there was IDs found, right?
Mhm.
So I went above, and I was like, you know what? I think the answer's sitting in front of our face. Jennifer Coffindorfer, allegedly speculation. I have zero proof that she is the source, but
Mhm.
I mean, if you look at her resume, she's 25 years in deep with the FBI before she
Yeah.
was retired.
Yeah.
And who conducted the search warrants? The FBI. So
Right.
I go to say, why couldn't she pick up the phone and call some of her old,
Sure.
friends?
Oh
Or
yeah, they got inside info. Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So what is to say that she didn't get a call or make a call and have a conversation off the cuff and then come back and say, hey, News Nation, you might want to keep me here. I know some inside details on that information, on
That's
Idaho
why they do
4.
that. That's exactly why they do that, because they want the story. Sure.
So I'm like, that's what I thought in my head. I don't know that to be true. That is me just completely speculating, but it's just the only answer I could find in my head that made sense to me is that somebody, okay, so if you work somewhere for that long, you obviously are known by people that work in the FBI if you were in that field.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who conducted that search warrant, I'm sure she may know one. She might not know one. She may know somebody that does know one and that talked to them and said, hey, they found Maddie or Kaylee's or Ethan's or Dylan's or Bethany's or, one of their IDs.
Mm-hmm.
And just don't say that. I'm just telling you this, but don't say nothing. You know what I mean? That's how I pictured it.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's speculation from me. That's not a fact. But I'm just in my head that's where the answer I thought was right in front of us, just sitting right in front of me. This woman, Jennifer Coffin Dodger or Jennifer Coffindorfer, right there. I mean, I don't know what people think about that, but it's just like, hey, she is 25 years
Oh
experience.
yeah. Yeah, she's getting all kinds of stuff, but they can only put out so much, and they're trying to satisfy the public in any way they can with what they can get out to you. You know what I mean? Did they find an ID? Probably. Because a serial killer, like a crazy dude that would kill 4 people, he would definitely take some trophies. Oh, no doubt. He'd definitely take some trophies. There's some weird stuff, weird stuff you wouldn't imagine, wouldn't think, but he'd take it.
I see we got somebody below. Let's see. Eddie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What's going on, Eddie? How you doing, brother?
Well, good.
All right, I remember you now. What's going on, my boy?
Yeah, and you guys in chat, if it starts getting crackly like it did the other night, let me know, because I think it might have been my phone, because my battery gets really hot.
So far, so good.
Okay.
Sound perfect right now.
So moments ago, I heard you talking about multiple killers. Is that right?
Yeah, no, somebody that was one of my mods said they have receipts that there's multiple killers, but they've been saying that for months and saying they were going to call and come up and show and do this and that. And every time I say, hey, are you ready? It's something new came up, and it's excuse after excuse after excuse. And it caused a ruckus and backlash in my chat to not only my members, but to and now it's carried over to other channels. So, I had to say, you got to come up and show this shit, or you just stop saying it in my fucking chat, period. So instead of just doing all the arguing and all that, I'm just like, you know what? I'll remove these people as mods, because they're not going to sit there and do that no more and keep running off people that I have in my chat. When you make statements like I know for a fact, or I have receipts that Ethan doesn't have a birth certificate, and I have receipts that Christy Gonsalves is a money launderer, and I have receipts. You know what I mean? When you make statements like that, saying you have receipts, but you won't come up and show me, or you won't show everybody that you're saying that, you know what I mean? You're putting that in the air. That becomes a problem to me. Yeah, he's right here.
Well, the last thing I would want to do on anyone's channel is to put out misinformation, right? But I think the best receipt for their being multiple killers. And again, we're going to have to surmise that there are multiple killers because that's never been an official law enforcement position. But the receipt on the being able to suspect that there are multiple killers is the interview on Fox News on December 4th with Lawrence Jones. They were talking about the differences in the way that the injuries didn't match. And the source on that would be the autopsy report. The points of damage are not the same. There were more like deep gouges or tears. And also it went on to say that they're not stab wounds. Now, it doesn't. Steve Gonzalez didn't really say what he meant by that. Is that just on one body or all four? We don't know. But if they're not stab wounds on some, that would mean that there's two different methods of death, which suggests that there's multiple killers. There's different weapons involved. Now, taking that thought and going a step further. So if we can agree that there's multiple weapons used and there's multiple killers, but the position is, Brian Kohlberger is guilty because he killed all these four. But if there's multiple killers, then what is the defense? I mean, what would the state defend that argument with? If it can be a fact, it can be scientifically with forensic evidence proven that there's multiple killers. What would their counter argument to that be? Would they then suddenly change their position and say, okay, well, there's multiple killers, but we say that he's one of them? Well, the counter to that argument is, well, if you were wrong by saying that you started with saying there's one killer, now you're agreeing that there's two killers. If you were wrong there, what's to say that you're not wrong now? Our position is that there are multiple killers, but Brian is not one of them. So anyway, again, the source on that, and I encourage everyone to look at.
So Brian, you said Brian's not one of them. What shows you that Brian's not one of them?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to make that argument sitting here today. But if Ann Taylor could, maybe he's got an alibi. I don't know, but it feels like there's multiple killers. And again, the source on that, the best one would be that interview, and it's not. It doesn't seem like it's going to be conjecture. It's not a source that someone is guessing. It seems like it's pretty ironclad because it is based on the autopsy report, and I don't think that's refutable. If I'm wrong, I encourage everyone to correct me on that. But again, check out that interview, and it'll be right there. When Lawrence Jones is interviewing the Gonzalez parents.
No, I've seen that interview. What part of it is sticking outish to you?
Well, the difference is in the injuries.
Okay.
So, and they're not stab wounds.
Okay.
I got something on that.
Yeah, let's hear it. Go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, I believe that there was another weapon used as well, because you can't just use a knife to kill four people, because at some point that blade is gonna sums up. So, but if I were a criminal, I'm just gonna put my mind in the mind of a crazy psychotic criminologist serial killer right now, or a mass murder, right? Because this was a mass murder, or however they want to call it. If I'm Brian Kohlberger and I have planned a murder, I'll be honest. I would have carried a second weapon, probably maybe in somewhere attached to my belt or something, in case I ran into a problem. Okay, and I'm talking like an ice pick, a hammer, an ice pick, something with a that I could just whip out of my belt and yeah, real fast. You know what I'm saying? Like an extra weapon. Like if I'm gonna go and do some Armageddon kind of shit, then I'm gonna go in with 2 weapons, maybe 3. So I'm just saying.
Is Kathy Baker leaving because she doesn't want to hear like a opposing point of view, or I'm just curious.
Who?
In chat, Kathy Baker.
What'd she say?
She's out of here. She's not listening to this. So I'm not sure what she is referring to.
Maybe she's referring to, I have no idea. Maybe she's talking about.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I hope you weren't offended or nothing, but I'm just trying to say, you know, like,
well, I
I
feel she's really strong one way or the other. You know, she's kind of entrenched in some position that she believes in, and that's fine. But I'm just wondering which it is.
You get no social security number without a birth certificate. Bixley, I'm not making that statement. If you go back and listen to the beginning of this live, you'll know what I mean. I said one of my mods was always in here saying certain things, and then they said, well, actually it was 2 of them, and now they said that Ethan Chapin does not have a death certificate. Now, you're allowed, I know for a fact, after looking up, that it's up to the family if they want that death certificate to be out there, from what I've seen.
That's right. That's right. It's up to the family.
So, I mean, so somebody saying they can't find a death certificate on Ethan and that they don't have no proof that he's dead is just, I mean, that claim right there. Go do your research on Idaho and death certificate.
Yeah, if you can't find it, it's none of your business. That's why it's not there. That's
the only thing that was things that was bothering.
Okay,
that was one of the things that bothered me the most is when somebody makes a statement like, "Oh, Ethan Chapin's not dead," and there's no death certificate. I have proof. I can't find it. Well, of course you can't find it if the family doesn't want you to find it.
Right.
Okay.
Rev, did you get
it? Eddie.
Yeah.
What do you think about what I just said? I know that that's kind of out of left field, and I know that may be in somewhat disagreement with what you were saying. And I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, because I've thought all along that there may be multiple suspects, but who those are, I can't be digging up so much dirt on everybody, right? So what do you think about the possibility of somebody coming in there with a multiple weapon or maybe they found something else in the kitchen or something that was laying around that they could have used? What do you think about this?
Well, it's possible. I mean, I'm not against the fact that it's Brian Kohlberger, right? But I kind of want for the truth, whatever the truth is. If he's guilty, so be it. It seems far-fetched to me that one person can have done this in the amount of time. And also add to that, now it seems like this guy is, first of all, we were all kind of having a problem with him doing it in that amount of time. Well, I won't say all. Some people say that would be easy. I'm not trying to speak for everybody, but if some people were having, a hard time with him doing this in that amount of time, now add to that, he's like turning lights on and rifling through their personal possessions to take trophies, that adds more time too. So
that's a good point.
I don't know, and now he's changing weapons and all this. It's possible, but there's no wrong in like challenging the narrative and trying to ask questions and help it make sense. No one's saying that, no one's standing firm on, he didn't do it, but it's more of a position of what if he didn't do it? Because let's say that he didn't do it for real. So if that's the case, but he gets convicted, who does that help? Because if it can happen to you, then it could happen, if it could happen to him, then it could happen to you.
Well, the thing is, he gets convicted because the evidence proves that. He's not going to get convicted for no
would
reason.
Still be out there too.
The thing is, he's not going to get convicted for no evidence. There's already evidence to keep him behind bars.
Could you say that again?
There's already evidence to keep him behind bars. There's no way he couldn't be the killer with all the evidence and circumstantial evidence that's already in the PCA.
Well,
Right.
no, that's not true because he's been arrested for it, but that doesn't mean that he's done it.
Right. So what's in the PCA leads to him most likely being the killer. That's why he's in there.
Well,
Right. So,
I mean,
yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but
mentioning the knife part,
he hasn't had.
the knife part is very
he hasn't had
easily
trial.
to. I mean, your point about the knife was pretty easy to break down because it said that it has to be another killer because the points of entry and the stab wounds. I mean, 4 people. You think 4 people are going to have the same stab wounds? Like, I mean, people will get caught in different situations. Some people are fighting back a different way. Some people way less, way more. It's a different fight with 4 different individuals. They're not going to have the same stab wounds.
Well,
That's impossible. If I run up on you and T-REV in a house and you guys are sleeping, it's impossible for you guys to have the same points of entry and stab wounds. That's impossible.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I like that point. Thank you. That's a good point.
Okay, Sacred. I see you.
So, what is your name?
Sacred Teachings.
Okay, Sacred. So to your point that he's been arrested and they have enough evidence to
let's
arrest
get
him.
to the stab wound. Let's get to the knife part because we already know he's in jail because he's most likely the killer. But let's get to the second killer option. That I'm telling you, there's no second killer because your explanation of there being a second killer is there would have to be the same points of stab wounds. That's impossible in a multiple murder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, it's the
and you
case.
got to look up a K-bar. You got to look up what a K-bar is. A K-bar is a battle knife weapon. It's a fixed-edged weapon, which is in the PCA. A fixed-edge weapon, a fixed-edge blade, and that blade is fixed-edge. It's not going to break. It's not going to wilt, especially if it's used that one time to commit a murder or to cut something up. If you look up a K-bar, it's made to slice and dice. That's why it's like gouges, because he's stabbing and twisting and turning and going up and down. That's why it's like that, because that knife is so sharp. You gotta really actually look up the K-bar. It's a military battle knife weapon. It's for battle.
And with the speed and the amount of force of attack that you have, that a man would have to get up that much adrenaline to do something like that, would definitely cause those deep gouges in many different ways.
Exactly. And plus you have the way they're fighting to have the same points of entry and stab wounds and the same attack is impossible. Not only that, we know Brian knows that to kill someone even more graphically than the rest. Why do we know that? Because we go on his Reddit post and see what he posted on Reddit about the questions he asked. Why was someone attacked more gruesome than the other person? He asks that question. So it's like he already knows to brutally attack one person more than the other. It's part of what he understands as a criminology major.
And he also said, why did he stop at 4? Why didn't he kill the other 2? Because some killers, it's like the number they stop at.
What I do agree with you is that it was about the time. That's the thing with me. The time it took for him to do this, and that's a good point you brought up about the IDs, and if he's looking for stuff, the time might be a little conflicting. So that's about it for me.
I mean, we don't think from 4 o'clock. All right, so they allege that it's from 4 to 4:28, correct?
Yeah, like
if it's 4 from 4:28, then that makes sense.
I'm saying I thought I read that, but if I'm fucking up, let me know.
Speeding away at 4:20 on the neighbor's security camera.
So at 4:20
or something like that. I'm not sure.
So the thing is here that I think that we all really don't know is the time that he actually really entered that residence.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because I think there's no telling what time he entered that residence. Right. If he was in there for 15 minutes, 10 minutes, I personally think that he could have easily just grabbed an ID if it was right in arm's reach in his eye, where he could see if there was light on, there was a little ID sitting out on the fucking on a dresser or something, he could easily just swipe that on the way out.
Mm-hmm.
This man could have had a little pocket flashlight too. We don't know.
Mm-hmm. Which they did collect one. Not to say that's what he used or anything, but they did collect it. I'm interested also in the letter, you know, because why would they collect a letter that he wrote to his dad in evidence?
Exactly. Why'd he write that letter to his dad? Like, what was that, a goodbye letter or something explaining what happened?
Why would they collect it? That's just interesting to me that they collected that in the first place.
That I found when I read that, T-REV, I said, what in the world? That had to be something.
Exactly. It ain't nothing.
It's interesting, but I don't know if we could read too much into it. It doesn't really have a lot of context for us.
Right now it don't, but it might make sense when the trial comes. I don't know. But why would they take a letter in the first place? It's just a letter. If it just said something like, Dad, you know, I'm planning on coming back home or this and that, then that'd be something different. Why take that letter?
The other reason why his father is so prevalent in this case is because his father done flew out to Seattle, then flew to Pullman, then visited his son and was there and took off the day that Kopak, you know what I mean? Like that whole thing. So that whole thing is all weird. I'm not even going to into it. But the relation with the father and the closeness with the father, that's huge. That is huge in the case. And remember when I said something about the mother saying something, you know, to help the case along? I believe that could be the possibility. The mother may have known something and helped out when they came back home.
I did hear before I got online with you guys, I did hear you guys talking about that. I've never heard that. What is the source on that the mother knew something or
I've been reading a lot of different articles, kind of going back and forth on actual articles from news outlets and things like that. And I came across, I believe I sent it to myself. I don't know where. I'd have to go look through my stuff because I send myself 100 emails. You know what I'm saying? When I find stuff, I send it to myself. But yeah, it's something in an article stating that the mother had some bad feelings about something going on, and when all this went down, she let out some information that could help the case. That's along the lines of what it said. So if that is the case, like I said, that would be commendable, but that's just speculation. And there's all kinds of weird articles that coming out that he's trans and all kinds of weird stuff. So we don't know what's real and what's not anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's another. I mean, the only thing we can really go off of is we know he's arrested.
That's correct. He's in jail. Why would they go arrest a person from Pennsylvania and extradite his ass all the way back to Idaho if they didn't have enough on him to start the case? That would have made no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make no sense to put somebody. I mean, okay, so innocent or guilty, he's still in jail and he's still got to see his day. And if he is innocent, then his defense lawyer will find everything to prove that he is innocent.
Mm-hmm. But the problem is we got a criminologist who has a PhD. And I believe that this guy, he knew exactly all the different options that was going to happen if he were to get caught and if he weren't to get caught. Okay. And so he's going to play all the cards that he can. He's a smart man.
Just like the anybody else arrested cat and mouse game, or what is there some validity to that statement? And a lot of people go, there's no interrogation video. There's never going to be an interrogation video if somebody says I want a lawyer. No, you won't. Before they even get in the room, they say I want a lawyer. That there's no interrogation videos.
They only had 15 minutes with him. He's only got 15 minutes with Pennsylvania cops. That's it.
I think when he said that, it was kind of like something he learned from previous killers. Like I believe they said Ted Bundy said the same thing.
Okay, I have to step in right there because there's no previous killers. That would be like putting out misinformation. Right? What is your receipt? What is your receipt on there's previous that he's done this previously? Did I understand you correctly there?
No, I said
No, he means previous killers
previous
and
killers.
previous
Yeah.
killers.
Yeah, Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy said the same thing. That's what they're saying. Ted Bundy said the same thing when he was arrested. Was there anyone else arrested?
Well, yeah, that's true. But on that, we don't have concrete proof that he said that.
Who? Ted Bundy or Brian Colbert?
Brian Colbert.
Yeah, I mean that's what I heard. So.
Yeah, we all heard it. I think that's a News Nation source.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe that's what they're trying to suggest to us. Also, we make that connection in our own minds. Like, well, since Ted Bundy did this, now Brian's doing it also. You know, there's another connection to, you know, a notorious serial killer. So that would, in our
I
minds,
hope they're not putting words in his mouth like that.
Well,
right. You would hope so.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all, I wish you guys all the best. I got to get going to a chiropractor appointment, and y'all take care. Thank you so much for letting me be up here.
Thank you, Kim. I appreciate you coming up.
All right. Thanks.
God bless you. Nice to see that you're doing good.
Yeah, totally. Bye.
I'll talk to you soon. Later on. Be safe.
Have a good day. Bye.
God bless you. Shout out to Kim for coming up.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Thanks for the chat.
Let's see. All right. So, who the fuck are these guys? They are so far off. What? Man. A concerned citizen 2022 forever. They're so far off. What statement was far off? The only way was completely immobile and being placed in the same exact position and same exact strikes. Okay, you're talking about the knife. I got it. And the wounds. After the first kill and the second killed, the knife may have become more dull and made more tears than it did cut, or tears than it did cut.
Yeah, if you use a butter knife or some like regular knife, or using a battle knife, that thing's gonna hold.
You typing and moving is being picked up. Wow. I see that Firefly. What's up, Sereno?
Someone in the chat wanted to know more about, you know, the sheath. Being,
I see Gigi down below me. I see Gigi down below me. You don't have to. Thank you for the 10 gifted, by the way, blank. I appreciate it. And thank you. Who else is that? I missed somebody. I seen something. Nocturnal stab wounds would be different after you become exhausted. All right, Gigi, you ready to come up?
Yeah, I think so. Athena Pink.
All right, here we go. Gigi's coming up. What's up, Gigi?
Hey, you guys.
Welcome.
I can actually hear the delay. How do I get rid of that?
Okay, so you'll get rid of the delay by if you have the stream open.
I can't tell if I'm on here or not on here. Hi.
Are you watching from YouTube?
It's got a big old delay.
You have to cut YouTube off.
Turn YouTube off on my TV or turn off the camera?
Yes, the camera's going to be your talking point. He could have been in there before they even gotten back home, too, Michael McAllister says. Yeah.
T-REV.
What's up, bro?
Bro, if you can show the people, bro, if you just go on.
Okay,
YouTube
but I can still hear the delay inside the chat. Is that...
What were you saying, Sacred?
Oh, I was gonna say, if you could show the people real quick, the K-bar knife. I mean, there's a guy on YouTube able to cut down a tree, chop a tree with a K-bar, bro.
Really?
Yep.
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
That knife is no joke. He chose that knife for a reason, man. That K-bar is no joke. It's very sharp, and that guy damn near chopped the tree with it, bro.
Guy cutting down tree with a K-bar knife.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that. The tree's not going to be fighting back, but
I'm saying, bro, a tree's more fixed and solid than bones, bro. That's what I'm saying. The bones of girls, bro, little like college girls, man, and it's chopping the tree down, bro. And you know, it's slicing these girls, man. It's effortless. It's like going through them like butter. Not to me graphic like that, but
Well, the will to live is very strong. It's not like
true.
it's not like they're going to just lay over and take it, right? I mean,
True.
they're in the fight for their life. So, and it's very hard to kill a living being, whether it be an animal or a person. We've probably all seen enough, like Dateline NBC. There's women with their throats cut, stabbed, over 30 times that get help and somehow survive it. They're on the brink of death, but somehow they make it through. That's a strong will to live, and it takes a lot to end someone's life.
For sure. The ID could have
Now,
been...
there's 4 of them that lost their lives. So it's almost to me like, they somehow, whoever did this had to exert a lot of control. Now, sometimes I feel like there's 2 different times of death, because if you can do 2 at a time, that would certainly make it more manageable, because this is going to take a while, and it's also going to make a lot of noise. And that kind of goes to, Dylan not, she's confusing the sounds she's hearing with like whimpering and playing with the dog. That's inconsistent. It really doesn't make a lot of sense in our minds. So
now, the Montana letter. What the Montana letter? Isn't that a letter that Brian? Isn't that something with Brian? You mean Frazier? The Montana letter.
The Montana letter.
I remember the Montana letter in my head. There's just so much shit. Sometimes I forget a little. I'll forget this piece here or this little piece here. I know, but I've heard about the Montana letter. Actually, I'm about to Google that bad boy. Montana letter. I need to refresh my memory.
Letter from Brian to his dad from Montana, right?
Okay, so I see right here. Montana. Okay, yeah, I see it. The termination letter. You got termination letter here. I'm not seeing the Montana letter, though. I remember hearing about it and all that shit. Day 2 letter to have a sample of his handwriting. Slow down and think, folks. Day 2 letter to have a sample of his handwriting. Slow down and think. That's not hard to think about. That's not hard. That's common sense, in my opinion. Especially if he wrote it in a notebook along with other shit that he had written or anything, and he definitely writes, so they'll have a sample of that easily. There was a channel that said Brian wants to be a woman. I seen that. And now I don't know that to be true or not, though. You know what I mean? I don't know that to be true.
No, I wouldn't think it's true.
You know what I mean? Like I've seen that be out there that he wants to identify as a woman, but where is the facts to back that also?
And how would that fit into what this case is about? I mean, maybe that's true, maybe not, but is it relevant?
Right.
Is that
is it relevant? So that is it relevant? Is the question. That's a great. I mean, that's the question for me. Is it relevant?
What's the purpose of leaking that out? Does that make us hate him more and make him in our minds more guilty before he's had a trial? I don't know.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't want to hate the guy. I want to know if he committed these murders. I want to, just like I would want to know about all these other little small cases that I look at, just like I want to know what happened there. Well, you know what I mean? I see the evidence. The only thing that we know so far is that there was a knife sheath, the pangs, turned his phone off, etc. Nothing else has been painted to us yet. They're holding it all back. And so, in June, I don't know why a lot of us think that we're going to get shit. And even I'm hopeful for it, but I really don't think we're going to get much of what we have now. I could be wrong, because look at the PCA. That shit was action-packed. The PCA was action-packed full of shit. More than I expected. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, T-REV, how you doing?
Yeah,
What's
you're
going
right,
on,
Eddie.
man? I seen you saying you wanted to call in, and I was like, man, you can just join panel and come up here and talk what you were gonna say, because I seen you had something to say. What's going on?
I
How
kept
you been
thinking about
doing,
it,
by the
thinking
way?
about it. Conversation was too good. I just kept listening and listening and listening. Here's
Man,
my
how
theory.
you been? First of all, before you say anything,
I'm
how
good,
you
man.
been?
Good.
It's nice to see you.
I miss you, brother. Yeah.
I
I
appreciate
catch
you.
you every now and then, not like I used to. It was nice when it was like almost daily thing. Well, it was pretty much a daily thing.
Yeah, nah.
Detective John still on the show and everything?
He was on panel the other night. We were up here for like
Okay.
8 hours.
Good. So it's all good. Nothing's changed drastically. That's good.
Right.
I don't want to come back and find out like you removed my favorite chair from the house or something. Like, oh man, you know. I like how you got it all set up now.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Annie Potts brings up a good point right here with the reason the cops in the Banfield body cam were parked right there at the entrance to King Road. They don't want people focusing on the big truck scene driving away at 3 a.m. That's a good point.
Okay. What were you saying, Jeff?
So here's my theory that I think it might explain a little why one person had different wounds than the other. I think it's just one of them, right? As from what I've heard. And it fits my theory. Also, I think some of the elements of my theory fit the affidavit. So I'll try to make it quick. So I think Brian never had to deal with more than one person at a time stabbing. That's how he got through quick. I believe he came in, Maddie was in the room, Kaylee was in the room with the dog, possibly playing with the dog. That would fit with the affidavit. That was actual sounds of playing with the dog. Maddie said, there's somebody in here, right? That fits the affidavit too. But she's being stabbed. Kaylee comes in, and now Kaylee's the only one I think who comes in and catches Brian by surprise, killing someone. All the other three are taken by surprise and stabbed. So Kaylee comes in, tries to stop him. You know, he's just finished Maddie. Now he's dealing with Kaylee, fighting him. Stabs her, probably drops the knife sheath, right? Now 2 are down. Now he's only got 2 more left. He goes downstairs. I believe Ethan might have been in the bathroom. You know, maybe the food's come, you're going to eat. Well, let me wash my hands, go to the bathroom first, right? He's in the bathroom, so he doesn't see Brian come in, start stabbing Xana, who was on her phone. Wasn't she doing something on her phone? Stabs her.
Like TikTok, right?
TikTok, yeah. I think she was doing some TikTok. So he stabs Xana. When Ethan comes out, I think he might have seen Xana on the floor, but not seen Brian, like just hidden inside the door. You know, Ethan's not yet in the room. He sees Xana on the floor and is basically like, holy shit, I'll don't worry, I'll help you. So that's why, you know, in the affidavit, we hear that, let me to help you. He comes in to try and help her, and then boom, surprise attack, gets stabbed by Brian. So that's why I'm saying 3 of them were stabbed completely by surprise, except for Kaylee, who I think also see that explains why the dog was in the room. If Kaylee hears, hey, there's somebody in here, Kaylee's probably like, well, I don't want the dog, you know, maybe I know when my dog comes over and it's people I don't know coming in the house, I like secure the dog first. So anyway, that's my theory. I think it fits the affidavit, and I think it partially may explain, you know, the different wounds that they each got.
Is it Larry?
Jeff,
I'm sorry. Didn't we learn that they were all 4 sleeping or in their beds? No.
I think wasn't that the early statement?
Yeah, that was definitely put out there. Huh? That was definitely put out there.
Like, they made it seem like they were all unconscious when they were getting stabbed at first.
Yeah, I personally don't believe they were. I think maybe they assumed that. I mean, you know, you come upon dead bodies, you might assume, well, it's 4 a.m. dead bodies. Right. I assume they were asleep and now they're dead. So, but I don't know. It's a party house, right? And I mean,
well, we know they had a party a day before, so there was a party on the day before the murders. But as far as like the knife, I mean, I agree. It's different situations with each individual killing. I think Xana's was probably more. You know, she had more of a chance to fight. She probably, like, you know, probably didn't get too surprised by him, but I feel like
Although
one of them.
if she's on the phone though, if she's on the phone
Yeah,
concentrating on
she's
a
on
TikTok.
TikTok.
Somebody comes behind you, you hear a sound. She probably would have assumed it's Ethan coming up, right? If he's maybe he's coming back from the bathroom now, or.
Well, I know she was on the. Well, it was stated she was found on the floor. She was visible. So when you come up the stairs in this house right here, which models on the, I can pull it up on screen.
I think it's my phone. I'm gonna log out just in case it's my phone. Can you guys hear static?
Nah, I'm pretty
Nah.
sure it's coming. I'm pretty sure it's coming from speakers.
I think that little light brown step that you just showed there, T-REV, is critical in this too.
So right here, look. All right. So for instance, this is where they said if you read the PCA, she was visible in the doorway, then that means she'd be right here, correct? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you saw Brian there.
No.
Oh no, that's Xana's room. I'm sorry.
Xana right here.
Xana
was found on the floor of the bedroom. She was visible when you first come up the stairs right here, which the front door is right here. So let me go over here. Front door is, let me get it to stand right there. But let me. Okay, the front door down here. You come up these stairs, as soon as you turn, they say she was visible. From what
Right. Which makes sense to me, I think, because I think that's where Ethan saw her when he came out of the bathroom, and then he came in, didn't know what had happened, just knew she was on the floor, maybe saw some blood, came in there, just focused totally on her. Next thing you know, he's getting stabbed in the back and thrown onto the bed, and that's Brian's last victim. But that little brown step that's right outside of Dylan's room, my theory on that, because people say, well, why didn't Brian see? Did Brian see Dylan or not? My theory is that when he came downstairs after killing the first two, he tripped on that step a little bit and went into Xana's room, did his stuff, and on his way exiting the house, I think he was looking down to make sure he didn't trip again, and that's why he wasn't actually looking upward to see Dylan in the doorway, kind of peeking with the door open a little bit. That's just my theory. I think everybody's got a theory that they played through like a movie in their head, and I love to hear new stuff.
Yeah,
so
for
I can
sure.
Check that off.
For sure. Definitely. I mean, I made a video saying my theory, what I believe.
I think to bounce off your point with the way, why he didn't check Dylan's room. Well, there you go. That's kind of proof to show you there's kind of one killer. He didn't check Dylan's room. He didn't go to the first floor to check Bethany's room. There was multiple killers. They're going to clear that entire house. Right. If there was multiple killers, there would be no survivors.
That's kind of how I was thinking. If there was multiple killers, then that means that 100% Bethany and Dylan were spared.
I'd say that, yeah. If there are
multiple killers, they were spared.
Yeah, you got to check the entire crib. I mean, I would have checked the entire. If I was just one person, I would have checked the entire house. But I mean, he didn't check the entire house. I don't know
why. Why not kill all six if there's multiple killers?
Right.
Because you already did 4. So why leave a witness that had the door open to see you?
Yeah. I think too, if it's not that step that he was looking down at, that you see that green thing on the wall with that bright neon light. As he's coming out of Xana's room, that bright neon light is in his eyes, and I learned from Boy Scouts that like if your irises are open from a bright light, it takes like 28 minutes before they come back down to where you can see really well in the dark. So I would imagine that his irises and his eyes are closed down. And if Dylan didn't have any lights on in a room, and I always wondered how dark or how light the whole house was, because one of my early theories was that he had like night vision goggles, and that's how he was able to attack them. And they couldn't really fight back well because he could see them, but they, it's kind of a Silence of the Lambs theory. But
I see a lot of people say Ethan had throat slit, this and that, but where's the autopsies at? Did you see him?
I heard about that too.
I hear a lot of things, finger severed, this and that. Ethan had his thigh ripped by a knife. I hear that too. It's where's the autopsies at? Where are we getting the positions of where they were stabbed at? Where are we getting that information from? I would like to look at if you have the autopsy, shoot it to my email. Because I sure as hell couldn't find them. That's why they bark at strangers. Ethan found in hall downstairs. See, that's another thing that people say. Ethan found in hall by stairs or downstairs, whatever. I mean, that's.
I'd heard that theory early on, and then I thought I heard that he was found on the bed.
Yes.
So I don't know which to believe.
Exactly, which shows that it's inconsistent. All of it is. Until we get, we have to have some type of. We need those facts to be out. Those are just, in my opinion, that's speculation on where, and it was heavy speculation. So a lot of people started running with that speculation. We don't.
I just hope that when they do finally, if Dylan takes a stand and can explain what the heck, I mean, that's still such a mystery. I mean, that'll be like the part of the movie where you're like, oh, I didn't think of that. Now it makes sense. But I still haven't come up with anything that makes it make sense. I mean, we live in a day of see something, say something, not see something 8 hours later, say something. It's just,
right.
That doesn't
make
sense.
I felt the same way. I was one of those people that was like, when I heard of it, I was kind of enraged. But then after, everyone just like, don't put it on Dylan, don't put it on Dylan. I was like, all right. And then when the family themselves said, don't put it on Dylan, that's when I officially was like, all right. I mean, if the family doesn't feel any type of way about it, I mean, even though I still not right about it with me, I mean, the family is okay with what happened then. I mean, I can't really keep harping on Dylan, but I mean, I get it though. 8 hours is crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, 8 hours is crazy, and it's gonna be crazy, and she's gonna be crucified on that stand for that shit.
Her statement means nothing either. Like, I hope they don't try to say because he's the bushy eyebrows. I mean, her statement really means nothing. I mean, I don't really see what use she has other than if she's hiding stuff that wasn't in the PCA.
Well, who made a great point? She made a great point. Kim made a great point just coming up here. She said, what if she recognized him? But if she did recognize him, wouldn't that have been stated early on and he would have been a suspect early on? He would have been a suspect November 14th, 15th, 16th after they had her in the box. You get what I'm saying? So that Kim made a great statement on that, but also my devil advocates playing that devil advocate, I'd be like, okay, well, if she recognized him, then he would have been a suspect from early on and they would have jumped on him. He wasn't a suspect till November 29th.
Yeah, he was an unknown person. I think too that light that's in the good vibes light. I'm a photographer. I light things. I take pictures. I know how eyes work and make images. That light's in a perfect position to light Brian for her to see, like, as much as the lighting was good, basically. She made a good photo.
That's a great point. That good vibes light definitely has. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
If you've ever been on a photo photo shoot, a set, when you're the talent and you're in front of all those lights, you can't really see the cameraman. You can't see nothing. So. He's got possibly a step he tripped on once before, and he's got bright light in his face, and he wants to just get the hell out of there. So, I mean, I don't know. That's my story. I'm sticking to it till I hear something better that I know T-REV's got. I'm waiting.
Shirley Harris.
On top of his visual condition, right? Too.
That's a good point too. I've sometimes thought about the golf clubs.
Right. Yeah, that snow visual condition he had. If that's definitely him, did they prove that that's definitely him from the
I mean, it's snow, the visual snow, vegan. Where's all these facts at?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's something. I mean, allegedly he wrote that about himself early on, or when he was younger, or whatever. The visual snow part. But as far as all these other different claims about him in general, a lot of it's speculation and some of it's true. So you're gonna get half and half. If we talked to his friend Chris on the channel, or not his friend, but somebody that he went to high school with and was at parties. He's been around them, etc. I know you've seen that. Chris that came up. I wonder if Chris is in here right now. Chris, stop the thinking. I think I need to stop thinking. Let's see. Please hit the like.
It's definitely going to be an interesting court case.
Bro, this case is going to be insane. Now, I don't think they're going to have cameras in the courtroom though. I see Potts down below. Potts, flash your camera. Show me your grill, and I'll bring you up. Okay, you're good. You're good. You don't have to keep your camera on if you don't want to. I just wanted to make sure you were real. What's up, Pot?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Not bad. Of course I'm real. I've called you before.
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure people be coming up with their Elgatos on. With
I know. The trolls are out hard, man.
For sure. What's your thoughts? I know you got a lot.
Yeah, I do. I got a lot, so I won't try to, clog it all up. But I think that it's important that we all remember. Yes, there are a lot of theories. There's a lot of, supposed sources say blah, 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 right? Really, the only thing that any of us can go by right now is what we know that's been released from the beginning, what we got before everything was sealed and put under a gag order. And that's all that we can go by. Now, yes, you can speculate based on what you find there, but there's one key, crucial fact that is not in anything that the police have released or that is in a PCA or anything like that. And it's something his defense is going to use for sure. When it comes to what he was doing at WSU, criminology major, PhD, if you go on to WSU's website and you look up the course requirements, okay, for what he was doing, as well as his teaching assistant requirements, you're going to find that they're going to be able to place him either in class, doing his own classes, teaching.
You still there?
Hello.
You're cutting out. I don't feel
Hello.
like family. You hear me? Oh yeah, I hear you. You're good. You're good. You're good. What's up, Lulu? Bella said the other day I heard on another show maybe DM jumped out the window. That's why the screw was off the window. So DM jumped out the window. You heard that the other day? Damn. So we hear a lot. We hear an awful lot, right? But we don't know if these things are true. And I don't know. Like what's your take on the whole death certificate? Ethan don't have a death certificate. Because that claim's being made. There's a video out on that shit I just seen. Let me see. Let me look at that again. People really think that Ethan's not dead?
Hello?
I can hear you. You're there.
Oh, okay, I don't know. Sorry, a call came in.
You're fine.
So what I was trying to get at is that if you go on the WSU's website and you look up these course requirements for PhD criminology majors, never mind the teaching assistant requirements, his defense is going to be able to present that, at least 70 to 80 hours a week, he can be accounted for either on the campus, in his office, teaching, or in his own classes. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're working with like a really small window of time. And that's something that I noticed nobody's even mentioning it. I mean, it's just a fact. Anybody who's ever taken these kinds of courses will completely understand how much time is spent in the classroom. Plus, he's the teaching assistant. We also have a situation too where I don't know if you know this, but so a lot of what they were doing, they had their own like over at WSU for these students. They had their own like house that they would actually do crime scenes. It was a crime scene house, so they go in and they have this fake crime scene. It was called the murder house, and they would do all. His professor had commented on this and what they taught over there. So the way that I look at it is we're looking at a situation here with this person who was supposedly, these people, one or more of the people in this home. He's got a very small window of time able to do that based on, everything he's doing at school. I think it's also important too that, what would be his connection, right? So like, that's something that we never got to learn. How exactly would he be connected to a resident at King Road, right? He's WSU. So to me, there has to be like an underlying, piece of information, obviously, that we haven't gotten regarding his connection to one of these people. And I don't believe it's through social media. I'm going to be honest. I don't believe he was stalking anybody. He's got 12 pings in 12 weeks, right? That sounds to me like maybe once a week, you're going to maybe in that area, maybe you're going to pick up someone. There's a good chance that we could find out, that he was called there. Not necessarily involved in what happened there, but there's a good chance that he knew someone in that house, and someone in that house after the crime occurred or while the crime was occurring called him to come get them, and they left, and he was the driver. He was driving someone into Blaine, out to Genesee, up through Johnson, back to Pullman. Do you see what I'm saying? So to me, because that's how it reads. Like if we go by timelines, if you take the same principle that was used in the Murdaugh trial, the moment that the phones go dead, that's when people are dead. Okay. The last phone calls went out at 2:52 a.m. We have a 3 a.m. body cam of a big truck speeding away right there at King Road where those officers were parked. Stopping kids in the field for beer, stuff like that. And what's crazy is people have, in the beginning, when that body cam first came out, people called the police department in Moscow to ask exactly who these officers were, why they were in undercover vehicles, because the officer says on the body cam that they were given hybrid vehicles to do like undercover work and stuff. And Chief Fry denies that those are his officers, and says that his officers do not have hybrid vehicles. So it's really strange to me that at the same time that the phones go dead, and there's some undercover officers who are parked right there at the entrance to King Road, are stopping these kids, in the ball field or whatever, in the field for beer. We have something occurring all at the same time. There's this big black truck that's speeding away. The last phone call from Kaylee and Maddie goes out at 2:52. 2:57, Brian shuts his phone off. Do you see what I'm saying? So all these last calls are going out to Jack D at 2:52. If we apply the same principle, so if we find out once, pretrial starts and the evidence starts being presented, if we find out that Kaylee and Maddie's phone never moved again or took another step at 2:52 a.m., the same principle is going to apply that they used in the Murdaugh trial. Well, that's when they were killed, right? So if that's going to be a problem, considering we were originally told they believed that this crime occurred at 3 a.m. And then they switched it. So now we're looking at a situation where his defense has the potential to be able to prove that this crime actually occurred closer to 3 a.m., not 4 a.m. as stated, and her client was nowhere near that house at 3 o'clock in the morning. He didn't even turn his phone off until 2:57.
Okay.
Okay,
You know?
so as far as the cell phone movements, like what do you mean by movement?
Well, so in the Murdaugh trial, they tracked steps. They used the cell phone to track exactly how many steps were taken. Everybody's cell phone has a thing in it. It's an accelerometer, and what it does is, even if it's off, it's going to count your actual steps. 40 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. So, if the phones go dead at 2:52 a.m., I find it very odd that both Maddie and Kaylee, their phone was never used again after 2:52 a.m. Both at the same time. I doubt very highly that both of these girls just boom passed out at the exact same second as each other.
Well, I've
and never
never
used their
heard
phones
of
again.
I've never
I'm
heard
sorry.
of like the phones turning off. You've heard of the phones turning off?
Well, what I mean is they were never used again. So
Right. So if they were
what we're
going to
being told is
sleep,
that, I'm sorry?
if they were going to sleep, if they're ready to go to bed, like they just ate their DoorDash, it's about 3 a.m. They're ready to go to bed, right?
The DoorDash didn't get there until 4 in the morning.
Well, that's for Xana, not for
Right.
Addie and Kaylee though.
Well,
Addie and Kaylee were
I don't
upstairs.
think they were still eating at 2:52 a.m. because they were dropped off at 1:58 a.m.
Right.
So by 2:52 a.m., calls start going out to Jack at like 2:36. From 2:36 to 2:52 a.m. and then the last phone call is made at 2:52 a.m. to Jack. I have a very hard time believing that exactly at 2:52 a.m. both of them just went right to sleep and never used their phone again.
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
The problem that we have as well is, I know it's not information that we've gotten, but liver temps, stages of rigor, these are things that are going to give an accurate time of death, right? So, unfortunately, if we're looking at a situation where these victims were killed closer to the 3 a.m. Timeline, then Brian's nowhere near there at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
We
it's not
also
3
have,
a.m.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's not 3 a.m. because Xana was on her TikTok at 4:12, so it's not 3 a.m. We could cancel that out.
Well, we don't know that it was Xana on her TikTok.
It says Xana's. There's reports and everything that says Xana was using.
No,
TikTok
I understand that's what I understand that's what the reports are. The point that I'm getting at is, if there is somebody else, there's a really good chance that if this crime occurred closer to the 3 a.m. timeline, and if you are the criminal and you are the perp or perps involved in the crime, there's probably a good chance that you're going to try and deviate from that timeline.
So you're saying like the killer picked up the phone and went through Xana's phone and stuff?
I mean, it's not unheard of. It's definitely happened before. There's plenty of crimes where people use someone else's cell phone, and they're sending text messages to themselves from the dead person's cell phone to make it look like the person was still alive when they weren't.
This is Annie, right?
Yeah.
Annie, yeah, I've seen that in cases before, 100%.
Yeah,
I've seen that. I mean, I've watched a true crime my whole life. I've seen that.
Well, that's what I mean.
Right. So we see. So okay. So say for instance, he goes in and uses their phone at 4:12, and they're already dead, and they're already murdered by 3 a.m. Well, we know that's not the case because we have the timeline of the recorded camera, the doorbell cam, right? Here's stuff at 4 a.m. So this is most likely going down at 4. We know that because Xana is using TikTok on her phone. And by 3 a.m., we know there's nothing going on. The doorbell's not catching any of that action going on at 3. Something is going on at 4 when the doorbell camera's catching all this noise.
I think the doorbell camera, what I'm getting at is I believe that we have a situation here where the original timeline was changed, and it was changed for a reason.
Right, because we have evidence to corroborate that it wasn't at 3, it was at 4. The doorbell.
I don't think that's why.
Why do you think it's why?
Well, because the original vehicle that they were looking for was a 2011 to a 2013.
Right, and he's just a 2015.
And then when
That's the same. That's along the same years. I mean, a
no,
2009
they're not.
Honda Accord. But
They're
listen, a
not.
2009
A
Honda Accord.
2011 and to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra is very different from a 2015, 2016 Elantra.
On physically, like on the outside, not really.
Yes, they have actual differences in how they were designed because back, I think it was in 2012 or 13, may have been the end of 2013 into 2014 is when they started putting in different lights, different things on the mirrors, the little fan antennas, things like that.
I'm gonna pull them all up right now. So I got a 2013 here. Let's see.
So the original vehicle that they're looking for is a 2011 to 2013. They did not change the make and model of the vehicle that they were looking for until the WSU security campus officer called in to MPD with Brian's vehicle, and that's when they changed it to be a 2015.
Good point.
So
I mean,
the point that I'm getting at
that's not the
Right.
first time somebody shot that
Because-
out to me either.
and
Right,
if you
because
go,
they're
if you
basing
go
it
back
off the
and look,
cameras.
if you go back and look, we were never given a picture at all of this car leaving the scene.
Correct.
So if they have this vehicle leaving the scene of the crime on someone's Ring camera, doorbell camera, why don't we have a picture of it? Instead, we have a stock photo that was used.
Well, you
Okay.
gotta, you can't put everything out. You gotta, you know what I mean? You can't put all the information out at the same time. I mean, they're saying it was that model at first because they're basing it off of what the information they're able to get. I'm pretty sure they can get a clear cut picture of it. So that's why they assumed it's between
No,
these years.
They used the 2011 to 2013 model of the Elantra because their FBI expert determined that was the vehicle that was seen in this Ring camera footage.
Right, based off the knowledge he had, which was in clear photo and video. Now that they were able to obtain that through the college, now they're able to accurately say this is the year of the vehicle. They're getting their information off blurred videos and videos.
The point that I'm getting at is if the point I'm getting at is if your FBI vehicle expert tells you're looking for a 2011 to a 2013 based on this footage that they were given, and then it is not until after Brian's vehicle is called in that they change it and say, yeah, well, it could be a 2015. That's going to be a problem. I'm just playing devil's advocate here when it comes to the things that his defense
It'll be
is
a
going to
problem.
be able.
It'll be a problem if there's not any of the victim's blood in his vehicle. For sure.
Well, it's going to be a problem. That's what I mean. So
if there's blood in this vehicle, there ain't going to be that won't be a problem.
Well, here's the
in
thing.
my opinion.
Even if there is blood in this vehicle,
Victim's blood in this vehicle,
think about.
There really won't be much of a problem there, in my opinion.
What I'm saying is, even if there is blood in his vehicle, if it wasn't just him, he acted with someone else, or he went there to pick up someone who was involved, and that person got in his vehicle, they are going to transfer DNA from the crime scene into his vehicle.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It doesn't necessarily mean he did it.
I followed that.
Right?
I followed that, but
People with bushy eyebrows.
Did they borrow his knife sheath that he snapped on there? He touched the snap somehow. So they must have borrowed that and he went in there with his knife.
Well, here's the thing, even with the knife sheath, I think the reason that his defense is going to be able to get it, I'm going to be honest with you. I believe that his defense is more than likely going to be able to file a motion to strike that piece of evidence from the trial. And the reason that I believe that is because originally when ISP tested this sheath came back with nothing on it. And furthermore, Moscow police, who had over 60 FBI agents and every FBI resource available to them for testing the sheath, they skipped over that and they sent it to Texas. So the way that I look at it is it's probably not a good idea to start believing that the premier law enforcement of the United States of America does not have the capabilities to test the sheath to find something on it. I find it very odd that this sheath was involved in a quadruple homicide, and the only thing that they could find on it was this tiny, tiny single speck of touch DNA after the sheath has been sent to a lab in Texas and skipped over the FBI. Right?
Now,
There would be no reason for Moscow police to say no thank you to the FBI when it comes to their capabilities to test an item for DNA.
I wonder if it's possible for the you know, they say it was on the button, right? But does that mean necessarily the button that is exposed on the outside, or does it mean once you open it and the button, you know, the button has two parts, the top part and that maybe it was the button on the inside. So when they first tested it, they hadn't actually popped the button open to find it inside. Because the thing is, if he was wearing gloves and he popped it open, he wouldn't have left anything on the knife sheath. But if the day before or that night earlier, when he didn't have gloves on, if he touched that button that's underneath and then snapped it, who knows? That could have preserved like his. Maybe that's what they found. I don't know. I'm just.
The knife sheath has a button on, like, on the outside, so pretty much you would be touching the inside and the outside of that button.
But if you touch the outside of the button, you know, maybe he wiped everything down, the button was closed, but he forgot that day before he touched the inside of the button.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking could explain why they didn't initially find it, because they hadn't opened it yet.
All right.
Well, so I don't know if you guys know this, but like WSU, their criminology lab, they work with the Idaho State Police all the time for cases. So not only does the ISP themselves, Idaho State Police has pretty amazing testing capabilities when it comes to finding DNA on objects. And if ISP didn't locate anything on it, and at that point, you are the, you know, lead. There's a protocol, as far as I'm concerned, that law enforcement, and it's a standard that they usually follow. So in a crime like this, when FBI has been brought in to assist, you're usually going to go to them with whatever you need. So if you're looking for DNA on an object, your lab can't find it. Maybe your state lab has some limited resources available to it. You have the FBI. The FBI is offering you anything that you need, and they have multiple labs throughout Idaho. The FBI, I want to say they have something like 20 to 30 different offices located all over Idaho, north, south, east, and west. And I have a trouble believing that the Moscow police needed to send this sheath to Texas and skip over the FBI. Because even if ISP found nothing, at that point, you would say, if you're the lead detective, listen, my lab couldn't find anything. We're hoping you guys can. Can you test this? They were like, instead, Moscow is like, no, we're not going to go to the FBI for this. We're going to send it to Texas. It's very strange because it goes around certain protocol and standard procedure. There's a lot of protocol in this case that wasn't followed by Moscow. So I think that's why a lot of people question what's going on with the case, because when you look at it, it's just very questionable. There's certain protocol.
And that's why physical evidence in this case is so important.
Right.
Physical.
Oh, I agree.
Physical.
Now, what I can say, what I do believe is going to do Brian in, if Brian is the guy, right? If Brian is the guy. Okay, great. I would hope that the victims who fought back have DNA on their person that can actually tie him right to the crime. Because without that, if it's going to be a very hard time, you know, I believe, for the prosecution, especially if it comes down to a point where we have maybe others inside the home. Do you get what I'm saying? Whose phones were moving. I'm going to be interested to learn how many steps Dylan was taking after 3 a.m. Right? Same with Bethany. Were you asleep, or were you doing 100 steps around the house? Because if you claim to be asleep or that you didn't hear anything, but your phone shows that you're moving and you're going up and down flights of stairs and stuff, taking 100 steps, it's going to be a problem. You know?
The far left one, everybody in chat, the far left one's a 2011, the middle one's a 2013, and the far right is a 2015. So I put them in order: 2011, 2013, 2015, just so you guys can get a sample of what we're talking about when we talk about the launchers up here.
They started changing like the body styles a little bit and different like rims on it and the headlights and stuff like that.
Yeah, you could tell the rim difference on that 2015 big time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember from the affidavit, did the guy who figured out it could have been a 2015, was that because of they knew what Brian's car was, or was that he had looked just a little further, just like we're doing, looking into photos and like, oh well, it could be a 2015. That's my memory of the affidavit. That's how I thought it came about.
The vehicle year, make, and model was changed to be a 2015 after the campus security officer from WSU called MPD to say, hey, I've got this white Elantra here with a Pennsylvania plate. That's when it changed.
So for example, if I say I'm an investigator and a crime happened at this supermarket, and I need to track down this vehicle, but I can't really find any. I just not really clear video of it. It's speeding by at high speeds, and I can't determine it. But I know it's a Honda Accord. I just can't determine the year. I know it's between a 9 and a 12. I mean, you gotta keep doing more investigation. I mean, it would make sense. I wouldn't be surprised if down the line we find out that it's actually a 2012 or 13 or 15. We weren't sure at first, but when we were able to gather more information and data, we're able to clue into the exact year. That's what happened. I mean, that he didn't say, "Oh yeah, it has to be that." It says it's between those years. That means it's not. They're not 100% sure. They need more data.
Well, I guess what I can't figure out is if, according to this PCA, this dude was making trips around the block and doing 3-point turns at 4 o'clock in the morning. How do you not have a clear picture of the vehicle?
Yeah, that's a good.
I'm looking at the affidavit right now. It says, so after reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the examiner initially believed the suspect vehicle was 2011 to 2013. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016. As a result, investigators. But it doesn't. I don't seem to connect that with like, oh wait, we check it against Brian's, because I understand that would be wrong. It's like make the pieces fit. But this because I thought, that okay, now the range is larger, but we've already announced to the public it's an 11 to 13, and then I assume they figured out maybe this Brian Kober is connected, but he's got a 2015. Don't change what we told the public, because then Brian is part of the public and he'll hear that and then he'll go ditch the vehicle. They probably wanted Brian to be hearing on the news, oh, it's an 11 to 13. He's like, oh man, they're so off. They don't know it's me. Good.
Oh, right.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I think that the cops were doing in the beginning.
Saying the Elantra should have raised a red flag for him anyway. I mean, they're still on his bumper. The fact that they even said Elantra was pretty damning for him.
I mean, everything that Annie has brought up on here is definitely going to be used by the defense team.
I mean, I just look at it as you, according to your sworn document, have his vehicle on multiple cameras doing 3-point turns. You got a neighbor's ring cam that picked it up, and you can't produce a clear photo of the vehicle.
I agree with you 100%. Could they have produced one? In my opinion, I don't know. I actually want to know the answer to that now. I agree. Why didn't they? Why did we get a blurry gas station photo?
And another thing, even when it comes to, that's why a lot of people have have an issue, with this case, specifically with these PCAs and stuff, because there's so many things in it that just don't add up. It don't make sense, and if you've got the right guy, it should all make sense, even with the limited information that you're putting out.
That's the thing.
They
To
were
me,
on to
it
him.
all makes sense. I don't know why it doesn't
They
make
were on to
sense
him
others.
on November 29th. Okay.
Yeah, November
So
29th, exactly.
they have his phone, they have his vehicle, they have his name, they know where he lives, they know what he does as of November 29th, and they don't put the bolo out for the Elantra till December 8th. Okay.
Exactly.
They did and out of 500 people that were interviewed, not one of them was Brian.
Very good point. None of them.
So,
T-REV, you at one point, I think you had Detective John on, and you were looking at a photo that was, I think, taken from the gas station of a white Elantra sitting at the stop sign. Do you remember that?
I remember the photo that was blurry that everybody's seeing.
But it was an Elantra. It basically, if you took where the car was blurry, which I think it was driving past the car wash, right, of the gas station, then it comes to that stop sign at the main road that it had to cross over. But I remember we were talking. I thought it was on your show. We were talking about it. We're sitting at the stop sign. It must have been taken from a camera on the front of the gas station, pointed that way, and we could tell it was the right spot because there was a white concrete wall, I guess, to keep pedestrians from walking into the road. It was right there next to the stop sign. I can't find that photo anywhere. It's like I saw it whatever that show was. So
well, law enforcement themselves didn't even want to use that photo, and it's not a photo that law enforcement gathered themselves. That's something that the gas station attendant manager turned over to the news. That's not even a photo that law enforcement. I'm sorry.
So yeah, this was a second photo from that gas station that I saw, not the blurry one that went around, but and actually I did notice there are two blurry ones that went around at the same. She must have taken them like maybe just seconds apart, because you can see the reflection of her phone is in a different spot in the photo. But this was a picture that when I saw it, everybody was saying, "Oh no, I don't think that's from the same gas station." And then I went on Google Earth and we were looking at the pictures and everything. It was clearly a white concrete wall at, what is that, Route 8 and whatever that road is. The car was taken, the picture was taken on.
But yeah, that was out of all of the supposed footage they have of this vehicle, even including on King Road, not a single picture that is clear has been produced. We got a stock photo for the vehicle. They were on to him November 29th. They didn't put out the bolo till December 8th or 7th for the car. And even then after that, they're doing hundreds of interviews. One of the tips that they get is for this, for Kohberger's car. They know who he is. Okay, so he's a PhD criminology student, WSU. He's also a teaching assistant. Why would you just not go knock on the office door and say, "Hey, Brian, we need to have a conversation. Can we ask you a couple questions?"
Well, maybe he was one of many people they were looking into, so he didn't. Maybe all those criteria about his, his education and his position, maybe that initially made him look like, well, why would somebody like this do just somebody who's clearly working towards a career in something. Maybe looking at because I'm sure it wasn't he wasn't the only person with a white Elantra that they found, and maybe there was, maybe he was the only.
Right. Well, I mean, the security guard reported that white Elantra.
Right. And plus, they needed time to investigate do investigation. They had to rule everybody out. They had to rule all the friends, the boyfriend. They had to gather information, gather a timeline. I mean, they're not gonna. I mean, it seems like you kind of want them to just do things and just so quickly.
No, I just know that if I'm working an investigation like this, and I've already done 500 interviews of potential suspects, witnesses, people with information, and I get a phone call, "Hey, we got this white Elantra over here with no front plate. I know you guys are looking for a white Elantra with no front plate. This is who it belongs to. You're probably going to send an investigator over there to talk to that person, because that's what they were already doing with 500 other people.
Did they put that in Pennsylvania? What they say? What did it say? The PA announcements and affidavit both say the FBI expert was wrong at first. Okay.
We're talking about the year of the car.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about. Running lights.
I know one thing I've often thought is that, you know, if DNA connected to my dad was found on a coffee cup in that house, big deal. But if it's found on a knife sheath underneath a person who's been murdered by knife stab wounds, that's huge. And I really
even
hope
the wording, wording of how the sheath is found is very suspicious, because we have 3 people kind of all pointing the finger at each other as to they heard about the sheath, they found out later about the sheath, they later noticed the sheath, and even the wording on it is it was under or beside. It
right.
can't
I wonder
be both.
how many of those people had the authority to touch the bodies, to look at anything that would be under them. Maybe that was maybe there was only one person, 2 people that were allowed to do that. So the others that didn't have the authority to touch or move the bodies, all they could say was what they saw. They can't see through the body. But the fact that
I understand that. But the point that I'm getting at is if the sheath is under the body, okay, then nobody's going to notice that it's there until the lead detectives get there, have to move a body, and the coroner. Those are the people that are usually going to have to move a body or lift it up to look under it. But that's not how it's worded. It's worded that it was under or beside. And it can't be both. It was either under or it was beside.
Well, unless the body was rolled over, if it's on top, I don't know. I'm playing devil's advocate with you. I'm not trying to.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is that if this sheath was under the body, right, and the first responding officers arrive, they're just kind of doing a sweep at first. First responding officers are not allowed to touch anything in the crime scene, period. You're not allowed to touch anything. Your job is to secure the scene, secure anybody at the scene, and don't touch anything. You are not allowed to touch anything until your sergeant and your lead detectives, forensics, and your coroner arrive. So there's nobody from the first 3 responding officers who would have been allowed to touch anything in the house. Their job is to secure the scene. So if you have these 3 officers walking through the crime scene, their body cams, if this sheath was beside Maddie on the bed, as disclosed in the PCA, if it was beside her, it would be on the body cams. So if that sheath is not seen on first responding officers' body cams, and it all of a sudden is heard about, learned about, later discovered, that's something that his attorney is going to have a field day with, because they're going to go through those first 3 responding officers who walked through the house and their body cams didn't pick up a sheath. The coroner isn't the one who discovered the sheath. We know that. It is stated in the PCA that supposedly Detective Tolbert from ISP is the one who notified Blaker of the sheath. And then Payne was later told about it. That is how it's worded in this PCA. So I'm going to be interested to hear the cross-examination of Detective Tolbert. I want to know, because when you're at a crime scene, when you're finding evidence, you have an evidence log. You are to log the time and the item and photograph what you find. So I'm going to be interested to see those crime logs, if if they come out, as to exactly who found the sheath and what time and how they logged it. Did they log it as being underneath the body? Did they log it as being beside the body on the bed? Because it's going to be very important.
Where actually both are true. Like they started to flip the person over, flip Maddie over. So they've got the photograph of her down. Now they want to looking over. Now the next photograph the sheath is technically beside her, not underneath her. It was once underneath her, but now it's
no, because
her.
if the ISP detective found the sheath under the body, that's what he's going to report and log into the log.
But will the defense try and fight based on, oh, you misspoke, so we're throwing that out, or you were unclear?
Well, no, well, that's why I was saying the actual wording is very important, especially in a we're talking about a death penalty case. So your wording in your documents, especially if you are a forensic detective at a crime scene, your job is to log the evidence properly and accurately, because it's going to be used in court.
Maybe they were actually trying to do that and being accurate, where maybe the first detective noticed that maybe lifted her up a little bit and saw a knife sheath. Hey, there's a knife sheath under her. Then they come in with the process of doing the photos and everything. They rolled her over, they took the photo, and then they thought to themselves, wait a minute, I just wrote down that it's under her, but this photo, they're going to look at this and the defense is going to say that doesn't match up. So maybe we need to say both. It was...
Well, if the sheath is under the body of the person who was just stabbed to death, it's probably going to have a lot more DNA on it than just a single tiny speck under the snap. There would be DNA from the victims on that sheath.
I see.
Yeah, which makes me think too. Maybe that's why if it's DNA that's under that button that is only found once it's opened, it's almost like that DNA was sealed from all the blood that was happening during the murder. All I know is that
ISP tested the sheath,
the defense
ISP
wouldn't be trying
to any DNA on the sheath, including the victims. So the sheath wasn't under someone's body.
But I believe he probably had gloves on and did nothing on the outside of the sheath. He probably wiped it down. The outside of the sheath, spotless, no DNA. He knows it.
So he wiped
But he's
I'm sorry, you're saying that he wiped the sheath down after he stabbed them?
Before he went in. I'm sure he made sure that anything that he dropped or left there had nothing of him on it, except he forgets that a button has it's like it's a Tupperware thing. He accidentally put some DNA in, clicked it, burped it, sealed it, and sealed his fate.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is if this sheath was actually underneath the body, then there's going to be the victim's DNA on it.
Yeah, the victim. I'm sure it's all over it. I'm sure it was just a mess.
It's not, because when ISP tested the sheath, there was nothing on it.
Well, we assume
there was
it's under her.
There was no source of DNA on the sheath.
Could have been under her leg. If it says just
that's not
body.
What the PCA says.
What did it say? It's up under her chest or arm?
No, it says that the sheath was to the right of Maddie on the bed.
Which could have been under her leg, though, right?
What's up, Sleuthy?
If she wasn't stabbed in the leg at all.
No, because if it's in plain view to the right of the body on the bed, then it wasn't under her.
But it could have been under her leg, plus add a blanket in there or something, or whatever was on the bed. I mean, I don't really know, but I do know that if the defense tries to, would the defense try and say that the police planted this thing there, somehow managed to also get some DNA that would match Brian's dad to 99%? It just, I know, like that Maury Povich, it would say, they do the birth, are you the father tests? I can understand they still, even all that proof, would deny it, but this I
can't understand why you wouldn't, if you're going to write up a probable cause affidavit that is going to be used to arrest your suspect, you wouldn't make sure that what you're putting in that probable cause affidavit is 100% clear and concise based on as far as your evidence goes. And another thing,
I think it was clear and concise. I think you're missing something. I'm sorry. I want to say something.
Anything. I was about to go over.
Yes,
so
you're missing something here. Hold on a second, please. Look, I've been listening to your explanation for a long time. Can I please just put one theory out there real quick and tell me it doesn't make sense? The affidavit might be written perfectly. Maybe we're not taking into account, just like Katie Gonzalez's dad said that they were on top of each other. If one girl is sideways under the other, they won't see the knife sheath beside the other girl if the other girl on top is blocking it, darling.
Okay, but that's not how it's worded in the probable cause affidavit. It doesn't say anything about the girls being on top of each other.
Because it does. No, it doesn't. Her dad said that. That doesn't have to be in the probable cause affidavit. Body positioning doesn't. Evidentiary positioning has to be in the affidavit.
The point that I'm getting at is if your genealogical DNA, along with your knife sheath, which are holy grail type evidence, you would include that in your initial application for your search warrant. That's not what they did. The genealogical DNA and the sheath were not included in the original application for the search warrant for Brian's apartment. They were excluded. Do you understand what I'm getting at? So I've never in my life heard of a lead detective on a case excluding their own holy grail type evidence from their application for a search warrant. It's usually going to be your number one and number two item that you're listing because it's holy grail evidence. It's DNA and it's an actual object found at the crime scene.
But if your number two evidence is good enough,
the affidavit was revised.
From what
the affidavit was revised, yes.
The original warrant application for Brian's apartment had the genealogical DNA along with the sheath. When they went to submit it in Pullman, Don Daniels is the one who put the warrant application in. Okay. Don Daniels said, or somebody said, don't use that. And they amended the warrant application to exclude the genealogical DNA and the sheath. And when they put in the warrant application for Brian's apartment, they said the reason they needed to get into his apartment is because they believed he immediately went home after the crime, and that is where the knife or the sheath for the knife would be. And in that same affidavit, they also claim that Brian went to Blaine, Genesee, Johnson, and Pullman. So which is it? He immediately went home and that's where he put the knife in the sheath, or he drove around for an hour before he went home?
I think he might have drove around and dropped evidence off different places. But from what I'm seeing here in the PCA, it says detective walked into the room and
they did find a single source. Though.
What happened?
They did find a single source of DNA.
Right. And from what the PCA says, the officer walked in. This is an officer. He walked in. He noticed them laying on the bed. And from the door, he said he could see the knife sheath on the right side of Maddie Mogan. So
I see you, Tracy.
Right.
So he's saying he could see it from entering the room.
That's what I mean. He's saying he could see it. He could see it in plain view. He's not saying it was under the body.
Yeah, not on the body, not under anywhere. He said it was just right there in plain sight. And they used the trash from his house to pretty much do a 99% match on the father. You know, obviously, you know, they came to Brian.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is why, if you're law enforcement and you have the single source of DNA on the snap, you have the genealogical DNA that matches to the single source DNA on the snap of this sheath, why are you not including that in your warrant application for his apartment?
Well, I'd say that's something that the lawyers are going to have to establish, because the simple fact of the matter is, regardless, I mean, look, since they first said what style knife was used in the stabbings, I told T-REV, I said, T-REV, they got some part of that knife that tells them exactly what kind of knife it is. Did I not, T-REV?
For sure.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is, law enforcement, when
they knew,
when
they knew what kind of knife it was because they had the sheath. They knew what kind of knife it was because they had the sheath.
Okay. But then why not use that sheet in your warrant application? Because your warrant is being used to
because the warrant was sufficient without it. You don't have to put every piece of evidence.
Listen,
if it was granted by a judge, it was sufficient at the time to be granted.
Law enforcement is not allowed to violate someone's constitutional rights and illegally enter their home under false pretenses on a warrant.
But what you're not understanding is all they had to do was present enough evidence to a judge to make it seem plausible that he might be the person.
Yeah.
And because it is such a heinous crime, look, if your neighbor calls the cops on you and says, I think they're cooking meth in their house, that is probable cause to get a search warrant to have your house searched.
No, you're right. You're right.
If you are using, your evidence that you're using to get a warrant isn't actual evidence. So here's the thing. That
is not correct. That is not correct. If you call the police department and tell them your neighbor is cooking drugs in their house, the LE can take your statement straight to a judge and get a search warrant within hours to search your house without any physical proof.
How much time do I have? Hours?
No, they can't.
Hours. Yes, they can. Lady, I live in Paragould, Arkansas. I mean, I live right beside Paragould, Arkansas, which is crystal meth capital of the world. I have seen it go from calling the cops to them being raided in 30 minutes.
Okay, but that's not standard protocol for law enforcement.
That is exactly standard protocol for law enforcement, because anytime there is a perceived threat to the public, they can act on nothing but hearsay.
The warrant that they used to get into Brian's apartment clearly states that the reason that they wanted the warrant for his apartment is because they believed he immediately returned home after the crime. And
look, all they had to have was extenuating circumstances that Brian Kohberger might be a threat to the public for them to raid him.
But he didn't immediately return home. In their own sworn document, they say he went to 3 different towns before he went back to Pullman.
Okay.
So it's not both. He didn't immediately go home and also drive around for an hour.
Actually, it depends on what route he took. I've taken the scenic route and went through 3 towns before I got home.
We have the route. We have all the times where he went and the times he went there. So the original warrant to get in his apartment states that they believe he immediately returned home after the crime. However, then that probable cause affidavit was updated to state, well, he stopped in, his phone pinged in Blaine, his phone pinged in Genesee, then his phone pinged in Johnson, then back to Pullman. So we have contradictory statements from law enforcement regarding Brian's exact whereabouts and what he was doing after the crime. He didn't immediately go home and also drive around for an hour after. It cannot be both.
It can be both. Because if you don't make any other stops on the way, you immediately went home, but you took the scenic route.
That's not how the word immediately works.
That's common sense. If you don't stop anywhere along the way, it don't matter the route. You still went immediately home.
Means you committed the crime and then you got in your car and you immediately went home.
Okay, is there proof that he actually stopped anywhere else?
They have his phone pings, according to them, that he stopped in 4 different places.
Stopped in 4 different places or pinged in 4 different places?
In 4 different, right. So which is it? He immediately went home or he was pinging all over Idaho?
No. Pings don't matter unless they're stationary for a given amount of time. Because all pings are is your wireless service pinging off of towers and off of Wi-Fi and everything else.
Well, the pings do matter though, because what they're doing is they're claiming that these phone pings can place him going through multiple different towns after the crime
That's not what
occurred,
I'm
which
saying.
means
That's not what
he
I'm
didn't
saying.
immediately go
I'm
home.
saying if he didn't stop at any given point along the way home for a set amount of time and he just left Moscow, it doesn't matter what route he took, he went immediately home if he didn't stop anywhere. That's he doesn't look.
I'm sorry.
If I leave
beg
my
to differ.
house, and I go through Paragould, Arkansas, and I cut all the way back around through Jonesboro and come straight home and never stop anywhere, I left my house and immediately come back to my house, but I took the scenic route. I didn't go anywhere.
What I can tell you is that,
You know the wording they used in the
as
affidavit?
someone who's had to file these kinds of documents before, I can tell you that semantics are everything. And there are plenty of defense counsels out there that have used semantics specifically to get their clients off, because the wording that is used by law enforcement, it needs to be exact and precise. It can't be, well, I heard about, I learned later about, I, was told this, and this. You have to be very specific in your wording.
That's quite frankly where I only see the defense could only have a chance is playing semantics, honestly. I don't see any
Semantics
other
only
defense.
work. Semantics only work in the favor of whenever the witnesses that gave the initial statement are not able to elaborate on the stand.
No, semantics, the wording in crucial key sworn documents that law enforcement use to arrest people. When at that point, what law enforcement is asking for is they are asking permission from a judge to violate a person's constitutional rights because they believe that person is a suspect and they have enough evidence to prove that person is a viable suspect. Even when people say the PCA is like 10% of what law enforcement has, that is 100% untrue. When you file a probable cause affidavit with a
it
judge,
only has to satisfy the judge that signs it.
But you're not using only 10% of your evidence to violate someone's rights. When you go before a judge, you need to go before a judge with concrete evidence to violate a person's constitutional rights.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. All you have to have is probable cause. And the probable cause was his car was seen near there. And there was a video taken of him speeding in that area after the crime. Because it was a public threat, a judge was eager to sign. Because it is far less a violation of someone's constitutional rights than it is to let them continue to kill whenever there is enough probable, reasonable, articulable suspicion is all that's required.
I agree. I agree with both.
Articulable.
Then why did they let him run around for a month even after they had
so they could make him hang himself?
Yeah.
They had him monitored every step of the way. They watched him hang himself, hiding evidence and crap. That's what that was about.
They didn't have him every step of the way because they lost him in Colorado.
Yeah, they did.
They didn't have him every step of the way.
Oh, yes, they did. They had him since the third day the DNA come back from that sheath. They had him. They had him through ancestral DNA within 24 hours of putting it into the ancestral sites, I promise you.
Yeah, and ancestral DNA, 9 times out of 10 gets tossed because it's unreliable.
They were watching him,
especially if
from the
ancestral DNA, if you've obtained, put it this way, if they followed him all the way to Pennsylvania, okay, and they legally obtained trash from his parents' residence on private property, that's going to be tossed. Motion to strike will be filed.
And I agree. I mean, I feel like she has a point with the certain legal terminologies and wordings. I mean, I feel like that is a way that defense could play a good defense. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, he is the killer. At the end of the day, he's the killer.
Articulatable suspicion.
Yeah, I mean,
if you have reasonable, articulative suspicion that a crime is being committed or has been committed, especially whenever it comes to being a public safety threat, I'm telling you, it only takes a matter of minutes to get a judge to sign off on that.
So law enforcement knows 3 days after they get their genealogical DNA back, they know 3 days after the crime has occurred, they have their suspect. They know exactly who it is. He's on the same campus as one of the victim's sisters, and they just watch him for another month.
Like a hawk. Oh, yeah. They did it to Liliana Simon, too. They let her hang herself.
But why would they do that if they have such hard evidence it's him?
Because if you can prove that they tried destroying evidence, that's another charge. I mean, look, this is what Kohberger has going for him right now. This is what Kohberger has going for him.
But there have been no charges filed that he destroyed evidence.
Because they don't need that right now. He's been charged with first-degree capital murder. Premeditated capital murder.
But law enforcement has never claimed in any of their documentation released that they watched him destroy evidence.
Right. But should Brian Kohberger decide that he wants to try to plead, that's one of the charges that'll get tacked on for his years in prison to spare him the death penalty.
He ain't pleading. He's not pleading to anything.
Nah,
the thing is, you know, they watched him, watch him doing suspicious activity with the gloves and changing the bags around, putting garbage in neighbors' garbages, and
have you guys looked into the town that his parents live in when it comes to the freaking trash there? Have you guys seen? They have their own trash police. You are not, everything goes by weight. If they catch you putting overweight in your bins, you're fined. You're not allowed to have more than 2 bins. There's all kinds of, because it's a big, like, go green town. So they literally have actual trash police in the town that his parents live in. It's a fact.
Where at? In Pennsylvania?
It's funny you should say that.
I used to live right there.
Yeah.
It's funny you should say that
because I used to live right there. That's right by Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I used to live right there. Yeah. I've never met nobody around there that put gloves on.
On that same defense note, why would Kohberger dodge a $50 fine for like a $300 fine for illegally dumping?
Now, I don't know what the fuck he was separating trash.
If you put your trash,
I lived right there. I literally lived right.
If you put your trash in someone else's private bin that is illegal dumping, and it's over a $300 fine, whenever it's a $50 fine, if you go overweight, that don't. Just like the whole thing of, the shopping was good in Moscow. Yeah, look, we all know since COVID, not even Walmart stays open past 11. What was he doing at 4 a.m. in Moscow around that residence?
Nobody even knows he actually said that. Who's saying he said that? Where is there an actual verified source that Brian said that?
I do believe his defense attorney said that.
No, his defense attorney said that his client told him the shopping is good in Moscow.
I do believe that's what he said about the
news. His defense attorney in Pennsylvania said that his client was looking forward to being exonerated.
Right.
This come out after he got back.
Well, Ann Taylor has not given any statements on her client, so it's definitely not his defense attorney saying that he said that.
I do think it's interesting with the garbage. If that's true, that they get fined that, then that's it's pretty suspicious.
They do. So in that town, if you have, say, you open a can of tuna, okay, you're not even allowed to put a can of tuna in the trash unless it's been rinsed and cleaned. All your soda cans need to be rinsed and cleaned. Boxes and everything have to be separate. Okay, all of your plastic has to be separate. So Ziploc bags have to be separate. Everything has to be separated. And they're very, very strict about it in that town.
In that town? I used to live in Bethlehem, PA, which is right by there.
I'm telling you, you can look it up. It's like on a website for that town. If you look up the rules, the policies for trash disposal, if you're a resident in that town, it's like Center Township or something like that.
So did they say they found him in the
Not
kitchen
too
with
far
the
from
scale?
Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. I'll tell you that much. And there wasn't no trash rules like that where I was at in Bethlehem or Allentown or Northampton, Pennsylvania or Easton, PA.
Yeah, but don't his parents live in like a gated community or whatever?
Yeah.
No, they live in rural area.
No, but it said that you got to go through a gate to get to it.
Yeah, but it is a gated community, right?
It's not a gated community. There's a gate at the end of the drive.
Well, right. There is security and there's a gate that you have to get in to get into this neighborhood.
Yeah.
No, it's their parents' private gate at the end of the drive, I thought.
No, it's
the community.
Very similar to where I live. You got a gate that you got to go through left lane.
Yeah,
you just got to get it to the point where you two can agree to disagree. You know.
Okay, wait.
Shopping is better in Idaho. Says sources have alleged that during his time at the Monroe County Jail, he was asked why he made a 15-minute drive to Moscow, Idaho, from Pullman. To this, the suspect murderer said the shopping is better in Idaho.
Okay, I'm mistaken. Didn't thought that was a statement from his lawyer.
No, unfortunately, there's a lot of things that have come out that Brian has supposedly said that, he didn't say. We're talking about a criminology major. Anybody who thinks he's like chit-chatting with fucking COs at the prison or anything like that.
Yeah, no, he's not.
No, he isn't. He isn't having conversations with anybody except his attorney, and that's it.
If he has half a brain at all, the only thing he's telling his lawyer is he's innocent, and that's what he's telling the public too. If he says anything that comes out of his mouth, all he's saying is, "Please, thank you, may I have a drink of water, and where do I go?"
Yeah, I'm not in the camp that Brian didn't do it, but I'm also not in the camp that Brian did do it. And there's a reason why, because I truly believe in due process and the Constitution, and every single person, regardless of the crime they are accused of, is innocent until proven guilty. And his defense does not have to prove he's innocent. The state needs to prove he's guilty.
Now, if he
and the only way the state is going to be able to do that is if they need to be able to have actual physical evidence of Brian at the crime scene or on a victim. Because without it, everything else is circumstantial.
Or out of his car, the victim's DNA in his car.
No,
or
because
if that latent shoe print matches up, a latent shoe print is just like a fingerprint. If Koberger has a pair of tennis shoes with that latent print,
even the latent shoe print. Okay, the latent shoe print isn't found until the second sweep of the home. It's found using amido black. Amido black is a combination of two dangerous chemicals that law enforcement use at a crime scene to locate bodily fluid that is usually mixed with blood.
What's up, Justice?
Okay, so who cleaned it?
It doesn't matter who did it as long as there is a chain
I'm sorry. It absolutely matters if someone tampered with the crime scene and cleaned a shoe print.
They didn't clean that latent print before they tested it, or the amino black wouldn't have reacted.
Oh my gosh, that is not true. Okay. Amido black. Amido black is a combination of two chemicals that law enforcement use at a crime scene when, say, the crime scene has been contaminated, or tampered with. If someone has made the attempt to wipe up bodily fluids or blood or both that are mixed together, if they attempt to clean that, you're going to find it on your second sweep when you use amido black. So on the first sweep, they did not find this print. They didn't find it until the second sweep.
That doesn't mean it's been tampered with.
Because of the way they found it is how you know it was cleaned. Because they needed the amido black to detect it. So it's critical that we know who cleaned that shoe print, because it wasn't Brian. He was in and
Can
out
I
in
ask you
8 minutes,
something?
supposedly.
Can I ask you something? How many fingerprints you ever seen showed up before they dusted them with black powder?
We're not talking about fingerprints.
Yes,
We're
we
talking
are,
about
because it's the
bodily
exact
fluid.
same process of identifying something.
It is
Whenever
not.
you stick
It
your
is
finger to
not.
something,
You
you
do
leave a
not
fingerprint
use
that is
Amido Black to
invisible.
find fingerprints. Amido Black is not used to find fingerprints.
It's the same idea. You can't see a fingerprint that is latent until you dust it, because you have to make the color pop in it. If there's nothing to adhere, the oils in your fingers to adhere to it, then you can't get a fingerprint.
If the only way you are able to find that shoe print is using Amido Black, it is because it was cleaned.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying it wasn't cleaned. I'm not saying it wasn't cleaned. I'm saying that there is a way for a latent shoe print or footprint or fingerprint to be left behind and miss it, not treating it with another chemical first to make it.
It was not just
more
a latent
noticeable
shoe print. It was a latent shoe print that was discovered on the second sweep using Amido Black. Amido Black is specifically to detect bodily fluids that have been mixed with blood. So someone cleaned up that shoe print, and it is crucial that we know who.
That's very possible that somebody cleaned up a shoe print. I mean, 8 hours. I have questions about that.
And the reason that I say this is because this is what you just brought up about DNA being in his vehicle. Okay. If Brian knew someone in that house, one of the survivors who called him there for a ride, that survivor hops into his vehicle and they have transferred DNA from the crime scene into his vehicle. That doesn't mean he committed the crime. It means he picked up someone who was in the crime scene. You are going to need
not if it's in the driver's seat, not if it's on the brake pedals, not if it's in the driver's seat. You're not going to pick someone up to drive your car after you just committed a murder.
Well, I agree.
Not if it's under the driver's side door handle
I
grip.
agree with you on that. If they've got blood or hair or anything on the driver's side, gas pedal, brake pedal, etc., that's fine. My point that I'm getting at is we don't know what they have. That for all we know, that car has nothing. I feel like if the car had anything, we'd know by now because Banfield and Coppendorfer would have leaked it for sure.
No, see, that's something else. I don't think they're leaking as much as they're guessing at shit.
Crime lab,
so I mean, as far as the evidence, I mean, what's enough evidence for you? The person who's
the evidence has to be physical evidence of him at the crime scene in the house.
Okay,
on a
so
victim.
one knife sheath. That's one.
No, that's not
one. That's legitimately one.
That is not evidence of him committing the crime.
That's impossible. You know that's impossible, right?
It's not impossible.
I got a question then. If you don't think
if
that a knife sheath with his DNA at a quadruple homicide is enough to put him in prison, do you want him moving in beside you? Do you want him moving in beside you after he gets cleared? If his DNA being at the crime scene on a knife sheath is not enough evidence to convict him, in your opinion, do you want to live beside him when he's acquitted?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should. Yeah, I think they should put him next to you because that's insane to me. If my DNA is at someone's house, that means I was there.
I would have nothing to worry about with Brian living next door to me because I'm not one of the people he targeted. This was an isolated, targeted attack, so I'm not worried about him coming after me.
He's a serial killer. It'll all come out. He's a serial killer. He's been murdering people since he was 18.
The point that I'm getting at
that's
is
a comical response.
The
whole point is that the DNA was there and he was at the murder house. That's it.
Okay, but my touch DNA.
Let me tell you something, sweetheart. Let me tell you something you need to know. If Brian Kohberger is acquitted, he will qualify. He will qualify to have his identity and everything changed because of the danger his life is put in, and you won't know where he'd be living.
I'm not worried about it.
How are you not worried about it? He's a mass murder. You're not worried about a possible mass murder.
Well, that's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. His DNA was at the
It is
scene
your
of the
opinion
crime.
because he has not been convicted by a court of law.
That's fine, but that's fine. But investigations, criminal, let's see, the FBI, Idaho police have done investigations, and they found the man's DNA at the house, and his car's there. His phone's pinging at the location. He's there the
Okay,
next
but
day,
what
the
I'm
morning
getting at
of.
is
Okay, do you want them living beside your
I'll
college
give you an
kids?
example.
Do you want them living beside your college age kids?
I'll give you an example.
You ain't got nothing to worry about. You got any kids?
Yeah, I do have kids.
Put that mind over, man. I see.
I do have kids. One of them in college.
Is this what it sounds like in a
But
jury
listen,
room?
but we gotta. There comes to a point where we gotta be a little sensible. If all things, everything just clues into him. I mean, his phone,
I'm
his
being
car.
very
I mean, what else
sensible.
would you
What I'm
want?
saying to you is that me personally, with what I do for work, okay, there is
Which
at least 2 to 3 times a month that I am inside a firearms dealer. Okay, I'm touching all kinds of weapons at least 3 to 4 times a month. My touch DNA is on all of those weapons. And if someone comes in and purchases one of those weapons and then uses it in a crime, my touch DNA is going to be on that object. It doesn't mean I committed the crime because my touch DNA is on the object.
That's true.
But
then
they
we
will
have to be able to
will
connect the
clear you
dots.
based on the origin of the DNA because you'll be able to prove that you worked with all these guns. Because the serial number will be tethered to the shop that it was sold from.
They would be able to clear me when they see that I have no ties to the victim or the crime.
Right. So that's the thing. That's the thing. They're claiming that he has ties. Not only is that, they're saying that. I mean, okay. So say for instance, you went to the store and your hand is on. You had touch DNA on a weapon, right? You touched at a store, but that was involved in a crime. They know that you're not involved because why? They could check your cell phone. They could check cameras. They could check if you're involved. That's what they did in the situation. They checked everything and they were able to connect the dots, not based on one thing. It's based on multiple sensors of data and information. It's not based off the knife sheath. It's based off the knife sheath, the pings, the car, his behaviors.
Okay,
it's not
but
just
even
based
with
off
the
one
phone
thing.
pings, these law enforcement officers admit in their own sworn document that one of his phone pings, he wasn't even in Moscow.
But they didn't state what time, did they?
It doesn't matter the time. If you have
it does because it could have been 3 days before the murders.
If you have one ping out of 12 where they admit they don't even believe he was in Moscow, you don't think his defense is going to take those other 11 pings and say, well, how do you know he was there for any of the other 11?
You know, that almost makes as much sense as saying somebody that works 80 hours a week don't have 86 hours to murder somebody.
It doesn't take 86 hours to murder somebody.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
The point that I'm getting at is you have law enforcement themselves admitting that one of his phone pings, he wasn't even in Moscow.
Okay, but when? Time is everything.
Exactly.
No, the point isn't the time.
Yes, it is because it matters what time his phone wasn't pinging in Moscow.
I mean, the fact that he lost the sheath and his phone was pinging there the next morning. I mean, that's pretty...
Right. Maybe he was dropping the person he picked up back off.
That's in your imagination. That's nothing.
No, it's an opinion. It's an opinion.
Right. And it's
just like you guys have all of your speculatory opinions.
I'm not speculating though. I'm not really speculating. I'm going off of what the PCA says. I'm going off what evidence says, and I'm making common sense conclusions. I'm not just making stuff out of my imagination.
And I'm also reading the PCAs.
Okay, let me explain it to you like this.
I'm reading probable cause affidavits. I'm reading statements by law enforcement.
All right,
okay, I'm using law enforcement's own sworn documents and statements that are contradictory.
Let's say you're in Nashville, Tennessee on December the 28th, okay? All right? December the 28th. You leave and you go to Portland, Oregon, and you're there on the 29th. Well, there's a murder committed on the 30th, but you don't go back till Nashville till the 2nd of January. That kind of matters. Your phone pinging on the 28th instead of the 2nd or the 28th or 29th, because that proves that you weren't at that place during the time of the murders. But if I'm not mistaken, exactly what Koberger's phone records show is that not only was he there the morning after, but he had also been there multiple times in that general vicinity at odd hours of the morning. It was good shopping, a source says. There ain't no stores open after 11 o'clock.
Yeah, well, maybe he was dating somebody from there. Maybe he was buying drugs.
12 pings ain't a lot in one time.
This guy's supposedly a drug addict, right? Maybe he was buying drugs.
I thought he was supposed to be cleaning in college all of a sudden, getting his master's degree.
I don't know. This is what I'm saying. If we go by like a lot of the stuff that people have said and we go by the media and blah, 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 this guy is
No. I'm going by the affidavit on the Times with the timestamps of the phone.
Right. And even the timestamps of the phone doesn't prove he committed a murder.
The affidavit don't even say what days the pings was on either, so you can't really go by that either.
Right. And the point that I'm getting at, if you're the defense and you have the prosecution claiming we have his phone pinging in the general vicinity of the King Road area 12 times. However, one of those times that his phone pinged, we don't believe he was there. What do you think his defense is going to do with the other 11 pings? Never mind, you've got one tower within a 27-mile radius that everybody in the town is pinging off of. I'd be interested to know who else's phone was pinging off the tower between 2 in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, honey, don't you know one of the first things they did is collect all the phone data from those two towers and angulated them to know exactly who was where at what time within that vicinity?
They're not even using the victims' phones to determine the time of the crime. They're using the survivors.
They know Xana was on a TikTok at what time in the morning?
But it doesn't matter what time Xana was on her phone. Why aren't you using the victims' phones to determine the time of the crime, the motive? Why are you using the surviving witnesses' phones?
Because a victim's phone, the battery can go dead on it and them not have any record of what time they were on their phone. But Xana, on the other hand, was live on TikTok, and that gives a time.
Mr. Gonzalez said in a very early interview that he broke into both the phones for law enforcement.
Okay.
So
that was to look at social media. That was to go through their social media and stuff.
Well, how did they know she was on TikTok then?
Well, Xana was on TikTok, like her last TikTok was just like a few minutes before her assumed time of death.
I don't understand why
something about that time of death. That time of death can be gotten down to within 30 minutes to an hour with liver temperature, honey.
Regina, you asked Miss Annie what day did the ping say he wasn't around. Well, what day was the pings even said when he was around? They haven't gave no dates on the pings.
The night.
No.
The morning after, not the night. The morning after the homicides. His phone pinged. That's how they knew he went back to get that. Everybody speculating he went back to get the knife sheet.
Yeah, but everybody's saying 12 in the morning. Everybody's saying 12 pings.
But just like people are speculating that he went back to get the knife sheet, others can speculate maybe he was dropping somebody back off.
Well, then why hasn't that person said anything?
Maybe that person is in, one of the protected witnesses.
To the fact. Ain't nobody want to go to jail. I wouldn't say anything.
Right. There's a good chance, all I'm saying is that there's a good chance that, Brian was possibly dating somebody from that home, or maybe buying drugs from them. Okay. There is a good chance.
I think if he was buying drugs from anybody, he was buying them from Mean and Harsh.
Well, that could be too. The point that I'm getting at is that so far, law enforcement anyway, never gave a direct connection from Brian to a victim. Okay, law enforcement.
Except for the social media account everyone's talking about that he stalked.
But who said that? Law enforcement said he stalked a social media account when?
Didn't Ellie come out and say that Koberger had been associated or something?
No.
Like
no, law enforcement hasn't said nothing because there's a gag order.
No, they never said that.
They never said that.
The only people who said that Brian was stalking social media accounts is Ashley Banfield and Jennifer Koffendorfer from their anonymous sources. They're the ones saying Brian was stalking somebody on social media.
Jennifer possible sources are her own co-workers that she used to work with, possibly. That's what I think. Sometimes that's what I speculate on, but I don't know that to be true. But when you got 5 years in the FBI and the FBI conducted the search warrants, who's getting that information and who's able to get to that?
Well, here's the thing. Even if he was stalking them, say, from their place of employment, okay, well, that's going to present another problem because according to the probable cause affidavit, these pings that they have for Brian are supposedly at all weird hours of the night and morning when the Mad Greek is closed. So it's going to be pretty difficult for him to stalk them from the Mad Greek, and the Mad Greek's closed and they're not even at work.
I thought the Mad Greek owner come out and said that they had never been in there, that he had never been in there.
Yes, that's true.
I mean,
they did. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I can't wait to have you guys up after this is all said and done. When this case is done and everything comes out, I can't wait to see what everybody else says because I feel like it's gonna. I
think we're gonna hear a lot of things that maybe people necessarily wouldn't have even thought of, right? I do believe that there's going to be some bombs dropped in this based on some of these warrants that law enforcement has filed for. Considering they're looking into over 20 plus bank accounts for these kids, along with 4 to 6 redacted others who are not Brian.
Okay, but something you need to understand about the warrants, and stuff in this case is they'll fly through trial. They'll hold up during the first trial. The only way Koberger is going to get any relief on any of the warrants is in his appeals because a magistrate's warrant signed is gold until it goes before an appellate court.
No,
because at pre-trial, if his defense team
that's not true
can show just cause that some of their evidence is bunk, it's going to be tossed.
Yeah, it's gonna get thrown out. That's just like a drug case. It's gonna get thrown out. Everything don't stick in court. Only everything don't stick. Half of that'll be thrown out. At the end of the day, it's gonna boil down to 3, 4, 5 things. That's it. The DNA. I know everybody say, "Oh, touch DNA." But right now, I can go shake T-REV hand, and I can leave his house and kill somebody with a gun he never touched, and boom, his DNA gonna be on there. And if they never find me, they only go indict T-REV. That's how that works. That's why you got to be careful who you're around. I can kill somebody, I can kill somebody right now and T-REV never touched the gun. And I go kill somebody, I just shook his hand, he the murderer. People do this all the time. You cannot even use touch DNA in some courts. It don't stick.
I think if I remember correctly, it's like over 90% of touch DNA gets tossed.
Yes, touch DNA is nothing. Touch DNA is nothing. I can come to somebody's house right now and go break in somebody else's house, twist their doorknob, and it'll be the person's house I just left DNA. It wouldn't even be mine.
Touch DNA is enough to have him put in prison to see his day, though. Or
no, it's just like that. It's just like that. Yeah, for sure. You're right. But you got to think about it.
But I'm saying saying though. So we say touch DNA is nothing, but obviously it is if he's behind bars.
It's enough to get you arrested, but it ain't enough to stick because you can't use it in court. You can't use that in
But
court.
it's enough to make the original probable cause affidavit stick.
No,
it's not.
The only thing that I'm saying is the touch DNA is enough. The touch DNA, along with the other things they presented, is enough to have him in court to see his day. Now,
Absolutely.
Because it was enough to get a search warrant affidavit for his apartment too.
I am expecting physical evidence to paint the rest of the story for me here.
Yeah.
And here's the physical evidence, T-REV, that I think nobody is talking about. So Dylan Mortensen said he was wearing a nose, mouth, face mask, right? And a hat.
Mm-hmm.
So do y'all really think that mouth and nose face mask wasn't flying everywhere while he was killing people? You don't think his spit is all over that house and his sweat?
It better be.
Well, I know for sure that his
better be. I agree.
There's going to be hair and probably blood, follicles, or there's going to be blood and evidence and hair evidence in the car, 100%.
Absolutely. If he did this, absolutely.
That's
what
I.
Oh yeah. If he did this, they're going to be able to. They're obviously going to have a lot more physical evidence that actually ties him to the crime
scene. They're
scene.
going to bury him. I'm telling you, they're going to bury him. And
yeah.
You know how
there's so much physical evidence against him, y'all. There's no sane person in their right mind gonna acquit him.
But what's the physical evidence?
Well, it's gonna be hair in his car, and then there's number one is the sheath, right? The number one we have right now is the sheath.
I can't physically tell you what the physical evidence is gonna be, but what I expect is at least some type of blood in his vehicle or something found from the victim on his person at his house, all different types of shit.
Let me tell you what they got from his car.
I believe that a key piece of evidence is actually going to get tossed out, and it's going to get tossed out under Brady. That's what I think.
I think the key piece of evidence would be hair.
So let's take the angle
I think his brake and his gas pedal are going to have the evidence. I think there's going to be a latent shoe print on there from the blood. They're going to hit it with amino black and it's going to light up.
Bella said, look up touch DNA. I don't need to look up touch DNA. I've heard all about touch DNA for the last fucking 3 months to the point where I fucking dream about it.
But now, I guess here's my question. Here's my question, though, to everybody who is like, it's him, 1,000%. They've already convicted him, even though a court of law hasn't. I understand a lot of people have already convicted him. But what are you guys going to do if his defense is able to step up and prove that he wasn't there or that he only picked someone up and dropped them off?
I mean, I'd gladly put money on it any day.
But what I'm saying is, is your mind even open to the concept that he may have a good defense? Is anybody's mind even open to that concept that he might have a really good defense?
Casey Anthony fucking walked. Of course, my mind's open. Of Casey,
no. I'm not saying that
to the defense for sure.
No. Casey Anthony is totally different than this. We're talking about a death penalty case for a quadruple homicide.
No, I know.
And with the 3D scans,
a murder, allegedly.
The point that I'm getting at is we have multiple 3D scans that were done of the home. Okay. We have what supposedly was a bloodbath and one hell of a battle that took place on that second floor. Okay. If these things are true, there should be more physical evidence at the crime scene itself that can place him on a body, is what I'm getting at.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yes.
Right.
And there will be.
We know that
what I'm saying is
we know that at least 2 of these victims fought back and they fought back hard. Okay. So my hope is that if it is Brian, the people who fought back and fought for their life were able to get a piece of hair, get some skin cells, get something on their body from him that beyond a reasonable doubt is going to show he was physically in the home at the time of the crime.
Of course.
If they don't have that, because it's a death penalty case, this is where his defense is going to have a field day.
For sure.
If they do not have physical evidence in the home on a victim,
He will walk.
It's not the physical evidence whatsoever we're going to have to worry about in this case. I'm telling you, there is enough physical evidence in that house. No reasonable person is going to acquit him. If Koberger, by some miraculous chance, makes appeals and gets through in appeals and all that, this and the other, this will be how he does it. It will be from leaks in the media on the gag order.
It's happening now. That's what's happening right now in front of us.
But are they real leaks? Are they real leaks?
What I'm saying is it's damaging the case, though. It's happening right now before our eyes. Even though we arguing about Koberger, we should be looking at who want Koberger free from all these leaks. That's what we should be looking at.
I'm sorry to say this, and I'm not being rude or disrespectful at all, but if you believe that physical evidence won't be needed in this trial to convict him for
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Andy just spoke. No, she said there will be an abundance of evidence.
Andy just spoke. Andy, that's exactly what I said. I said if there is a sheath and just the pings and they just have that, then the defense is gonna have a fight. It's gonna be a good fight. You know what I mean? It's gonna be Mike Tyson versus Holyfield in that bitch.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's why he waived his right. That's why he waived his right to a speedy trial. Because if there can be enough evidence leaked to taint the jury pool, then he's liable to get an appeal or a mistrial.
Okay, but it's not. Listen, I hate to say it, but it's not his fault that people are leaking information. He ain't leaking nothing.
Yeah, the defense is trying to stop that.
Okay. So if you have a prosecution team and law enforcement who are leaking shit to the media and they're not supposed to be, it's them creating the problem.
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if his own lawyer didn't have her niece or something calling the freaking news stations leaking this crap just to get an appeal.
Absolutely not.
He won't need an appeal. It's gonna be one or two things. Not. He either gonna walk or he going for life. Well, he dying. It's only one or two things. It won't be no appeal involved.
Ann Taylor is not going to throw her entire career down the toilet to leak something to fucking Ashley Banfield. I can tell you that.
Yeah. I didn't say she leaked it.
Well, you just said she sent her niece to leak information.
No, I said she was sitting there talking to her niece while her niece was on the phone to Banfield.
No, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm not being rude, but that's absolutely ridiculous. If you're getting leaks from anywhere,
I didn't say she was guilty of it. I said it wouldn't surprise me, honey.
Black and white, the only thing gonna matter in court. Black and white, the only thing gonna matter in court. No matter what we say, he say, she say, whatever they turn into the judge is all that's gonna matter. And as far as what we saying they turn into the judge is bullcrap. Black and white, the only thing matter in court to the judge.
But the thing is, I feel like this is going to be the bombshell evidence. Like this is going to be one of the pieces of bombshell evidence is the hair. This guy was wearing all black. He was all black, right? He was wearing all black hoodie, black sweatpants, whatever, all black. He goes in and stabs 4 people, 3 that are girls. There's going to be hair all over this guy. This guy's going to have hair on him. There's going to be hair in the car. There's going to be hair in that car. Even if he cleans the car, he's not going to get every speck of hair. There's going to be a strand of hair from one of those victims in the car. It's going to be on his person. It's going to be on his hoodie, on his sweater. So that's going to be a piece of evidence. It's going to be from the car, and for sure he's going to get buried with that.
So I got a question. What if it's only one speck of hair? How do we go about with that?
That's impossible. Just one speck of hair. Just one speck of hair. Killing 4 people?
Yeah.
Bro, you could go to your girl's house, right? If you go to your girl's house and go hang out there, you're going to leave with a couple strands of hair on you. That's just off rip.
So if it's one speck of hair, how would that make you think is what I'm asking? If it's just one speck of hair.
One speck of hair, then he's guilty off rip.
Why?
Here's something else I'm kind of looking into.
Why would the victim's hair
what do you mean? One of these victims could have been seeing him. One of these victims could have been in his car previously.
So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about, like your imagination. You're saying the victims must have been seeing him?
So check this out.
I mean, the daddy said the same thing. The daddy said 12 times. Steve Gonzalez said the same thing that they kind of knew each other, but he didn't want to speak on it. He said there's a connection.
Yeah, it's not imagination. We got phone pings. He supposedly was there 12 different times.
Yeah,
how do you know he wasn't dating somebody there?
Do you think they haven't already removed the pee catch drain underneath the bathroom sink and taken his DNA from there too? Because if he did if he did try cleaning up a latent shoe print with water, he ain't gonna do it with his gloves on.
Well, why would he clean it up? Dion would have said that. Dion would have said, I saw him cleaning up a footprint.
So if we go by law enforcement, okay.
Wait, you said that the latent print. No. If we're going by what you said,
one at a time, please. Come on.
You said that latent print was someone trying to clean it up was why they didn't see it. Remember?
Yeah.
For sure.
Okay, well, if it was a latent print because someone had wiped it up, if Koberger was the one to wipe it up, he ain't gonna run water over his murder gloves in the sink and have sloppy gloves leaking everywhere going out of this crime scene. Okay, he's gonna take his gloves off.
Not only did he get in and out and kill 4 people across 2 floors of a home in under 8 minutes, but he also had time to wipe up shoe prints, wash his hands, and steal IDs. In 8 minutes.
Yeah. Who said that he took the ID the night that he committed the murder?
Who's saying he was in there 8 minutes though?
Yeah.
If you go by the timeline from law enforcement, Xana was still on TikTok at 4:12, and his car is seen leaving at a high rate of speed at 4:20.
Right, but that only says how long it took for him to kill Xana and Ethan. Then that doesn't say how long he was upstairs murdering the other 2 girls.
But if he's leaving there,
we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know what point of entry.
Okay, he was still making 3-point turns at 4:04 a.m.
4:04.
And then right after Xana got her DoorDash order is the time right whenever the DoorDash thing was going down. I assume this is speculation and opinion. That's how and when he got in the house. That gives him plenty of time to kill.
He gets into the house at around. He gets into the house at around 4:10 a.m. and by 4:17 a.m. he kills all 4 across 2 floors of the home with 1 knife, and he also has time to wash his hands, clean up a bloody shoe print, and grab an ID.
We don't know he washed his hands. We don't know if he cleaned shoe prints. We don't know that. We could take that out.
She just said, what if it was Brian cleaning up the shoe print?
Yeah, we could take that out. We could just go with
what's on black and white. Let's just go what's on black and white.
That. We don't have to. We don't know
black and white. That's the only thing gonna matter is what's on.
But don't you think it's going to be critical for his defense team if someone contaminated the crime scene or tampered with it to find out who and why?
Yes,
absolutely.
We need proof of that.
Absolutely.
We need proof.
If there's proof that evidence was tampered with and stuff.
We need that.
If someone cleaned up a bloody shoe print, that's evidence the crime scene was tampered with.
Here and apologize for being late. Now I'm glad I was.
Absolutely. If they had to bring in amino black, that means somebody, and they couldn't. If you don't see the bloody shoe print, that means somebody cleaned it up. That's common sense. Like that's logical thinking. If you don't see the bloody shoe print with your physical eyesight, and they have to come in with amino black acid to find the shoe print, somebody cleaned it up. That's like logical thinking. Like
right. And
like
and
we don't have to go against like the facts or go against each other.
Actually, if he did try to rinse the blood off of his shoes at all, and even use tissue paper and wipe the bottom of his shoe off and threw it in the toilet, he's going to leave a trail you can't see in that house with blood residue.
But we all know that he didn't do all that. Dylan's story says he just walked past her and left. He didn't do nothing else. So
if anybody in the house, if anyone in that home besides Brian was wiping up bloody shoe prints or any other evidence that was tampered with, okay?
Anyone in true crime should really know that the touch DNA, right? The touch DNA is an unreliable method for the offense, right?
100%.
Everybody in fucking true crime should know that. That's 101 common sense true crime shit. But everything that now we should have now this part that's coming up, the trial, when we get to the trial, there should be physical evidence. That's what I've been saying this whole time. So in general, I get the arguments on the touch DNA. I understand all that. I know it's unreliable for the offense to run with that to the house, but at the same time, we got to say, okay, they got this, they got that, and all right, he's in here. Now I'm looking for physical evidence. If they don't have that, I am on 70% of him walking. If they don't have physical evidence.
Yeah, but I mean, we got to keep in mind, we don't know 100% of everything that they have.
Exactly.
So, I mean, what's to say we don't come up in the trial when the trial starts and they got freaking ring camera footage of him walking out the fucking building? You know what I mean? Like, we don't know that. But
I always thought he walked through the front door. I don't believe he jumped behind the building, come up. I really think that dude. I think he came through the front door.
The front door.
But then why wouldn't he exit through the front door?
Hey, all the thing we looking at is DM story. We just looking at he say she say right now. Whoever the perp was, I really believe they came through the front door. And I believe that's just how it is. I just believe I don't think they did all that to make that happen. Whether they was away from the house or not, whoever did it came straight in through the front door.
But why would you believe that if he left through the glass sliding door?
We don't know if he left through the sliding door. DM the only one gave us a story. Other than that, without her story, we wouldn't have a story. We'll be stuck speculating.
Facts. Right. The front door being left open, there's reports of the front door being left open. That indicates somebody left in either a hurry or they came in a hurry.
Who said the front door was left open? Obviously, if the girls ran out the house that morning, they left the front door open.
Right. That's exactly whenever they were talking about the front door being wide open. Was whenever the girls were this side trying to get help.
At like 8-something in the morning, and they noticed the front door was left open. You remember that, T-REV?
No.
Law enforcement said that when they arrived on scene, the front door was still open.
Yes, because the girls had ran out the door. Of course, it's going to be open.
Law enforcement also stated that when they arrived on scene, there were multiple people already on scene. They also confirmed multiple people were on the 911 call. So the point that I'm getting at here is we have an issue where we have a potentially highly contaminated crime scene because we have 2 surviving witnesses who summoned multiple other people to the scene and never dialed 911.
Absolutely.
Okay, but what does that have to do with Brian Koberger's DNA actually being at the crime scene? If he wasn't an invited member into that house.
His DNA is a single source of touch DNA on the inside button snap of a sheath.
Which means
we don't know that. We know they use that to get an affidavit, a search warrant affidavit. We don't know what all sources of DNA they got in that house.
They had a party the night before with over 150 people. There's at least 1,000 sources of DNA in that house, guaranteed.
I don't think that house would fit 150 people.
Has anybody watched any of the body cams, any of the Moscow police body cams going to that house for the noise complaints?
Yes, absolutely. Every time.
Okay. On any given day, there was 50 plus people in that home, and 9 times out of 10, the people who lived there weren't even home when the cops came. Maddie wasn't home. Kaylee wasn't home. Xana wasn't home. These noise complaints were coming in for huge parties going on in that house when the people who lived there weren't even home.
Well, we got to take the part out of them not being home, because we know as college students they're going to say that because they don't want to get in trouble. We could hear in the video that they're screaming out their names while, the police are outside. So clearly they're in there. They just don't want to get in trouble they just don't want to talk to the cops. They don't want to get in trouble. That makes sense that they're saying they're not there. Obviously, they were there. They are at their own party.
We don't know that they were there.
Thing. That's a typical
thing to say. We don't know that
they
were there.
You don't want to get in trouble. You don't want to talk to the police. So you have your friend come out. That's just typical college thing.
Well, I mean, I don't know, because on one of the body cams, Kaylee came out and so did Xana when they were home.
Right.
So why wouldn't they come out if they're home?
Well, there's a difference between like underage drinking and noise complaint.
If the call wasn't concerning them, why would they go out?
Because the cops show up and they ask to speak to a resident of the home who lives there. When that happens,
all right, I have a
two
roommate.
separate
If
occasions,
my roommate calls the police and it's nothing to do with me, I'm not going out there. I don't have nothing to do with it.
the point that I'm getting at is out of the multiple body cams that we have, on one instance, Kaylee was home, and when the cops rolled up, she came outside. On another instance, we have cops are called, Xana comes outside because she was home. So we can't say that they would not come outside when cops show up when they already have previously done that before.
Yeah, it's
The
true.
150 plus people being at the party is speculation, by the way, because in none of those body cam videos have I seen more than 2 or 3 people outside. Because let's face it, you don't send everybody out to the front yard when the cops show up.
Did you say that?
In one of those body cam, in one of those body cam footage, they have multiple people out back on the deck.
Yeah, on the deck,
out back where the string lights were by the patio. They have multiple people all up in every single window of the home.
Annie, hello, you there? Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yep.
Somebody in chat said you said Annie was arguing that they were killed. Did you say that? Killed at 3 a.m.?
What do you mean?
Did you say that they were killed at 3 a.m.? Somebody in chat said
that.
You said the timing could have been at 3 a.m. But
yeah, she didn't say that.
No,
I was just trying to. Somebody in chat said that. I was like, I
no, what I was saying is what I've already brought up before.
Okay.
If you go back and you apply the same principle that was applied at the Murdoch trial, his defense is gonna go by the time they're going to use the phones of the victims to go by time of when they were actually killed. So the reason that I brought that up is because if his defense goes with that angle, they're going to go by the last phone calls on Kaylee and Maddie's phone were at 2:52.
Right.
So they are not going to go by the phone calls. They are going to go by the core temperature of their livers.
Right.
Well, why would they go by that when the coroner then already messed up 10, 20 times?
Messed up.
It don't matter how many times the coroner messes up on the cause of death.
I'm just saying she told us lies in our face. So what will make her credible?
Wait, what lies?
Because
what lies?
the reason that I bring up the whole reason I brought up the Murdoch trial.
What lie did she tell?
The whole reason I brought up the Murdoch trial is because they used his phone to count steps. They used the deceased people's phones.
What, I'm the Trev lookalike?
Time that they were killed.
I had to point that out.
I'm dead.
That's my
brother. I never heard the coroner lie.
Well, she lied about the time frame. All you gotta do is go back and look at the videos for sure. The coroner has lied at least 3 times for her to been a coroner so long.
Listen, I can tell you right now that I've never, ever. There's standard protocol on a crime scene. Doesn't matter if it's a single homicide, double, quadruple, whatever. There is standard protocol. Nothing is to be touched, moved, or anything until your forensics and your coroner arrive. Next of kin is not supposed to be notified by law enforcement until coroner has declared time of death. Okay? Once the coroner comes and declares death, that's when next of kin can be notified. That's a problem because the coroner admitted herself she wasn't allowed into the scene until after 5 p.m. But Kaylee's parents said that they were notified by the sheriff's office around 4 o'clock, 4:30. So someone somewhere broke protocol to notify these parents before coroner even declared death.
Yeah. And I think that's what they all misunderstanding you and Miss Annie, because you just telling everybody standard protocol. You're going with standard protocol and everybody think you're making assumptions. But she just going with standard protocol.
You're actually wrong about something. The coroner is not the one that did the time of death. The paramedics that showed up were.
The coroner does the official declaration of death at a homicide scene.
The first responders
well,
on
the
scene.
Didn't even show up. The ambulance didn't show up.
Don't matter. No. First responder does not mean ambulance driver. First responder means it can be a police officer that is trained in. Yes,
you're wrong.
Yes.
The coroner got the coroner.
They are a registered
is
As
done by
long
the
as they're a
coroner.
licensed first responder, they can call time of death.
They can
I'm not
estimate the
talking
time
about
of death,
time
but they
of
can't
death.
give official. They can't give official time of death. The coroner has to sign off on it.
That's right.
No.
It doesn't matter if a
No.
law enforcement officer at the scene says, yeah, they're dead and this is the time. The point that I'm getting at is the official declaration of death is done by the coroner, and next of kin is not to be notified
Well, it's
until
really
that's done.
funny. It's really funny that you should say that because my dad's death certificate is the time his hospice nurse wrote on his death certificate, not the coroner.
Because the coroner signed off on it.
Yes, you misunderstanding what she's saying. The official time of death has to come from the coroner. You're not officially pronounced dead until the coroner say that person is dead. Their signature means more than anybody in the time of death.
The coroner. It is
That's why a dead body can sit in the street for hours before they say, "Oh, that person." You'll see a white sheet, but then in that case, the coroner don't ever have to show up to the scene to pronounce that this person is dead. A coroner always got to pronounce that you're dead. And then the morgue come pick you up. And then the morgue come pick you up.
No, a certified medical technician. A certified medical technician is usually the one that records the time of death. Usually the coroner signs off on it.
I'm not even talking about when the time of death. I'm not talking about time of death at all. I'm not talking about time of death. I am talking about the protocol that law enforcement and first responders have to follow when it comes to notifying next of kin. When it comes to notifying next of kin for a death, they are not allowed to do it until the coroner has declared the death officially.
Yes.
Someone broke protocol to notify the Gonzalez family.
It wasn't the police. It wasn't the coroner. It was the kids that were there.
It was the sheriff's office who caught according to the Gonzalez family, they were notified by the sheriff's office.
Yeah, Steve literally sat on his couch and said the police called him. Like, did people even watch this case?
Yeah.
He said
wasn't that after 5 o'clock at night? Didn't Steve Gonzalez say that he wasn't notified like whenever he thought he should have been?
He said by the sheriff's office. He said by the sheriff's office he was notified.
The Gonzalez family said that they were notified by the sheriff's office around 4:30 in the afternoon. That was almost an hour before the coroner arrived on scene.
Quick question: is Alex Murdaugh guilty to you? Is she guilty?
Hell yeah.
Is she the killer? No, I'm just asking her. Is she the killer? Is he
Who,
the killer?
Murdaugh?
Yeah, is Murdaugh the killer?
Oh yeah, they proved that.
Why do you feel like he's a killer? You said they proved it, but why do you feel like he's a killer?
They proved that he was a killer based on the phone data, the
phone
steps.
data.
Phone data don't matter in the Brian
Yeah, phone
Koberger
data
case.
doesn't matter to you. So what else?
Come on, if you're gonna apply one
The physical evidence at the scene.
Wait. There is no such thing as physical whenever it comes to metadata, honey.
Oh my God!
The physical evidence at the scene of the Murdaugh case is what got him convicted. The physical evidence at the scene of the crime.
Murdaugh said he wasn't there, but TikTok caught his voice. There's a lot of things that Murdaugh did too. That Brian didn't do. Murdaugh is speaking. Brian not talking. Murdaugh is speaking. Murdaugh hung himself. Brian not talking. Nobody knows Brian got an alibi. Nobody knows nothing about Brian. Murdaugh hung himself. He talked too much.
Right, it just started. Right, this is a new case. It just started. He doesn't have time to speak yet. But let's talk about the DNA, the evidence, though, which she likes to bring up a lot. So, what evidence there did you find that makes him guilty?
The physical evidence at the crime scene.
Yes. Right. So, what is that?
Yeah, for real.
They pulled out all kinds of stuff for physical evidence for the Murdaugh trial.
We need specifics. This is someone's life in prison.
No, when they had body cam video of how he was acting, that's one piece of physical evidence.
They used the body cams. They used the if I remember correctly, the tire tracks.
Yeah, the nanny.
Okay.
The voice on TikTok.
They used the Yeah, the tire tracks from the whatchamacallit there. The
Okay,
thing he was
that's
riding
not
to the property
DNA
on.
evidence, though.
Listen,
That's
the
not
way you're
DNA evidence.
rebuttaling everything
As a
in
matter
the
of fact,
Bryan case.
there's a lot of forensic experts that would argue with you that a latent shoe print is just as viable as a tire track whenever it comes
Weren't
to
they able
comparison.
to use the rounds at the scene?
I know we could talk one at a time. We ain't in preschool.
Well, I
Okay,
guess
sorry.
didn't they use the actual like rounds from the gun?
One person at a time. They don't want to hear people arguing and talking over each other for real. You know what I'm saying? Like we come on, we're all adults. We could do one at a time. We're not in preschool.
That's why I backed away to hit my bone.
I'm still waiting for the
There's
DNA.
a lot of. Y'all are arguing for real.
Yeah.
And it,
But I'm not trying to argue with anybody. I got 3 people telling me they need to hear my thoughts on what I think about Murdaugh and the physical evidence. And every time I try to talk, they keep talking over.
Yes, let her speak.
The floor's yours. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic.
So the physical evidence that they were able to present at the Murdaugh trial, as well as statements from other people involved. Do you get what I'm saying? This is how they were able to convict him. They also used, if I remember correctly, they were able to use the rounds found at the scene to the ballistics is what came back to their weapons, Murdaugh family weapons, correct?
Yeah, but a shotgun,
correct,
you're not
but
gonna have
find
ballistics
the
on the
weapon.
shotgun shells.
They couldn't find the actual murder
That's
weapon.
impossible.
I can't. Like 3 different people.
I
don't
said
know.
they couldn't find the murder weapon.
Isaac is exactly correct. You cannot use shotgun shells for ballistics testing and be able to say without a shadow of a doubt because it shoots a load that explodes the round.
It does not exist on a shotgun shell. It's impossible. That's why a shotgun was
100%, Isaac. You're right.
So this is why I brought that up, because I hear you're attacking everything about the Bryan case, but I've heard and I've looked briefly into the Murdaugh case, and that case is way less evidence in DNA than Bryan's case, and you're kind of
I'm not attacking anything. I'm just simply questioning why certain protocol that is usually standard protocol for law enforcement across the board. It doesn't matter if you are local law enforcement, state, or federal. There's standard protocol that everybody follows.
Yeah, that's all she's saying. I think everybody trampling on it because she's just saying the rules should have been followed. And all these questions, everything would have been questioned. She's not saying she's right or she's wrong. She even said Bryan. She's not saying Bryan didn't do it. The thing is, I think people don't like the fact that she's telling you his protocol should have been followed. Just like they shouldn't, the crime expert shouldn't have been in the house.
Hold on a second, because I would like to quote somebody here for just a second. If they don't have anything more than if they don't have DNA evidence that puts him at the scene of the crime, physical evidence that puts him at the scene of the crime, his physical being, then Kohberger should be acquitted.
That's true.
She wouldn't find him guilty.
He will walk.
She wouldn't find him guilty. But
I wouldn't either as a judge.
Heard one DNA piece of evidence in the Murdaugh case, even though I know he's guilty as hell too, but I haven't heard of one piece of DNA evidence that puts him at the scene of the crime, physical evidence.
Exactly.
Well, he was at the scene. They know he was at the scene of the crime because he's on the body cam.
I'm not done yet. But you said that he's guilty of the murder.
Right.
But
they have Alex Murdaugh on body cam at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, they not looking at that because they didn't study the Murdaugh case. Murdaugh said he wasn't even there, and they called Murdaugh voice on TikTok at the same time of the crime. It's like evident he wasn't. He said Bryan did no talking. Murdaugh talked too much. He busted himself.
Right. I mean, he did say he was at the. He pretty much.
No, he said he wasn't at the dog kennels. He said he was not at the. I watched that on Trail Channel that whole day. He said he was not at the dog kennels. And then the officer brought up the TikTok, and they said that's 100% his voice. His own people came on the stand and told on him.
Well, he said he was there to find the bodies, right?
I'm unfamiliar with that. But how would he know it's a body if he didn't know if it was a crime? They was on TikTok before these people
He's the one that found them. He's the one that found them.
Comes to the house.
He's the one that called 911.
Of course, he was the one that found him because he was on there talking to the dogs. His wife spoke, and then they heard him talking to another dog in the background before they died. Of course, he found him. He was right there when they died.
That's what I'm saying. He's at the scene. That's my point.
I'm about to share.
I'm just saying what you said. Whether or not you didn't know whether or not. I was just saying that he was the one that called in to 911. Oh, my wife, you know, the whole spiel.
Exactly.
All right, wait. Can everybody pause for a second? If she believes she's 100% innocent, I would like. I'm sharing the screen with you. I don't know if you got it up there.
Who is she?
All right,
Who is she?
I would
Who
like
is
you.
she?
You.
I don't believe he's 100% innocent. I've never said that.
Okay. Listen, you
because
don't want
it
us to
seems-
highlight you. Explain the police footage from right here. The way he looks at his dad. Explain that to me. If
What?
he wasn't there,
He's looking at his dad.
He's looking at his dad like a psychopath serial killer.
He's looking at his dad like.
When his dad says where he's coming from, look at the way he looks at his dad.
Yeah, I've already watched this body cam 1,000 times, like everybody else. I know you guys read into all this shit. I don't.
Well,
my
that's your problem.
my thing is, I feel like you, from
Who's
what
you guys?
you, speak about the case. I feel like you should be.
Who the hell is you guys? I don't get that.
Yeah,
I don't get what you mean when you say you guys.
I just mean a lot of the people that have already convicted him. That's what I'm saying. The people that have already convicted him in their mind before a court of law has, they look at these videos and they read every single thing. Look at his eye. Look at his this.
Yeah, you can't judge a book by its cover. You can't judge a book because all with the tattoos, you might just got.
I'm not a judge. I'm not a juror. I'm not nobody. I can't convict no one. I could just give my opinion on what I think.
No, but you get what I'm saying.
Sure,
you get what I'm saying.
Speaking of which, I have a prediction to make.
Citizen, I can't.
They have already recovered the murder weapon from behind the covert. That's a prediction. They got the murder weapon.
Trey, I got a question for you, Trey. Have you ever seen somebody with cross eyes though? When they look at you, they automatically look funny. Anybody with cross eyes, man. That's all that picture do. You can take a wrong snap of a camera, and the angle of a camera makes somebody look like what they ain't.
If we put up pictures of all the past crazy killing ass motherfuckers, Brian fits in that category to me, and that's just my opinion without talking to anybody or hearing anything.
That's a fact.
Look, to me, it doesn't mean that he did this murder, and I know that. But just when you see his eyes and look,
he's funny looking. That's what I'm saying. He's fun. He's a funny looking guy. It'll make you bleed. That's the perception to make you bleed.
I personally
been around a lot of
take a stance where I don't judge people based on what they look like, and that's just how I am in my everyday life. You cannot judge a book by its cover. Some people look weird. Some people look creepy. It doesn't mean they kill people.
Ain't no doubt.
So I got a question for the panel.
I don't know.
If I got
read some pretty good back
drugs,
covers on some books that let me know I didn't want to read them.
I got a question. If I was pulled over and I told the cops I didn't want them to search my car and they searched my car anyway, what do you call it?
Well, it depends on whether or not they had reasonable articulable.
I just need a straight answer. I don't need like no fairy tale because this should be a straight out answer. If I got pulled over and I told the cops I didn't want them to search my car, there was nothing in there, and they still searched my car after I told them no, what do you call it?
It's an unlawful search without a warrant.
Oh, okay, and that's protocol, right?
No.
Is that considered
No.
that's what protocol should be, right?
No.
It's the same. How not? Oh my God! What the?
I mean,
protocol says
that's
if you
protocol in like La La Land in the real
But what
world.
I'm saying is, no, those are rights. If you tell a cop they can't search your car, they should not.
they're not supposed to go in your car.
Right.
Thank you,
but
sir.
in the
Thank you.
real
Let
world,
me get to my point.
Unless they have reasonable, articulable suspicion or concern for officer safety.
Oh my God! I'm just asking for
That's
one.
the law.
I'm looking for
telling
one
you the
answer.
law. I'm telling you what your constitutional rights are and how they can go around it and just
no. The only time they can search your car after that is constitutional. The only way they can search your car after that if the dog go around and hit on it. If you ain't got no weapons in your car, if the dog don't hit on your car, they got no rights to search your car.
They have no probable cause to search your car.
This is
I
real life.
promise you guys, how many times have you seen a drug dog not hit?
I'm just saying, especially the state of Arkansas, we know how Arkansas get down. We know how Arkansas get down.
Law enforcement needs
I live in
probable cause
Arkansas.
to search anybody's anything. Doesn't matter what it is.
I'm just saying. I'm just going off protocol. Protocol. They should not search your car if they don't have reasonable doubt. I'm gonna lean that towards you. It's the same thing. She is saying that they should have took the right protocol when it came to this case. She's not saying he's innocent. She's not saying he's innocent.
Bing bong.
It's the same protocol. She just said if you look at all the protocols, that it's everything they did was practically like illegal. That's all she's saying. So instead of us looking
I
at
don't
it,
think it was illegal.
I can see where you're coming from. I
I'm saying y'all jumping down her throat because the only thing she stated in the court of law, they did everything incorrect. She's not saying Brian is innocent.
All I know is this: why the fuck are we fighting?
I'm not
I don't know. I'm just talking.
I'm not fighting.
I'm saying there's 600 people in here that say otherwise.
It's just passion in the case. It's just passion in the case.
Across to me is aggressive, argumentative shit when we can just respectfully agree to disagree, like I always do. I don't know how
we're all adults. I mean, I think we should be.
I don't think it's that hard to get along. I just think that I know that the passion is flowing, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but in general, it's really easy to get a point across, and then somebody else say, "Well, I respectfully disagree," and speak. I mean, I get the passion, I get all that. But arguing, come on now, we better.
We are up here fighting like Brian was our relative.
I respect that. Well, tell them don't watch the trial then, because it's gonna be worse.
Don't watch the trial. That and I agree. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, if we're spicy, the trial spicy.
I'm talking about like it's hard to hear Regina and Annie when they're both screaming over each other, or it's hard to hear when two people in general are screaming over each other. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you got two people spitting out sentences. And it's like, what? Hold up, what does he say? I can't hear, so I might as well just fucking leave and go find a better live somewhere. You know what I mean? That's how they look at this shit.
They said I'm echoing. I'm gonna jump down and I'm gonna come back.
I agree with that, Trev.
That's how people be looking at it, though. They all right. Oh, this is annoying.
But the only thing I was trying to get at is they have the right. They have the right, especially when it is a matter of public safety. Or a matter of safety to officers, or reasonable articulable suspicion that you have committed or are going to commit a felony or have committed a felony or a misdemeanor arrestable offense. All they have to have is reasonable articulable suspicion. And then they have given you your due rights. They aren't violating your rights anymore if they have probable cause. But they went the right route and they got a judge to sign off on the search and warrant and arrest affidavits. That's the legal process to do it properly.
The application for the search warrant for Brian's apartment was amended to exclude Holy Grail evidence. That's a fact.
Okay.
So it would make no sense that the lead detectives on a quadruple homicide would exclude their own Holy Grail evidence in an application for a search warrant for their suspect's home.
Well, here's the whole thing about it. Really, the officers didn't exclude it. The magistrate did, because the magistrate is the one that excludes evidence or admisses it into trial. The magistrate is the only one that can say that evidence is usable or not usable.
The application
it was definitely the judge that had that
amended by the officer, then resubmitted to exclude the genealogical DNA and the sheet.
Okay. Yes. But what you're not understanding is a judge had to approve it being removed.
Who's echoing? Who's echoing?
Yeah, they do have a bad echo. I'm not sure who it is, but I'm getting texts about it.
I see it all coming across like
it's
crazy.
It's not me.
I keep muting my mic, so I doubt it's me. They said it was me, but I keep.
Nah, it ain't you, Isaac. It ain't. It's coming from Annie or I can't tell because they're both on mute.
I just got a text message.
He said Annie and Gigi.
Annie and Gigi. Annie, are you okay?
I mean, that's Regina.
I muted my mic and I'm still doing it, T-REV, so it's not me.
Okay, thank you. This is better. This is better than arguments.
I just think we need to take a deep breath because we're all getting worked up over this when we're not related to none of these people. You know, and I'm not saying we're not supposed to be passionate, but let's use our minds. We're not, and when we're aggravated, we're not using our full mind, like the full potential of our minds.
That's true, but the thing is, at the same time, we gotta. It's just when there's, I mean, the reason why I just brought up that other case is because I felt like there's kind of like an odd way of just attacking future evidence as well.
The thing is, we got all this passion built up, and nothing has been presented. No physical evidence has been presented at all. So all we're doing is just poking holes around the PCA and going, a couple different lanes with it. And like I said, I feel like stances are going to change when that drops. When that evidence comes out, when it's presented, either A, we're gonna think he's definitely not guilty, or B, we're gonna be like, God dang, he smoked himself.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they drop the fingerprint evidence from another search or affidavit or whatever. It was still cleared by a judge to be done again. They've covered their grounds. They removed the original affidavit. They've done it the legal route. Maybe the police suspected that it might have some kind of tampering or whatever. So the police pulled it themselves, but the judge still re-signed a search warrant because he felt that there was probable cause. So I think that stuff really just don't matter.
In what circumstance would the lead detective on a quadruple homicide need to remove their own Holy Grail evidence from a search warrant application?
Well, there was an officer that had violated someone's...
I would like another law enforcement person to comment on this. I want someone in law enforcement to comment on this, because I know why Holy Grail type evidence would be kept out of a warrant application. And 9 times out of 10, it's either because the evidence was obtained illegally or because the evidence is tampered with, planted, etc. It is the only reason you're going to leave Holy Grail evidence off of a warrant application for a suspect's home, a suspect's vehicle, a suspect's place of business. The only reason you're going to leave that kind of evidence off of a search warrant application.
Yeah, it's a good question, Detective John, if you're here.
Yeah, he's probably out working right now.
Yo, T, I just messaged you on Instagram. Check that real quick.
I'm sure if you ask Detective, and I love me some Detective John. Every time you have him on the show, oh my God, I love that dude, So that's something that someone should ask him. In what circumstance would a law enforcement officer exclude their own, what is usually considered to be Holy Grail evidence from a search warrant application, and why?
Wait. You consider it to be their Holy Grail evidence.
No. You guys
No. Not once. Hold on a second. Not once have I heard the cops say, this is our 100% right here. That's speculation. No, I don't. I don't know what they had.
You specifically said the sheath and the genealogical DNA are going to bury him. You just said that the sheath and the genealogical DNA is like crucial physical evidence that ties him to the crime. Well, if that's the case, why wasn't it used in the search warrant application?
Because they didn't need it in the search warrant application. Obviously, if the judge reissued a search warrant application without that crucial key piece of evidence.
There's only two reasons why a lead detective there is only two reasons a lead homicide detective is going to exclude that kind of physical evidence.
Yeah, save that
Ask
question.
Detective John, he'll tell you why.
Yeah,
okay, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. That key piece of evidence has been excluded, right? So it no longer has bearing on the case if it's not going to be able to be presented in the trial. But that means that even without that crucial key piece of evidence, they still went ahead with another search warrant affidavit because they had enough. Period.
No, they applied for a new search warrant to exclude the genealogical DNA along with the sheath, and they told the judge who approved the search warrant they needed the warrant for his apartment because they were looking for the knife and or the sheath for the knife. They already had the sheath and they excluded it.
Smoke weed every day.
But we don't know. We don't know what else they had. All we know is they had sufficient evidence for a search warrant affidavit for a judge to still say that the search warrant was valid without that piece of evidence.
Hey,
Yes,
can I ask Regina, please?
the sufficient evidence that they presented was that they believed
I'll tell
he
you right
went
now.
straight.
Hold on, Annie. Hold
The
on.
sufficient evidence that they present.
I'm gonna mute Annie. All right, so unmute Regina. We'll see who has it right now.
It's not me, T-REV. Told you.
Hello.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic. We'll see. I'm telling. All right, let's see. I'm unmute Annie. Let's see if it's Annie. I don't hear it now. I swear I hear it. Okay.
Hello.
That echo's getting a little outrageous. I mean, it especially with everybody yelling, it's echoing and it's bouncing. Sound waves are bouncing back and forth. That I mean, if it's somebody,
I don't hear an echo.
You guys got headphones in?
I hear it echo.
No, I don't have. I don't even have my Bluetooth in or nothing.
Okay.
I mean, I know for sure it's not me. I got my headphones in. But I do want to shout out to Bailey. She's on her way to the hospital to get stitches. You're gonna be all right, baby girl.
I'm telling you, it was not a K-bar knife used in these murders, says Diane Draper.
I mean, if he didn't do this, it's one hell of a setup to set him up to do it. You know what I mean? To make him look like he did it.
If he got set up, then Murdoch got set up.
Yeah, I don't believe he got set up. I'm just saying, if he didn't do this, it's one hell of a setup.
Because I think Brian's case, Murdoch's.
I'm completely muted and I'm still hearing a loud echo.
Here, let me bust out these bad boys. I'll tell you who it is right now.
I'm not hearing anything.
I'll tell you who it is. All right. Everybody mute and I'll talk to Regina for 1 second. And I'll tell you exactly.
Okay.
We'll go through every single person.
Okay.
I don't hear nothing from Regina's end.
Is it me?
I mean, I hear water in the background. That's about it.
That's my aquarium. Sorry.
That's about it. It's the back. Maybe it's the background feedback. Is it the background feedback, guys?
I mean, it sounds like it is. I mean, I
From
still
me?
hear it.
Yeah, from you, Regina. It's the like the.
No, but there's echo.
I mean, I'm not hearing the echo right now, but I do hear the water in the back. That's it.
Yeah, there's a bad echo in here, T-REV. There's someone's.
Okay. Where did
I got my Bluetooth device.
where's Sloothy go? I just seen Sloothy. I was about to pull her up and she rocked. Sloothy, if you can hear me, drop back on. I was just about to pull you up. What's up? What's up, Jennifer?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. All right, here's Sloothy. Let's Sloothy break this down. But Sloothy is a deep diver. Come on, Sloothy.
Get him.
Everything froze. Am I even here?
Yeah, you're in here. 100%.
There's a lot there that I don't even really know where to start at. It's echoing.
Okay, I think it was Jennifer. It's Jennifer's got it playing loud. I just muted her for a second. You good though?
Okay. So I guess
Awesome.
Oh. Good Lord.
Echo.
I'm not hearing the echo right now.
I can hear it from. Yeah, I can hear mine too.
I'm gonna go ahead and step down. I'm gonna be watching, but no offense to anybody. I'll be watching, bro.
All right, let's see. Is there an echo now? We good? No doubt, Osmond. We good?
Yeah.
Do we hear echo now?
Yep.
Okay, that it's Jennifer's got it playing through her. I could hear it playing through her when I unmuted her. Jennifer, maybe I think you have YouTube too loud. He said, "Can she not yell on my way? Please mute this." Oh man, y'all are fucking simmer down, simmer down.
Okay. I had my speakers on. Sorry.
Okay, now you're good. You're good now, Jennifer. I hear you perfectly.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you hear echo now, Sluti?
I don't.
Okay, we're good.
I don't either.
Okay.
What was it?
I have no idea what the hell that shit was.
I was going to give up.
Okay, we're good now. We're good. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sluti. Drop it on him.
Well, I don't know. There was a lot that was said. I don't even remember. I remember I commented a lot, and I remember that we were saying things that weren't so. But what was everybody yelling about before I came in? Like I heard yelling that I had to get out so I could not echo anything.
Talking about everything. I mean,
So
fill them in. Fill them in.
One of the things something that I can think of off the top of my head, that when we were talking about like the time of death and stuff like that, if you die in the presence of physicians, that's totally different than when you die unaccompanied by physicians. So they can put that time of death from the nurse or whoever, I forget what it was said, but they could do that if you're dying like in a hospital or in hospice or at a nursing home, things like that. But when you die at home in a murder and no, hold on one second.
You're good. You're good. Shit, we got it slow. I'll tell you.
I think Sleepy froze up. I don't know what happened. I can't hear her.
Yeah, she's probably. Let me see.
I can barely hear you, T-REV.
She's probably getting a call. You could barely hear me.
I can barely hear you guys.
You got headphones?
No.
Up next on Mari. I'm dead. Up next on Mari. 242. That shit. I'm dead.
Hey, I got a question.
What's up?
The didn't they find multiple cell phones in Brian Koberger's possession?
Where'd you see that at?
Wasn't that in the stuff that was recovered in the search warrant? Like the laptop and the cell phone types.
They recovered that. They recovered that from his parents' house.
Okay, but he did have multiple cell phones, right?
I don't think it was multiple. No, I think that they got one cell phone, and then a lot of the laptops and hardware and stuff they got were damaged items.
I don't know why, but I could have sworn there was multiple cell phones that they took from the residence.
Good now if you have 2 months.
I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, they got his cell phone, and I think they got one other one. I think it was one other one that may have been damaged or not working or something.
Hey, T-REV, can you pull up the what they took from the home?
Which one?
And car?
Which home though? Because they went to his parents.
Can you get to the one where it talks about where they took the cell phones and the laptop and all that? I don't know which one it is.
Let's move on. Oh, I was reading some of these comments.
It's either the search warrant for his parents' house, or it's going to be what they found in the car. And if I remember correctly, they did 2 separate documents. One is for what was actually taken from the home, and one is for what was taken from the car.
Yeah,
and then they had the search warrant for his apartment in Washington.
I've never seen nothing about no multiple cell phones.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think there was only the one and maybe one other, but I thought it was damaged. I do know there was a couple of laptops they took that were damaged.
Yeah, I remember seeing shit like that, Brian.
Unfortunately, with everything they took from his parents' house, we don't even know if it actually belongs to him. You know, it could belong to somebody else in the house. Like New Balance sneakers. We don't even know if those were his sneakers, his dad's sneakers. We don't know.
Very true. Very true. Let me see. Present. Share. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. Boom. So I mean, this is this what you? This is from Pennsylvania. I'm pretty sure. Hold up. Let's see. Book with underlining. Isn't this from Pennsylvania? Let me check my folder. Coburger House. Yep, this one's Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania swab, Ziploc bag. Quarters, plastic baggie with green zipper, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, 8 pennies, glove, receipts, car insurance card, car registration, hiking boots, comfort in, room key, holder, stay information, something, shovel, what? Goggles, floor mats, reflective vest, used water bottles, wrench, door panels, seats, seat cushions. This is shit they took out of his vehicle. Shovel. What did he do with that shovel? What the fuck you got? It says
Shovel's
shovel.
normal. A shovel is normal for people who live where there's snow. You keep an emergency shovel in your trunk.
Yeah, that is true because I got a shovel here. It
Yeah.
snows here a lot.
Same with where I live.
Shovels.
We get a lot of snow where I live, and I have to keep an emergency kit in the trunk, and it's got
What is
everything:
it,
the
snow
spares,
shovel?
the shovel, everything.
It should say snow shovel though.
Well, I mean, mine is like a all metal, but it folds up. Know what I'm saying? So it fits inside the kit.
Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. It's like a roadside emergency kit. It's got the reflective vest, the shovel. It's got like flares and stuff.
Yeah, it does.
Hey T-REV, which one of the warrant affidavits was it that had the laptops and stuff on it?
The one from his apartment, I'm pretty positive. The one from his actual apartment.
Okay, can we see that one and see if the cell phones are in it? I remember a cell phone being.
Oh, they got one. They did get a cell phone, yeah, but I don't remember multiple.
That's so little. Let me make that full screen.
Let me find this real quick.
Okay. So.
Here it is.
Yeah, well, I just want to clarify while you're looking at this, okay? I know a lot of people a couple of people came up on panel trying to say that I'm saying Brian's innocent. Not only have I never said that, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about whether or not he's innocent or guilty. I'm talking about what the state is going to have to present to prove he's guilty. That's all.
Okay. Did they confiscate another cell phone from his parents? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't believe so. I believe they only recovered one cell phone from Brian.
Okay. That's what I was curious about.
Yeah. I believe it's only one cell phone. I do know that at one of those warrants, they did recover a motherboard. They recovered a couple of busted laptops and the hard drive. But even the hard drive that they got, the Seagate one, it's like 500. It's not even that big of a hard drive. It doesn't even really hold like a lot on it, and it's not actually it's not even a good one. So, but even that doesn't really necessarily raise any flags to me either, considering what he was doing for school. So my daughter, who's a college student, she, for instance, her classes are all for animation and digital design. And she has this crazy, like high-tech laptop that she has to use for her classes, and it came with like a 4 terabyte external hard drive for her to be able to store all of the animation and things that she's doing. Do you see what I'm saying? So even when I see like the multiple laptops and like books underlined, to me it doesn't really raise a red flag, just because we know what he was doing for studies. I mean, any PhD course, whether it's criminology or not, you're going to have a lot of books, you're going to have a lot of things underlined. You may even blow through a couple laptops, depending how long you're in school for, you know?
No, I thought that I didn't know for sure if they had confiscated like multiple cell phones, like if they had caught him in possession of a burner phone and his regular, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know, and that's something I was curious about.
No, yeah, I know, because I think that's what a lot of people were looking for too. They wanted to see, like, did he have more than one phone? Did he use a burner phone? Because he shut the, he shut the other one off. So, I'm in agreement with I'm in agreement with both sides. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of the point that I was trying to make in the beginning of when I hopped on. I'm not here to defend Brian, but I'm also not here to convict him either. What the points that I was trying to get at is, we have certain protocol that wasn't followed. We have certain evidence that was excluded from search warrant applications. We have, quite a few other things that were done by law enforcement that seem to go outside of the standard norms of protocol. And those are things that defense counsels can use to get their clients off. So I guess the point that I'm getting at it is, if he is the right guy, but his defense team is able to get him off because of so many missteps with law enforcement, right? That's an injustice. We don't want that to happen. We want the prosecution to be able to come forward with evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt he was in that house, he committed that crime, and we can prove it.
Yes. And I don't think that the prosecution would go forward with the case if they had only the touch DNA from the knife sheath. I think that added to the vehicle that was caught on ring cam and his phone pings, I think that was enough for probable cause, considering the circumstances. They were extenuating circumstances to get that search warrant affidavit. So I don't think there's really going to be a problem with that so much, especially if a magistrate signed off on the cop being allowed to remove that. Well, because that's a magistrate. I think
his defense team is absolutely going to call both of those lead detectives up onto the stand and ask them to explain in great detail why they excluded that evidence from their search warrant application. They're going to have to explain it.
Yes.
A good defense attorney is going to ask them to explain it.
Well, of course. But a good prosecution is going to put stuff out there that there's not going to be any, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no reasonable doubt left with what they're going to present. And that's the reason that they're trying to keep this all under wraps and stuff, because they don't want the jury pool contaminated with, they found this evidence, they found that evidence, because it's really all speculation until you get a lab report saying this, or this.
Well, and unfortunately, the jury pool is tainted because, clearly, if you watch anything on YouTube when it comes to true crime in this case, you've got 50% of people, maybe even more than that, who've already convicted him before a court has. The jury pool is already tainted.
Right. It depends on if they have evidence aside from anything that's been leaked. Now, that is perfectly true. If there has been factual evidence leaked in this case, it is going to hurt the prosecution's case. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if it is just people speculating and hearsay, and we come to find out, this, that, or the other wasn't even real leaked information, then it's not going to have any bearing on the case. The only thing that's going to have bearing on the case is the evidence that the prosecution presents to the jury.
I'm just trying to keep my mind open to the fact that we could learn that potentially there's a connection between him and one of the surviving roommates. We could potentially learn that he went there to pick someone up, not involved in the crime at all, which is why his car is seen on camera. There's potential that he was dropping somebody back off, which is why his phone pinged the next morning. We don't know, you know? So that's why I try to stick to only what we do know based on what we have from these probable cause affidavits and what law enforcement was allowed to say before the gag order. You know, it's kind of all we can go by is what we know from what law enforcement was allowed to say and release before the gag order and what we can read with our own eyes in these search warrants and probable cause affidavits, you know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of it where protocol was not followed. And even if, you know, even Detective John, I'm sure he'd be more than happy to explain why it is the lead detective on a homicide case, never mind a single homicide, but a quadruple homicide case, is going to exclude their own, what is normally considered holy grail evidence, the sheath found to the right of the body of Maddie, along with the touch DNA on the sheath, and then the genealogical DNA match. Those are like key pieces of evidence that you would normally put into your search warrant application to get into his apartment. Originally, those things were included in the search warrant application. Then the application was amended. They were removed and the application was resubmitted with no sheath, no touch DNA evidence on it. And they told the judge the reason they needed to get into his apartment is because they were looking for the knife and or the sheath. So it's incredibly questionable why they would tell a judge they're looking for a sheath in his apartment when they already have the sheath.
You don't.
It is working. The panel link is working. I just tried it from this phone. Yes, it is. It's working.
The thing about that is, I think that with what they have on Brian Kohlberger, because what started everything? What were they looking for in the very beginning? What was the first thing they come out and said? We need help finding this. They already knew there was an Elantra the day the murder was committed. Someone somewhere said, said something. They knew about the Elantra. They probably had the license plate from someone's ring video footage or whatever. I mean,
but that's not what they said.
What did they say? What were the other things they used in the search? The probable cause affidavit to obtain a search warrant
application for Coleman to get into his apartment. They said that they had believed that he immediately went home after the crime occurred, and they believed that is where the knife and or the sheath to the knife would be, was in his apartment.
James, I see.
So it's, you know, for someone who, like I said, behind the scenes, like what I do for work and stuff, there is no reason that you would leave out. You're not going to go to a judge and tell a judge, hey, we need a search warrant for this guy's apartment because we believe that is where the weapon and or the sheath for the weapon is, when you already have the sheath. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's incredibly questionable.
What's up, man?
Because if you have that sheath, you wouldn't need to exclude it from the search warrant application and tell the judge you're looking for the sheath if you already have it.
Sorry, I'm just joining. I'm a little lost on the conversation.
It's all over the place.
Well,
like
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
on earlier. I was on earlier, and you know, I'm coming on now, and we're still talking about the same thing about the sheath. I have mixed emotions with this case. I do think it's Brian who did it. I do think that someone else could have been the driver. But then I do think there's a corruption with the police department. So I have mixed
Oh, I
emotions.
believe almost every police department has corruption. I'm 100% with you there. I think there's corruption everywhere.
I mean,
in our law enforcement. I know there's good cops, but I know there's a lot of bad apples too. It's everywhere. It's people's hearts nowadays.
Are we still talking about the sheath?
We're talking about whatever you want to talk about.
Okay.
Now, I think we should touch up on the 8-hour gap. The 8-hour gaps within you know what I'm saying, within the police being called. That's what we should really be jumping on, because and a lot of people argue that point, but it's like, okay, you made a statement that shock like phase, so that means that you were indicated that something was going on that put you in shock. So what did you see that put you in shock? You know what I'm saying?
I think it was just a case of, you know, her opening the door and someone was immediately right there. And then, you know, the fact that he did walk past her and go to the door. I mean, why would you think if they didn't attack you that they had just killed 4 of your roommates?
And I'm
lock your door and go back to bed. He's gone though at that point.
And at the same
if
time,
he
he
didn't,
passed by Dylan's door 3 times. So if she peeked from the door, I mean, it has to be a crack.
Okay.
So it's like he had to have known that door was at least open.
I just don't understand why. I mean, I wouldn't assume if I had roommates that had people in and out regularly and I opened the door, I might be shocked to see someone immediately outside my door and just be like, well, they got some weird company. They had some weird dude over, because if he ain't attacking me and I'm, you know, maybe I'm just shocked to see him there and he don't attack me and he just leaves through the door, that would kind of dismiss me thinking he might have hurt somebody, because why didn't he hurt me?
But there's a difference between noises, right? So there's a difference between a party noise where, you know, like there's party going on, you know, a good time going on. And there's a difference between a noise that hits danger, as far as like screams. There had to been a lot of screaming in that house if 4 people got murdered or stabbed to death.
Well, her statement did say that she thought that she heard Kaylee or Maddie playing with the dog. I mean, I could see someone upstairs wrestling around with a dog, maybe sounding like, you know what I'm saying?
What if the 8-hour window is because your sorority rules are you're not allowed to dial 911 until you've spoken to your chapter president first?
But what happens if she would have called
my husband right beside me?
What do they do then?
Here, honey.
You
Tell her about the
penalty
fraternities.
for that for them.
I know all about the sororities. That's why I'm saying. So I happen to know for a fact that Pi Beta Phi has rules and policies in place where you are not allowed to, even upon a death, you are not allowed to call 911.
My husband is
until you have called your chapter
the
president
Alpha
first.
and Omega for
What
life.
is the penalty for that though if they do call?
The penalty for it is that you're going to lose your legacy. You're going to get kicked out of the sorority. You will not be you won't be allowed to do anything, to have anything to do with the sorority anymore. You can lose your scholarship. You can get kicked out of school.
I think she has something to do with it.
My
To
husband,
be honest.
my husband is a fraternity member.
Think she has something to do with it?
Yep, I really do.
Mm.
I think
Because
we look.
you
I
can't
mean,
you
8
can't
hours, 8 hours is a
you
lot of
can't
time to wipe up bloody shoe prints and stuff.
you can't be in a shock phase for 8 hours. I can understand for maybe 30 minutes, 40 or an hour, but 8 hours in a
Mm.
shock phase,
Yeah.
that's way too long. How long does a shock
Once
phase
he don't
last?
attack
Does anyone
you,
know?
whenever you're not attacked by someone that's in your house that there's people in and out of all the time, and they just leave and go out the back glass door like they were invited there, and they just leave. Whenever you see them leave, you might be shocked to open your door and see somebody standing there, and this dude looks weird. But hell, he leaves the house. Lock your door and go back to sleep. There's noise in a fraternity house all the time, y'all.
It
You
could be
know, if I was Dylan Mortensen, I'd be sitting there cussing my roommates if I was trying to sleep under my breath if I thought they was upstairs playing with the dog at 4 o'clock in the morning. I think we're
it
looking
could
at it
be
more of like they're all bestest of friends whenever they're roommates before anything else. And I know I don't want to be that roommate to call the cops on my roommates because they're upstairs playing with their dog and get kicked out of my house.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure she heard like screams as if someone was in danger. You can tell the difference between people
Right.
partying
But
and
as soon as he walked right past her without assaulting her or anything and went out that door, why would she assume he had just killed 4 people? He didn't hurt her.
right, and it could be maybe he was upstairs doing his thing and she was down on the second floor doing her thing. Who knows?
I mean, the more I listen and read about Dylan Mortensen and her statements and stuff, they make perfect sense to me as someone who has had roommates. As someone that used to walk in and out of the fraternity house unannounced. Someone opened the door. I got kids. I open their bathroom door. I'm like, whoa, whenever someone's right there. I'm in a little bit of a shock phase. But then I
Does
realize it's one of
anyone
my kids. And they're not a threat to me. So I'm not shocked anymore.
does anyone know how long a shock phase lasts? Like how long it lasts?
I think what we should be looking at is that it's already been declared by law enforcement and the coroner that more than one of these victims had defensive wounds. And Mr. G himself confirmed that one hell of a battle took place on that second floor. And we saw where forensics spent a lot of time underneath that good vibe sign in the living room. So when you put all of that together, there's no way she didn't hear the battle going on outside her bedroom door.
Unless she had earbuds in.
Nah, there's no way.
Unless she had earbuds in.
I mean,
or was medicated on regular over-the-counter sleeping medicine or prescription.
Yeah, but wouldn't you think
if she's medicated, how is she popping open her door 3 times and getting up 3 different times to look out the door?
Okay. You can be medicated enough to where you're still annoyed by your roommates and just looking out. I mean, no. I'm telling you.
Annie, you got an echo again.
I think that people are taking the like a shock phase, like a shock phase. I think people are misinterpreting the depth of that. I think it was more of she had looked out her door twice and nobody was there. And then she looked out the third time and he was there. That would shock me. But that shock would fade to whatever whenever he exited the house. I mean, y'all got to think she's been cuddled her whole life. This girl don't know what it sounds like for 4 people to get murdered. What she does know is what it's like to have multiple roommates that are loud and coming home drunk and making a lot of noise.
I'm sorry.
We also know we also do know that Dylan was in this is a home that she lived in that police were repeatedly called on for noise complaints.
Oh wow.
I
So
don't care. Like
I
I
just
don't.
looked up. I just
Go
looked
ahead.
it up, right? I
Yeah, it
looked
says it
up.
lasts for a few days.
Yep, hours or days. I didn't even know that.
It says it does, but I don't know. Like I
Oh,
said,
that's just what a roommate needs. A house that's had multiple noise complaints called on it, calling the cops because she
my
hears a bunch of noise and then getting kicked out of her room.
I guess my shock phase when my boy Chris got shot and killed, and I picked up the phone and hit 911 immediately lasted very long too.
Right, but
The
he got
shock.
shot right in front of you, T-REV. They
I
didn't get
know.
murdered right in front of her.
We don't know that.
I get that, right? I get that, and maybe who knows if they did or they didn't, but in general, she knew. Obviously, if you're in some type of shock phase or some type of scare, which in that situation, if you peek out the door and see somebody you don't fucking know, and then you hear sounds, and I'm here to help you, and I'm this and that, you know something's going the fuck on. Please, come on, you're 20. How old are you? 20, 21?
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
20.
that's the part that gets me. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you see somebody that walked past your shit, you're able to see his eyebrows. What else did you see? What did they
Right.
redact in those statements? Did
And
she
if
see a knife in his hand? What did she see? You know what I
and
mean?
then if she sees bushy eyebrows, then that means she saw his eyes, everything. Did they have eye contact? I don't know. But
Well,
it's
even
just
that.
funny. It's just funny for me.
If you're in a frozen shocked phase because you just saw someone with some bushy eyebrows, and that makes you go into a frozen shocked phase, and you don't have the presence of mind to dial 911 because you're in a frozen shocked phase, but you also do have the presence of mind to call multiple people over to the scene and never dial 911, you weren't in a frozen shock phase because she called multiple
That was
people
8
to
hours
the scene.
later. That's 8 hours later.
It's not 8 hours later because the G family said they were getting text messages starting at 10 o'clock in the morning from people on campus that Kaylee had been shot.
Okay. What's up?
So
Is that the official police statement?
that's the official family statement from the Gonzalez family.
Wake up, so stop. You're having a dream.
I want to say
At 10 o'clock. Okay, but that's still some hours later. The question we were all debating is why it took 8 hours for them to call the police.
Go ahead, Sleuthie. You can go ahead. Let's hear it.
I just want to say, because I heard as I was trying to join that we were talking about maybe she wasn't scared, that she was maybe initially a little weirded out because she saw someone in the house and wasn't expecting them, but wasn't too concerned. And that's why she went to sleep and didn't call the police, which I get. That would explain the time gap for me. But the problem with that is going to be, how are they going to say that that's the time that something happened then? If what she heard and the person that she saw didn't scare her enough to call the police, if she wasn't frozen, say, in fear, then how do you know that this person that you saw? So let me rephrase it. Let's say that the defense says that was him in there. That was him in there at that time that she saw him. But if she wasn't scared, then where are we getting that this is when they were killed? What if as soon as he walked out, the DoorDash person, let's say, came in and then that person killed them? Like, there has to be a reason. She either wasn't scared, right, because of what she heard and what she saw, and was in frozen fear that whole time, or she wasn't scared at all, and then it doesn't explain why she didn't call the police. Does that make any sense?
No,
100%.
No,
I mean,
I think she's in on it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but what I do know is that you were either scared or you weren't. So
That's the point I'm trying to make.
if you read the PCA, they don't say she was scared. They just said she was in a frozen shock phase. I mean, it could be just like whoever that will, like, who's in the house, and then was over it.
Frozen shock is in like, okay, I peeked out my door and seen somebody I don't
Right.
know walk by, so I'm like, okay. Is that what you mean? Like, you peek out, you see somebody that's there, they're not supposed to, or somebody you don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're seeing somebody with a mask over their face and
Yeah,
all black, I mean, you gonna know what time it is.
that's why I immediately think she was scared, because if you peek out and see somebody with a mask that's fully covered on their face, what are that? I mean, you know that's up to no good.
Yeah, you know there's not a party going on. Ain't no party.
There's also the potential that the PCA was intended to throw Dylan under the bus, because when you read it, that's kind of what it does. That PCA benefits law enforcement, not Dylan. You know, and even some of the statements in it, we're being told this is Dylan's statements. We don't actually know what she said. We're being told by law enforcement this is what she said.
So was she the one that called the cops? Right?
No.
Who called the cops?
We don't know.
So they said that both roommates, and this is in the November 20th press release. They said that both surviving roommates called friends to the house because one of the second floor victims wouldn't wake up, was unconscious and wouldn't wake up. And then those people are the ones that called when they got there. They called 911.
The friends. Or
Yeah,
that's the call.
the friends, what did they say? They summoned friends.
Yes.
The summoned friends. Yes, they're the ones that called.
Yes. Yeah, law enforcement said multiple people were summoned to the scene. They also said that multiple people were on the 911 call. So that right there is going to be a lot of evidence for the defense to say we have a highly contaminated crime scene. If any of these people that were called over to the home, and here's the problem that I have with it, because if law enforcement is admitting that these surviving roommates called other people to the home first and never dialed 911, we have the Gonzalez family saying that they were getting text messages and stuff from someone, from a cousin. I believe it's Kaylee's cousin who also goes to school there, saying that Kaylee had been shot at a house party. Okay. They were getting those calls and text messages at like 10 o'clock in the morning. So we have an issue where we're talking, there's already multiple people on scene, still another almost 2 hours before the 911 call is placed. So, you know, who exactly of the first responding officers, because Payne and Blaker don't show up until 4. So we have a noon to 4 o'clock window where who are all these multiple people that were already on the scene and in the home on the 911 call, and who cleared them? Because none of the first 3 responding officers had the authority to clear the scene or clear anybody out of the scene. Only the lead detectives would have the authority to do that. And the lead detectives didn't arrive until 4.
So let's say that they summon these friends at 9:30 and they get there at 10. Oh, nope, that's not going to work. I was going to say, let's say that they got there and they were like, oh, we think they're unconscious now. Keeping in mind that they did say, so the wording in the PCA was really weird, right? They were like, they told everybody's positions, their body positions, except for Ethan's. And they were like, and also in the room was a male. So then we got News Nation, who was like, he was found in the doorway. Well, I don't believe that at all, because Ethan's brother said he was in Xana's bed. So, I don't know why he would say that. And that was long before anything came out.
Wasn't it Officer Nunes who said that when he arrived on scene and got to the top of the stairs, he saw Ethan in the doorway on the floor?
No.
Xana. It said that Xana was visible in the doorway.
I thought it said there was a male.
But at that point, like, they don't say that they had to open a door or not open a door. So He could very well have, well, no, he said as he got closer to the room. So the door was open, but that would have been from the people that were around. But I'm saying when the summoned friends got there, were the doors closed? Did they give them a little bit of it's like 2 hours before a call to 911 was made? But let's just say that the door was closed and they gave it like an hour and they were like, okay, why are they not answering? We've tried calling the phones. Nobody's answering. So let's bust the door down. And then they see that and then they call 911. But I don't think that's the case. Something else that I wonder about is we've heard about Xana and Ethan, but did anybody go upstairs to check on Haley and Maddie?
Mm-hmm.
And if they didn't, why didn't they?
Right.
Like, I wouldn't assume, like, if I found 2 on the same floor as me that were deceased, I wouldn't automatically assume that the ones on the 3rd floor were deceased. Would you?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Especially if one from the 1st floor comes upstairs. Then I'm like, okay, so you're okay. I'm okay. Let's go see if they're okay, you know?
Well, I do know, after watching forensics in the house and, you know, all those news crews outside kind of trying to see what they could see with what forensics was doing, forensics spent hours in that living room under the good vibe sign by the bar cart. So I find it very difficult to believe that none of the people, including the surviving roommates, didn't see all of the evidence underneath that good vibe sign, because there's clearly evidence there, which is why forensics spent as much time as they did in that one general area, swabbing and taking photos and stepping back and forth over something on the floor.
That was the hallway. That was the hallway to Xana and where Ethan and Xana were.
Right. Yeah, it's like right in between the living room and then that little step down area to Dylan's door in the kitchen. So, you know, I have a difficult time believing they didn't see the evidence, which if forensics spent as much time as they did in that little general area, you know, I'm going to speculate, obviously, that the evidence they were collecting there is some kind of blood evidence. And if you've got multiple people, including these surviving roommates, talking about, oh, we can't wake our friend up, but they're also seeing blood everywhere in the living room, you know, they're going to have a hard time, I think, explaining what they were doing in that crime scene for that many hours before 911 was called.
Well, I mean, that they can easily probably argue that within, you know, that's the time people go to sleep. So, you know, they'll be able to have some type of, the prosecution will definitely fight that.
Well,
as well as the defense, as well as the defense.
Yeah, and their phones will show it. So
Yeah,
if Dylan and Bethany, if Dylan and Bethany actually were asleep and didn't come out of their room, say till, you know, okay, she didn't see anything, she shut her door, she went back to bed.
Agreed.
Bethany was downstairs, didn't hear nothing, and she was asleep. Their phone records, those phone records should show no steps taken.
I think that by the time the police got there, I think that Dylan was downstairs. I think that's why we all were under the impression for so long that she was asleep on the 1st floor. I think at some point she went from 2nd floor to 1st floor. Because they do say, yeah, that she originally was in her room, and I think she wound up downstairs.
Well, originally they stated the 2 surviving roommates were on the 1st floor and didn't hear anything. Then it was changed to one of these surviving. Then it was changed to one of these surviving roommates was in her room on the 2nd floor and actually got a look at the suspect.
I think that if a reporter, because I remember vividly at the press conference, it was a reporter that said about the other 2 roommates, like, I don't think they were ever going to even mention them because of the fact that one had saw this person and was awake and was on the 2nd floor. So when they brought it up, he looked kind of like I wasn't even going to mention whatever gaps got filled. Now they have fibbed for sure. But I think that whatever was being said, they were just allowing to be said, because if they put
Right.
Dylan on that second floor before the killer was caught, she would still be in danger. I always thought that the reason we weren't hearing from the other roommates and why the police didn't really want to comment on it was that they were witnesses. But oh, and have you seen, so there's a filing in Nevada for Bethany as a material witness. I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is. It says material witness, and it says there was a subpoena, foreign subpoena. So basically, if Idaho had to subpoena someone in a different state, that would be a foreign subpoena.
Mm-hmm.
And she was subpoenaed as a material witness. And so I was going back and forth between like, well, why isn't she in the PCA? Like, there's literally nothing after she says that. Well, in one PCA, she says that they got home at 1:45. That was left out of the other ones. But I thought maybe she was asleep the whole time and didn't see anything, but then she wouldn't be a material witness. So
Right.
I think there's going to be something else.
Well, I'm
that's not
wondering too.
I'm wondering
too when it comes to Bethany, if she's being requested as a material witness for a case out of Nevada. Is that what you're saying? It's for a case out of Nevada?
No. So it's Brian Koberger's case in Idaho, but it was submitted to a court in Nevada, which could be where she is right now. I would say that's where she is right now. I don't know why.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, okay. I thought maybe there was like another separate case that she's a material witness on.
No, it's his case,
Mm.
and the state of Idaho's on there, and then she's in there as a interested party, I think, which would be the person they serve the subpoena on.
Well, I did find it interesting too in the beginning. The original statement was that the two surviving roommates were out in the community and both arrived home around 1 a.m. That was the original statement from Chief Fry. Right. Then by the time the next press conference rolled around, that's when it was changed to, nope, the two surviving roommates, one of them being Bethany, can identify Ethan and Xana at a Sigma Chi party until 1:45. So something tells me on the very first day when the phones were dumped, if she did give a story where I was home by 1 and asleep, I don't know nothing, I didn't hear nothing, I don't know nothing, and then they dump the phones and they can see on her phone, okay, you weren't home at 1. They're going to be able to tell that. They're going to be able to see her location for 1 o'clock in the morning. Was she actually at home? Was she actually sleeping? Right? Whatever happened, once they dumped the phones of Dylan and Bethany, it changed everything. It changed the timeline. It changed the timeline to when Dylan and Bethany got home, changed the timeline to Ethan and Xana. Because originally we were told by Xana's dad that at midnight he spoke to her and she was at home with Ethan watching a movie.
I'm sorry.
But then all of a sudden Bethany, right, but then all of a sudden Bethany saying they were both at a Sigma Chi party till 1:45.
I keep seeing people, so that 3434 JJJ keeps saying, I missed most of what they're saying, but I keep seeing people say, where's the proof? Where's the proof? But the last message that I see, they say the noise complaints were not actually called in. The officers were reminding them not to misstep and shut up. I mean, I don't know about all of that, but I do know that they were officer initiated. So it wasn't, there's ones where they've literally on body cam, I've heard them say the neighbors called. Once the neighbors called, then it's a problem. But the call itself was initiated by an officer.
Right. And we do have a couple of instances as well where officers were responding to a different noise complaint around the corner at the undercover frat house over there.
Oh, no.
And they decided to take it upon themselves to walk over to King Road to let them know, oh, well, you need to keep it down too. So there's one instance where officers show up to this private residence, even though no one has called on them. And that's not what they're called there for. They show up, they actually walk onto the property. They go around to the back of the home. This is in the body cam with Kaylee. And they're there. They just showed up at this house. They weren't called there. They were responding to a totally different call at another house.
What really gets to me is when Brian got arrested, he was like, is there anyone else arrested? Or what did he say? He
Like, who else was arrested?
Yeah, something like that.
Have they arrested
Why would
anyone
he say
else?
that? Why would
Yeah.
he say that?
That's
It
what
has to be
Ted Bundy
somebody else.
said.
I don't know if he said that or not. I do know that I heard them in that press conference, that very first Pennsylvania press conference right after his arrest.
Mm-hmm.
There was a separate reporter that had asked that. You know, we were told, we heard that he asked if anyone else had been arrested. Is that true? And they wouldn't confirm, but like, I don't know where that.
Like it's just, that's just random. Why would somebody say that? It's really random for somebody to say that if no one else was involved. Or maybe he was just saying that to throw them off, to throw the police off. I don't know, but it's just weird how he would just say that out the blue.
Someone just recently suggested to me that maybe he was talking about his parents or his sister, like, to see if just him being there got them involved in some way, or driving in the car. So I hadn't thought of that before. That was a good.
Yeah, that could be it.
Yeah, it
That
could be.
makes perfect sense.
He probably just wanted to make sure, his mom or dad or sister or somebody wasn't dragged in along with him,
Yeah.
Right. Or
But
maybe
it
his
also
dad
could,
is in on
if,
it.
well, it also could be too, if he actually did say that, right? I don't think he did, and here's why. Just because of his major. What he, this dude's been doing criminal justice now and criminology and everything for years. So I don't believe that he would just come right out and say, oh, did anybody else get arrested? All we know from Pennsylvania is the FBI had about 15 minutes with him where they were able to speak to him before he lawyered up. So they have a very small conversation for about 15 minutes. We don't know what was said in that conversation, but I know the lawyer in Pennsylvania came out and he did make a statement saying, I guess when the reporter asked, like, does your client know why he's being arrested or what this is all about? He said, of course, my client knows exactly what this is about. And he is well aware that law enforcement has all of his cell phone data, and he's looking forward to getting back to Idaho to be exonerated. That, to me, is actually more important than was anybody else arrested, because he's got a lawyer representing him in Pennsylvania saying, my client knows what he's being arrested for. He's aware of the situation. He's aware that law enforcement has his cell phone data, and he's looking forward to being exonerated.
I don't remember the cell phone data part, but I do remember all the rest of that. I remember him saying that he looked forward to being exonerated, that he was very smart and seemed to understand exactly what was going on, which he ought to. I mean, they would have told him when they arrested him. I mean, they would have told him specifics, but they would have said.
They do have to tell him what he's being arrested for and read him his rights.
But what he was being arrested for in Pennsylvania was basically on a warrant out of Idaho. But they still would have said, there's a warrant for your arrest in Idaho for 4 counts of murder and a burglary. So
I think it's going to be interesting. Cell phone data itself. I'm looking forward to learning whether or not Brian is connected to someone in that home, more specifically, one of the surviving roommates. I think that's going to be a critical part of the trial.
I feel like it would have done a lot for me if that connection would have been made in that PCA. Like,
right.
If you, I mean, if you would have told me, I just feel like if they had any type of, there's no reason to leave that out, right? If he knew any of the people that were killed, why not mention that? Especially if you're going to bring up the stalking and all that stuff, which they didn't. I just want to be clear. Oh, that's something we were talking about earlier, is the 12 pings prior to the night of the murders. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The reason that they were getting the data from his phone, from AT&T, was because they wanted to see if he had stalked any of the victims or had any communication with the victim's associates. I should pull it up. I should pull up the exact thing. I was wanting you all to do that earlier.
No,
Sorry.
I know what you're. Yeah, I know what you're saying now. Yeah.
He picked up on the stalking part, but not like to see if they were connected to anybody, see if he had been in contact with any of the other roommates. Or
Hi, T. You're in the show. I'm in the show, Abby. I know.
I
prior
know.
to the night of the murders was all late at night or early in the morning, right? That's what the PCA says. All 12 times except for one was late at night, early morning hours. When he was said to be there this time, that's the same time frame. So you're going to look at things that are out of their normal routine. If he never went there at 2 o'clock in the morning, and all of a sudden the night that they get murdered, he's there at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's an issue. If they, I'm hearing, but if he goes there all the time and shuts his phone off every time he goes there, then that's not abnormal compared to the night of the murders. But let's just say he goes there every.
You're really reaching there.
No, that's the truth. That ain't a
I
reach.
think
That's
it's her.
not truth. Every time he's been there was the same amount of time. Now, if every time he was there prior to that, he didn't shut his phone off, and this time he did, then that is out of character of his regular routine. That would be suspicious. But we don't know about those 12 other times. We only know that it was late at night, early in the morning. We don't know if his
I
phone was
believe
shut
they did say that the other times he didn't shut his phone off, nor did he shut it off the next day when he came to at 9.
They did say
that time.
He was pinging the next day for like a 10-minute time frame after 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it was like 20 minutes, 9:10 to 9:30.
Yeah, but that was separate from the 12 times prior to the murders that he was in the area late night, early morning hours.
Yep.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that they did say it was not turned off the other 12 times. Maybe that's just a newscast I heard, but did anyone else hear that?
They only said that he had been there 12 times.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all they say. They don't say when those times, like the dates of those things,
No.
minus the times he was pulled over. Or
No.
if his phone stayed on the whole time.
August 1st, he was pulled over.
August 21st, he was pulled
21st,
over.
yeah. Yeah, and that's and then it was the Washington officer who was running the plates in the building where Koberger lived, who saw the 15 Elantra. It's not a 13, but I'll run the plate. He got Brian's name, and that's how Moscow got Brian's name, was from the Washington officer.
Why didn't they run his license?
Because they were looking for a white Elantra 11 to 13. The officer saw a 15 in the parking lot, or he actually ran all the residents in the building and found a white Elantra. It was a 15. He ran that plate anyway, and he ended up getting Brian's name, and then that's when they swooped in. And I want to say too, on that, when we were told about the Elantra, 2 weeks prior to that, a bolo was sent out just to law enforcement, and they actually that's when the Washington officer got that information 2 weeks before we even knew about it.
So November 25th, they told area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for a white Hyundai Elantra. They don't specify the years.
No, they said 11 to 13, but the Washington officer ran it anyway.
2 Washington officers, I guess, independently verified that his vehicle was there, and it had 2 different, like, one in the system said it was Pennsylvania plates. The one that physically went there said it was Washington plates. Per the PCA, they were looking at 2011 to 2016. Or 2016, 2011 to 2016.
Yeah.
So
I find that also really weird that that expert of 38 years with law enforcement who couldn't identify it as a 15 because the 11 to the 13, the model was completely different for those 3 years, 11, 12, and 13. Then they went back to like their original style. So that really miffed me with as much experience as he had
I
to
don't
miss.
think he did. I don't think he messed it up. I think they worded
No,
it
he didn't.
that put the blame on him a little bit.
What?
I said, I think that they worded it in a way that kind of made him seem like he messed it up. But I think what they did was they brought him footage from the neighborhood and they said, "What is this car?" And this guy with 30 years of experience said that's a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra. Then I think they went in, and this is in the PCA. So when they brought him the footage of the car in Washington, he said that that car was a 2014 to 2016.
16. Yeah.
So then I think the police themselves were like, well, we should, I guess, be looking for 2011 to 2016. But the fact of the matter is the car that you were interested in, that was in the area that you know was there, that you saw on ring footage, was a 2011 to 2016.
11 to 16?
Or 13, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. That seems really weird that he ends up in a different model, or is that not true?
I think that it's very possible that that car in Washington was a 2014 to 2016. I think the FBI examiner gave 2 different assessments.
Oh, he did, definitely, on 2 different occasions.
And I think that's why it's not dated. I think that's why it doesn't say on such and such a date, we brought this footage to our FBI expert. On this date, we brought Washington footage to our expert. It all got lumped in the same paragraph because
it did say he later determined it to be 11 to 16.
Yeah.
And really broadened that range. But did they want us to look for an 11 to 13, or did they want us to possibly not actually find Brian ourselves in a 15? I don't understand that a little bit, but
I don't understand why they didn't run his license. I'm sorry. Why would
they did run his plate at Washington. Oh, do you mean from the crime scene?
No. From when he got stopped twice.
Usually
when you get stopped, the cops usually say, "Let me see your driver's license and registration," and then they take your license into the car, into the cop car, and they run it. Why didn't they do that?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know why. And you know what? I've been trolling through Moscow's daily incident log this week. They've had a numerous amount of unconscious victims and noise complaints and all that in the King Road area. I find that
I heard that too, Cindy.
Yeah, I've been looking at it online on the activity, and I get a couple feeds from where I live and the city next to me and where my daughter lives. I get those feeds every day in my email. But I just signed up for the Moscow one. But a lot of unconscious people up there.
It's because it's party. Those houses have parties.
Yeah,
And
they must do
people
a lot
get
of
drunk.
parties.
They get drunk and they pass out, and they call the cop that they passed out. I get
Yeah.
that. And JLR, whatever his name is, he did a thing at night where you could hear the party down the street. People
Yeah,
are
I watched that. That was
they're
good.
partying. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was Sigma Chi. When Brian Enton was there, you could hear their music and
Oh
their
yeah.
voices
Yes.
all the way across the
Hooping
road.
and hollering, and the murder had just happened. It didn't stop anybody. You
I
know?
have a report from a FOIA request that I had sent out a while ago for an unconscious person because I was curious how they handled these unconscious person calls. And the report that I got back was for a girl at Pi Beta Phi, I believe.
Oh, I saw that.
Who? Okay, I'm going to tell you what the report says, and you tell me what the situation sounds like. And
I didn't read the report. I just saw the little blip of the incident, but it was that the sorority.
Yeah, it was 2 days prior to the murders. And what happened was a guy and two girls were outside on a fire escape.
I don't have a key.
And one of the girls fell through the second floor fire escape.
Do that.
And they called in a unconscious person. And when the police got there, the girl was laying there. She was like unresponsive for a while. Anyway, long story short, one officer responded to that call, that unconscious person call, and interviewed two witnesses of people that were on the fire escape with her when she, fell through the fire escape and landed on the ground on her back. So my question is what is the difference between why did one person respond to that one and then three respond to this one if all they were told was that one upstairs roommate was unconscious? It had to have been more than that.
Or maybe the way the call was placed. I mean, I heard that whoever made the call was frantic.
I heard that too, Sal.
Yeah, they were really, really like you could hear people in the background. I think one of them fainted. I think it was Dylan. That somebody. I just think that particular call,
I was watching the old press conferences. You should go back if you haven't. It skipped through most of the stuff that's interesting to me is the questions at the end. And they asked him about that specifically. And the story that he gave, you all know they were summoned there. And that the police literally responded to give aid to this one individual that had passed out. Yeah. And when they went in the house, they found 4 deceased people.
Yeah.
Like the way that he was telling it was they had no freaking clue
that
anybody was dead until they literally went into there to help this unconscious person.
And they never ever seen anything like that in Moscow. They never seen anything. When that cop walked in and seen the blood and the carnage and everything, they had to be sick. They had to freak out, like unbelievable. Sure. It's crazy. I mean, and as for the door being open, I think when Dylan left, thought supposedly these guys went in and to see what it looked like or what was going on. They left the door open. That's all. I believe. Go ahead.
Wouldn't it be crazy, Sal, if we found out that the reason that Brian showed back up in the morning was because he was dropping somebody off that hadn't been there during the night?
That would shock the shit out of me. I'm telling you, because Sluty, I'm telling you, I believe he was the only guy. He was the only guy. I think he came back at 9 o'clock to see if there was police cars there, if anybody, to see if anything was happening by 9 o'clock. and there was nothing happening. There was no cops, no ambulances, no nothing. But he wanted to see if, yeah.
So let me paint a picture for you.
But
She was
Yeah.
about how people knew at 10 o'clock or whatever. Let's just say that one of the roommates wasn't there that night. They spent the night out, let's say.
Okay.
And then got dropped off at 9:20, we'll say. Went in, smelled the smells, and was like, what the actual fuck is happening?
Yeah.
Goes upstairs to look around, freaks out, and calls these people to come to the house. I don't know what kind of reaction that is. I can't explain that. But
Right.
calls the people over, and that's why she left the door open. Like, maybe the door wasn't open because someone was leaving. Maybe it was because someone was coming in. Does that make any sense?
But yes, absolutely. But what blows me away is that, I don't know, I heard by 8 o'clock in the morning, they found out something terrible really happened in that house. So she calls her friends instead of calling the cops. I don't get that. Why would they wait? Let's say it happened at 9 or 8 o'clock, 8, 9 o'clock. You waiting all that time and you call the cops at noon? It just doesn't, that part really gets me. Like, why? Why wouldn't you call the cops? Blows me away.
Exactly. Why wouldn't you call the cops?
Right.
I have a theory on this. I don't think that they called the cops about the 4 bodies. I think they called the cops about the roommate who was so freaked out coming downstairs to Dylan. I mean, to what's the other, Bethany's room. I think what happened is Dylan had figured out something had happened, and she went down to rouse Bethany, freaking out, and was so freaked out that she probably couldn't even, like, it was so traumatizing finding them that she couldn't even get it out of her mouth. So I think Bethany called friends and stuff in, thinking that, Dylan, ends up passing out from all this. I think that they call people in to help with Dylan, friends, Dylan blacking out. And I think that those friends also might have been friends from the fraternity of Ethan and Xana's and Kaylee's and Maddie's. And they come over there to help Dylan because she was in hysterics. And, Bethany finally got them over there to help her. And that's when they discovered the bodies.
So I'm going to read this November 20th press release. They said, detectives are releasing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Let her read it. Go ahead.
That on the morning of November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58 a.m., a 911 call requesting aid for an unconscious person. The call originated from inside the residence on one of the phones. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before a Moscow police officer arrived at the location. Officers entered the residence and found 4 victims on the second and third floors. But they say the surviving roommates summoned friends.
Right. And sleuthing, see, and they passed the phone around. So the kid, whoever was calling, these people were hysterical. They were hysterical. And the cops or the 911 call, that was the difference, I believe, compared to responding to a person passing out. It was
maybe the friends were frantic. I could go with that.
Yes.
But not these surviving roommates. That's not what it says. But the friends might have come over and been like, what do you mean you think they're unconscious? But then again, so that's still, you're still questioning then. Why did they think that one was passed? How did they not know?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I just had a thought.
I'll tell you something else.
What if
that kid that they said went into the house and checked Ethan's pulse? I don't go for that 1 minute. Those kids were dead for what? let's say it happened at 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, let's say. That's 5 hours. Those kids looked mummified. There was no way. I
Wait a
believe this
minute, you
guy
guys.
checked this
Check
kid's
this
pulse.
out. Check this out. What if Dylan got up, went into the kitchen, and seen things disarrayed, and then went to the bedroom? And y'all remember, y'all just said a while ago that Carnota was visible from behind. You could see, and you could see. What if Xana was like against the door where what if this is gonna sound horrible, but what if Xana with her last fight tried getting the door open to leave the room and was against the door, and Dylan tried to open the door, after she was knocking on it to check on him and stuff, and felt heaviness behind the door, and then open the door and thought, oh, something's wrong, she's passed out behind the door, and then called friends.
Yeah, see, I think somebody's just saying it here now. It said it was 8 o'clock when Dylan made the calls to her friends. Okay, so she knew or seen something horrible that just happened.
Yes.
Now, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You don't call the cops until 11:58, 5 hours later? What the fuck? What the fuck? And like you say, the smell alone in that house. I mean, I don't get that. I just don't get it. Why wouldn't they call all that time? Why? And nobody's got an answer because it's fucking crazy. There is no answer for something like that. But we're going to find out in court what happened. When they
So
go to court.
I'm seeing people say again that there was that Ethan was in the hallway. Ethan's brother made it clear before this stuff even came out, the PCA came out or anything. He said on Reddit that Ethan was on Xana's bed. So nobody knew the hallway or the kitchen or and regardless, I feel like that still doesn't answer the question of why nobody called. And since we're talking about this, earlier you all were talking about the latent shoe print, and that woman that was here, I think she's gone, but I think what she was trying to explain was that if you step in blood and you track that blood through the house on your shoe, that's different than how a fingerprint is latent because it's like the oils on your fingers. Okay. That's not visible on things. It needs the dust in order to make it visible. But if you kill 4 people and you have blood on your shoes, you should be able to see that blood. So what she was saying was that it was suspicious that the only way that they could see it was by putting the Amido black on it, which I agree with. And I don't know that Brian cleaned it up, but when I first read that, I also initially was like, who wiped the floor? Why is there only one print?
Yeah, that one print
They
fucked me
don't.
up too.
They don't just find latent prints that way with prints that have been cleaned up and left residue behind. Latent prints can also be formed that are not visible to the naked eye, that can appear with amino black. If you step in someone's blood and you rinse the bottom of your shoe off with water and you wipe it with a tissue paper, you're no longer going to see blood visible to the naked eye being tracked. But once you hit it with amino black, you can tell exactly where that shoe went.
Let me ask you something. Depending on how long that blood was there, okay, I don't think it would be. Well, again, how the blood on the floor, I don't think was fresh. If you know.
And it doesn't have to be. Just like a fingerprint doesn't have to be flat,
No.
fresh.
I
Because
know.
what's actually going on
No, I get
is you're revealing something that's there already.
right. No, I understand that. I got
It should be clarified though, just so people in the chat don't misunderstand. Luminol is what is used to detect blood. Amido black is used to detect bodily fluids, usually mixed with blood. So the Amido black is for bodily fluids. It is not. It's not mainly for blood. It's actually for bodily fluids. Luminol is for blood.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just something. This case. This is something else. It's like no matter, and this is just me, but no matter what else I hear, the other murders that are happening and people getting their eyes ripped out and their jaws sawed off and body parts fucking carved out. I don't know. For some reason, I still come to this case. It's like this case captivated me, I don't know why.
Hey, Papa.
Yeah.
I got a question for you,
You
love.
can call me Sal. Call me Sal.
All right, Sal. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
What do you think about the search warrant revealing the 9mm Glock? Do you think that weapon could be possibly why the noise upstairs wasn't enough to raise great suspicion because he subdued them at gunpoint?
That was the first thing I thought of when I seen that he had guns in the house, and I'm thinking to myself, well, maybe he held them at gunpoint and then carved them up, but then it just doesn't go. It doesn't go. I mean, and especially in the 8 or 10 minutes this fuck has been there. I mean, I think he just went into these rooms and just started slaughtering these people like a fucking madman. I don't think he held them at gunpoint. I think he just went in there and ripped them apart.
He would need to hold them at gunpoint if they're asleep.
I don't think they were asleep either, because Kaylee walked Murphy, and then Kaylee or somebody upstairs said, I think there's somebody here. And I think she said that because she heard what was going on downstairs, the rumbling downstairs, to where I think somebody's here. And then the voice saying, don't worry, I'm here to help you. These are reasons why they shouldn't tear down that fucking house. I'm sorry. If I was a juror, I would want to hear what they heard. I want to hear the whimpering. I want to hear, I'm here to help you. I want to hear how they heard it.
I want to hear what the sliding glass door sounds like when you open it.
There you go.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
also,
for sure.
that is an echoey house. I mean, you could tell just from watching the TikTok, you can hear. I mean, it is a very loud, echoey house. There's a lot of wood, and there's not enough carpet.
Yes. Whenever you see a video of these girls in that house, you could hear the echo of when they talk. You could hear it. It's like.
Let's keep in mind too, in the body cams, right? So even in the Moscow police's own body cams, we can hear everyone inside the house talking and screaming. So if there was a struggle and there were people who fought back and fought for their lives, I don't know how the other people in the home wouldn't have heard it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I believe that when he went upstairs and he started killing Maddie, Kaylee probably tried to stop him somehow. And that just pissed him off. Like, you bitch. And that's why she got the brunt of it, I think. I think she got the brunt of it because she tried to help. Now, that just makes sense to me. I'm a street guy, okay? and I know it's different when you're a guy in the street or a college student, a 20-year-old girl. I get it. I get it. But I would think the reaction would be, I mean, don't forget, this was 4:00 in the morning. These people were just about to go to bed.
I agree with you.
I mean, come on. Come on. I think Kaylee got it the worst because she tried to stop him.
Exactly. I think that too.
I wonder, the stairs share a wall with Dylan's room, right? The stairs that go to the third floor.
Yeah.
That'd be loud. It'd be a loud walk up the steps and a
Sure.
loud down the steps.
Unless
I
he
wonder
was
if maybe
injured.
You know, again, with the video of them, you could hear Maddie walking up the steps. And
Yeah, I remember a past tenant said that when he lived there,
Yes,
he could hear
I was
every
just-
creak and groan of that house.
I was
And at the
just going to say
beginning,
that.
did you guys hear where Bethany said she heard water running?
I
And
saw that
that's gone.
Gerard, Gerard something or other on Twitter. That's where I heard that from. As far as I know,
Hey,
Bethany.
something else you legitimately have to take into account is it was in the middle of dead winter. If there's central heat and air, I'm sorry, but that is one of the loudest things. Like you can hear echoes in my house when the central heat and air is not on. But if I go in my room and turn the central heat and air on, I can't hear my kids talking in their bedrooms anymore. But if I go in there and turn that central heat and air on and go to my room, I mean, if I turn it off and go in there to my room, I can hear them talking in their bedrooms.
Well, maybe, but I'm not going to believe that.
Is Sloopy still on panel?
I'll tell you something. I live in Idaho, and in November, it's not the dead of winter, and it wasn't that cold. So I doubt the furnace was running at full speed.
I don't think that matters. Whether the
I don't
heat was
either.
on, whether the heat was on or the heat was off, I don't think that matters.
No,
You have to
probably
hear. You know, let's just take Ethan because I'm a guy. Okay.
Go.
Okay. Do you know what I mean?
Can you all see the question on the screen?
No.
What's that?
The question on the screen. It says, please ask panel if they give any significance to Xana changed locks. Early reports saying someone right through Xana drawers, and how they think BK got to and from house. I don't think Elantra.
Well, why was the Elantra filmed doing the 3-point turns and parking in front?
Hey, T-REV.
What up?
I've already answered that question. You know I think Xana was the target.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter really who the target was. 4 young people died in that house.
And you know what? This guy, maybe he circled the neighborhood. Maybe he was working up to it. You know, he was going to
they had his phone pings in another whole area across the street before you even get up that way. And there were girls that lived in that area. And that is never talked about again either.
Right. But for some reason, he focused on this house.
Right.
And I believe that he parked up in the back of the house and he could see right through the windows.
Exactly.
You could see Maddie and Kaylee in their rooms. There was no window coverings. And he's watching these people.
And they think because they live up against a fence and a bunch of dirt and trees that nobody can see them. But even the next day when Brian Enton, no, it was another News Nation guy, was doing a update on the case, and that Elantra went by 2 times up the hill.
It was up on the hill. T-REV showed that.
Yeah, that happened. It's really strange.
That local news guy was talking, right? And then
it was a News Nation guy.
It's up on one of my panels that I've done. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I've seen it there too.
I have an honest question.
Go.
Why did they assume that the killer was in a car?
Why did they assume that?
Like, what about the car being there made them think that the killer was in the car?
Right.
How do we know the killer wasn't on foot?
That's great.
I don't think they knew that until the neighbors came forth with their videos and they saw the car on the videos, and
But
that's
I
why.
brought it up the other night. Could he have possibly been dropped off? Because remember they said the car made a 3-point turn in the street. Who's to say his dad wasn't driving a car? I mean, it's speculation, but who's to say his dad wasn't driving a car or somebody else and dropped him off? Because I mean, he was in there a matter of how many minutes? Less than 10.
Well, I believe the car was parked there from 405 to 425. So that's the reason.
They could have had somebody in the car waiting for him.
And also,
in case he needed to make a speedy getaway. You know,
that'd be the dumbest criminals in the world. Then,
but still, just because you're driving around, just because you park your car, doesn't mean that you're a killer. It could have still been somebody on foot.
It doesn't. But a preponderance, a stacking of circumstantial evidence upon circumstantial evidence has built this case to what it is. And yes, it's circumstantial, but almost every case in the United States is on circumstantial evidence. I think that evidence isn't even as good as a statement from the person the day of, because our minds forget what the people look like. And that's, Dylan, she sees through the mask, but she saw the eyebrows, which I find really weird because the eyeballs would have been what she would have been looking at. And I don't know, that maybe he had bushy eyebrows too, and he does, but if that's him.
The running routes BK took.
The who?
The running routes.
Right. I mean, that's my thing. So they didn't catch this car parking on camera. That car could have never parked. It could have sat in front of him.
That's what makes me think somebody was in that car waiting for him, like as a getaway driver.
No, they did say it was on camera.
It was out of the camera.
The neighbors that had that light bulb video camera is the one that got the car doing the 3-point turns and going around the block 3 times and then stopping for that 20 minutes.
I mean, going around the block 3 times indicates that he's in there doing a crime while the person's driving. You know, the getaway driver driving. I mean,
I guess that could have been too, but why didn't he come out for so long? It took him longer than they said.
I think he was working his way.
The car started driving around at 3:30 or something.
What is it, Pat?
Let me tell you something about the knife. Everybody's talking about this knife. This is a Marine-issued military knife.
Not necessarily. You can buy those same exact ones on Amazon.
Mike is that?
But it's still a K-bar knife issued to the. I can buy a 22. I could buy a Saturday night special on Amazon. I know what you're saying, but it's still a Saturday night special. It's still a K-bar knife, and that K-bar knife is made to attack and kill.
It is made to kill.
Don't tell me the blade got dull when he was going through their bones. I don't want to hear that shit.
No, it could have broke a tip off, though. It could have.
No.
Yes, they could.
I don't think so, Cindy.
Check it out.
Not if it's forged steel.
Not
if it's forged steel. If it's forged steel, that stuff's pretty hard, and bone's not gonna break it. I'm sorry.
No, they did say it. Even the Marine Corps knives issued by the Marines.
Yes, and you think the Marines are gonna? They're gonna.
It's not likely
that would bend or break. No,
it's not likely to break the knife. The little tip part can get stuck in bone, and if it's twisted or yanked a certain way, the little tip on the knife can break off. I didn't say the knife breaks in half.
No, I don't think it would be stuck in bone. I think this guy was rapidly stabbing these people. rapidly.
Yeah.
Nothing was getting stuck anywhere. As
You don't
fast
think
as
he
it
hit a
was
bone
going in,
anywhere?
as fast as it was going in them, that's as fast as they were coming out.
And you don't think it could have hit a bone no matter what?
I'm sure it hit bone. I'm sure it went through the bone.
Before we get too far away from the car.
Yeah. Okay.
Parking or not parking.
Right. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I just had to throw in the knife thing.
But
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at one of the PCAs talking about the cameras. And it's really
You laughing at me too?
I won't
No.
share the whole thing, but it's so I'm assuming there's one at apartment 52 on 500 Queen Road. I'm assuming there has to be more than one.
It's not 1122, 1112.
Yeah, but there's got to be more than just that one because
there's more. They just didn't tell us about the others.
So this is what they say. For the fourth time, says suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It could be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, which is the apartment complex next door, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. It does not say that car was seen parking, that someone got out, that it was stopped and its taillights were visible. So it could have been someone that was, like he said, dropping them off or dropping him off, or he could have been dropped off earlier. In one of the times that they had passed multiple times before the fourth time. You see what I mean?
I truly believe he was dropped off. I mean, it's just the way the description of the car sounds. To me, it's dropping someone off and waiting for them to go do something. I mean, that's just me.
Affidavit, it says they did the canvas for the video, and it says the video canvas resulted in a collection of numerous surveillance videos that were collected and have had and the people have had conversations with Moscow PD, ISP detective, and FBI agents that are similar.
But that doesn't mean that they were caught on camera.
That's right. That's right. And that doesn't mean they're telling you everything. They're
like
just
I said, a little,
putting one
I know.
thing
I'm just
over
saying
there.
there's more than one camera that got
but like
it.
I said a little while ago, who's to say when this trial starts, there's not going to be video footage presented that shows him walking out full of blood?
Right.
Sure.
We don't know that. So
Why are the houses? I want to know why the houses now across the street are now blocked out. Did they request that to be blocked out, or did they?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Privacy. I don't
You
think
mean
they
on
want that.
Google? Are you talking about on Google?
Yeah, I'm talking about on both sites too.
Yeah.
Blocked out on both.
I think that's weird also that the change happened. Maybe they did. Maybe because their address is listed in this PCA and they're on
so many people, so many cameras, so many people are coming to that house from all over, not just Moscow. They're coming from all over. And these people want their privacy. They want their privacy. They don't want
become a spectacle.
Recording their shit.
I think it is kind of weird, but yeah, it was. You could only see just their house blocked out. Now it's almost the whole town road of everything that they have.
I just have a question though. So now that Sleuthy has gone over
I guess
that
again,
PCA,
I'm saying, why are we assuming that that the killer was in a vehicle? Because here's the thing: everybody's saying that hair or blood, all that stuff, better come back in that vehicle if he's guilty, right?
Yeah.
Which I agree with. What if it doesn't? So far, we don't know that there was any of that shit found in the car. So what if it doesn't? And what if that person pulled away at a high rate of speed, even though they were, driving around like Miss Daisy before the
Or just
killing.
being dumbass teenagers, you know?
What if that person left his ass? Like, what if there's nothing in the car, could it be explained by that person realizing what just happened and then leaving him there? And taking
I don't
off?
believe
Yeah,
there's
if that
another
person
guy.
came forward and told,
I'm sorry,
but are
buddy.
they going to?
I wouldn't.
If
If I
4 people
was
died
driving the
and
car,
I
I'm
didn't
up.
do it, I would.
You're up. Listen, if you was driving that car, even if you didn't know what was going on, you're going down too, and you're going to also get the death
Well, yeah,
penalty.
you would be an accomplice to murder, actually. But I say I would because I am law enforcement, and I know I wouldn't get arrested.
So in Idaho,
even
if you know what someone was going to do, they can arrest you for murder exactly how
No,
they're.
I am law enforcement in Idaho. The same standards of training as Moscow.
So then you know,
I'm
right?
retired.
I'm kind of confused. What the fuck are we talking about? I'm all confused now.
We're talking about if there was a driver, would the driver come forward and say, I was driving a car, but I realized he was doing something horrible and I drove off. If he didn't drive straight to the police station and tell so they could try to catch him, then he's an accomplice to this.
Yeah, I would just take that into account somebody else.
If Brian was left behind by someone, say he had a driver and he was left behind, he wouldn't have been walking down to Blaine, then to, Genesee, then back up to Johnson and then to Pullman, because that's where they have his phone pinging.
Right, but if
how far is his house?
How do you know where he was walking?
If he left his phone in the car, then it would. But regardless, I was just throwing that in there as.
Oh, I know.
Because
but
someone.
Sloopy, I think it was you the other night that said you have the post from the.
Hold on a second. They took his brake pedal. They took his gas pedal, his steering wheel.
The FBI has that
the
whole car right now.
The whole
That
car
entire
is
thing.
that courthouse.
Because if he stabbed him and walked through blood, it's gonna be on his pedal.
Right. Yes, but what I said
that
is
would
the
mean-
FBI
that would
have the entire car and are
That would-
processing every inch of it.
Right,
But
and
again-
that would mean that they didn't think he had an accomplice. And if they did think he had an accomplice, why didn't they arrest him yet? That
To be
would have been
clear.
the biggest story. That would have been the biggest story.
Are
a
you
second
like
guy.
why Brian said, have you arrested anyone else? Is that why you think there's an accomplice?
I'm not suggesting there's an
No,
accomplice.
I'm asking
I'm,
the other guy.
I'm
so.
asking why we're assuming that the killer, the one and only killer, let's say, why that one and only killer, why we're assuming they were in a vehicle instead of on foot.
Because that's what the cops are telling us.
Yeah.
Why?
This
Why
car,
do they think?
this
is what
white
I'm
car circled around the neighborhood, and the phone. He shut the phone.
You guys,
off.
I think I know what the Giglio, Brady Giglio problem is. I've been reading through everything, and then I got the Supreme Court documents, and I think it was in an application for a search warrant. And I think that might really be not a good thing.
For another case or this one?
For this case, or because there's the same officer on this case, I'm not sure because they don't give the name of the person, but they did give the offense of what it was, and that was in writing the search warrant. Maybe everything wasn't on the up and up, and maybe that's why some of the things you said weren't in it for the Pullman house. It makes me wonder if I'm really onto something here. But
I don't know what it is, Annie, but you got your feedback is so bad. Not you, Cindy. Annie has bad feedback.
I'm muted.
yeah, that's a pretty much noise. I'm glad it's not me.
It's piercing when you hear
Is it me?
And your earbuds.
See, is it me?
No,
No.
It's Annie's mic is like picking up a lot of noise, more than it was
My mic is muted.
like that. No, I mean you're muted now. When you mute it, I don't hear it. When you unmute it, I hear it immediately.
I try when I'm not talking. I try to mute my mic, but then I forget it's fucking muted, and I'm talking, and nobody's listening to me.
That's why we ignore you.
That's me. I'm an idiot.
It happens.
How does it sound right now? Because I want to ask this law enforcement person who's on panel a question.
Cindy, I'm Cindy.
Hi, Cindy.
Go ahead.
How's my feedback though, Rev? Is it bad?
Yeah,
You sound all right. I can hear you.
It's bad for the viewers though.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sounds like
it's
somebody's
noisy.
listening to music in another
It's,
room or something.
it's like
It's real
you're
loud.
coming up from the ocean with.
Yeah, so I'm
bringing
just literally
ship
I'm just
hole
literally
and-
sitting at my kitchen table. I don't have no music on or nothing. I'm just sitting at my kitchen table.
Oh, don't let it wiggle
And I'm
around.
keep talking, and nobody's listening to me.
Maybe it's you breathing too close.
My fucking mic is muted.
That joint.
No.
Go ahead, talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe she should go back and come back in.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just gonna grab my coffee. Okay.
I've been muting my mic periodically because I'm over here eating. I don't want to eat in everybody's ear.
We appreciate it.
No problem.
Yeah,
I mean, I try to be respectable as much as possible.
I feel like I don't know. It's just it felt like a really simple question. I just was confused. It wasn't the only car that was in the area, so you can't say that the reason you thought that was the killer was because the car was in the area and it was the only one. So I'm just
yeah, I thought it was the only one driving around.
no. You got the DoorDash, you got and
Yeah.
then you have the police officers and their unmarked light colored sedan, and then you have the truck that was driving around, and I mean there were plenty, and it even says that there weren't like many, but there were other vehicles that were there. So
And there's other Elantras in the area too.
That's
He
true.
didn't have the only. That wasn't the only.
Even at
Elantra.
Jack DeCour's.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Cindy, I just had one question about a point someone on the panel made earlier regarding the sheath. I believe she said the sheath was not used in the warrant as far as probable cause.
Sacred, you sound like a robot. No.
She said it wasn't used in the Washington search warrant.
that wasn't me, but I do have something to
Oh,
say
I
about
thought
it.
you did.
It wasn't used in some places, but I'll let him finish. I
Oh,
wasn't me.
go ahead. Keep
Yeah,
going.
yeah. Am I clear now? How do I sound? Still sound like a robot?
It just sounds like a bunch of crackling in your mic. That's all.
Yeah.
Am I good?
You're good.
Okay. Yeah. So I just she said that the DNA, which she said, which kind of raised, my ears a little bit. She said that the bombshell, which I kind of agreed. She said it was bombshell evidence wasn't used in the search warrant app, which would be the sheath
They didn't
DNA.
need it.
My
They
man,
didn't need it.
yeah, still sound
They
like
need it.
They didn't need it to get the warrant.
Okay.
They put only what they feel they need. So saying what they found prior at the crime scene, it's not entered into evidence as far as the court case yet. The judge can say no to that sheath even coming in. So to state they have the sheath already when they really wanted to see if there was a sheath and a knife in Brian's house, that's what they said.
I want to tell you all something.
Yeah, I mean, that was. I felt like that was a good question. I wanted to see.
You can't make this. Hold on, you can't make this shit up. You guys ready?
Sacred, how you doing, buddy?
Look at this. Let's see what we got backstage. Tinfoil hat eating a fucking Burger King. You see what I see? I appreciate you coming back here giving me that footage though. Look at him with a tinfoil hat on, eating Burger King. My man built
it's the Burger King.
Shout out to that guy.
Well, yeah, Burger King.
Shout out to that guy, yeah. Look, I zoomed in on him and everything.
Don't you ever disrespect McDonald's eating Burger King, you heard?
Hey, look, my man had the mustard and ketchup in his hand. He came back here and put on a show.
You know he'd be up here not muted eating that burger.
Oh, gross.
So I want to say about the teeth is that, so do y'all hear that? Okay,
Yeah,
now
that's Papa.
I know that Sleuthy, you're playing devil's
What's happening?
advocate for the
your
law,
bike does that little-
and he's not guilty and he's not unguilty because he hasn't had his day in court. But with the preponderance of things that have been presented so far, does it sway you in one direction?
No.
No?
And I think that the minute that it does, I mean, do I think that there was enough written in that affidavit for a magistrate judge who's not going to sit there, obviously, and fact check every single thing that's in that PCA? If I'm looking at it and I'm reading it and I'm seeing all the numbers and all the pings and all the times that it's caught on video, am I going to sign it as probable cause to arrest somebody? Yeah. But again, that's a reason why we have this probable cause hearing, right? Is to make sure that that is what it is.
Well, it's a preliminary hearing that we're going to have, and that's where the charges will be read to Brian, and he will enter a plea guilty or not guilty.
Well, this hearing is, they call it the same thing. They'll call it a preliminary hearing, but this hearing is the one that they pushed back that he was supposed to have within like 14 days of his arrest. It is the probable cause hearing where they go in and they reestablish with the defendant there probable cause in order to keep him and then bound him over to district court. That's when he'll put in a plea, is if the judge says there is enough here, there's enough here to keep you till trial. And he'll be bound over to district court. And I'm sure that's going to happen.
I'm sure it's going to happen.
But what I'm saying is if you put all three affidavits side by side, okay, so we have an Idaho one written by Payne for the arrest. We have a Washington one, the affidavit itself that was written by Blaker for the search warrants. And then we have the Pennsylvania one that was also written by Payne that is for a search warrant and not the arrest. On the slide, not the arrest, because at that point, once he got the arrest,
I think he did say the arrest. He applied for the arrest warrant on the 29th or something.
In Idaho, and then he was wanted in Idaho, so Pennsylvania can pick him up.
No, in Pennsylvania, they applied for the search warrant the day before.
Yeah, the search, not the arrest. There's
no. Oh, I meant the arrest. The arrest warrant.
Can you find me the arrest warrant for Pennsylvania?
Well, I don't know if I can find it. But what I'm going off is just this PCA we have. It says it in there.
Yeah, so we have three. We have two from Payne, one in Idaho and one in Pennsylvania. And then we have one from Blaker that he sent to Washington. The only probable cause affidavit itself, the multi-page, where they're telling the whole story from start to finish, is Payne's Idaho affidavit. That is the only one that says that they got the trash and they got Dad's DNA from the trash and that they compared it to suspect profile 1. He wrote an affidavit, Payne did, for Pennsylvania and made no mention of the sheath match to the DNA. So no trash is mentioned. And in fact, Pennsylvania, when they applied for their warrant and they wrote out their whole thing saying, authorities started surveillance on this date. We observed him on this date. And then we got the warrant for his arrest on this date. They don't even mention collecting the trash. But my point is we were talking about the sheath, and I just wanted it to be clear because I hadn't noticed till I put them all three side by side, is that the only one that mentions that the sheath had DNA on it that matched to the son of the DNA trash was only the Idaho affidavit by Payne. He wrote another affidavit for another state and deleted that part.
Okay, on December 22nd, 22, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from Koberger family residence. Located, yada yada, and sent it to the state lab in Idaho. Now we know that Idaho had to send that to Texas, but it did come back with that 99.999, and based on that information, requested an arrest warrant for Brian C. Koberger.
You're looking at the Idaho warrant. You're looking at the Idaho affidavit. If you look at Payne's Pennsylvania affidavit, that's entirely gone, and he's asking for a search. He brings up like irises being scanned and fingerprints being needed to get in the phones. He adds a bunch of stuff.
I haven't got that.
Well, why is it gone?
I never got that search warrant or looked at it.
In my Google sheet thing, all of the affidavits are there. Pennsylvania, Washington, Idaho, all the returns are in there.
Okay.
I can't, can I screen share? I don't even know if I can screen share.
Yeah, you can screen share.
Let me see. I'm going to
just hit the present button down at the bottom on
you know how to do it, don't you?
Yeah, let me get the Google sheet pulled up.
I definitely would like to see the
I seen somebody with the I didn't mean to cut you off.
Would the side by side be best?
However, you can do it. I guess I gotta get the TV. I have a little screen, but
would it be most helpful if I pull them up individually, or do you want where they're all
side by side if you can, but individually if that's how you have to do it.
No, I can.
Hey, T, you got chest pains?
Yeah, on my right side, I keep getting like this sharp pain, but I mean, I've had it before.
Well, not good though, bro.
They tell me I'm healthy young man every time I go to the fucking ER over it.
Could be gas.
But don't fuck with chest pains, buddy.
Like right here, it's like a sharp ass shooting chest pain that I've gotten it plenty of other times. I won't say I've never felt it. It's not different than the last. So every time I go there, they do blood work. They'll run me through the whole 9, and I'll be fine. They'll be like, "Oh, you're fine," and then nothing.
Same thing, man. Same shit.
That's why I'm on disability, because I would be going to the ER. I was going like 40 to 60 times a month.
Yep.
Goodness,
that's a lot, dude.
You like the painkillers?
So they got me.
There you go.
That's why they put me on disability. I mean, I worked up till then, but
T, how's your toothache?
And on Sleuthy, on that,
I gotta get this shit drained.
The pings, it says all of these occasions except one occurred in the late evening and early morning hours. It didn't say that it wasn't in Moscow.
I didn't say that. I said that it was the same routine, that they were all at the same time, meaning
all but one.
Yeah, those 12 times that he pinged, except for one, so 11 times he pinged in the late evening, early morning hours, and then on the 13th they're said to have died in the early morning hours. So essentially, that's the same times that he was there the other 12 times. If that makes sense.
He definitely had a routine to it.
I wonder if all but the other one was at 9 a.m.
Maybe the 12 times he was there.
That's not counting.
Drugs in the neighborhood.
Yeah, that 9 a.m. one is totally separate from what we're talking about. We're talking about from the time from before the murders, 12 times before the murders ever happened.
Yeah, well, it just said all but one were in the early morning hours. But that was done by the cast team, and they are pretty much flawless. So I believe their records.
So then you believe that he was following his normal routine. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, no, it doesn't say his normal routine. It just says all but one of the 12.
Okay, but if there's 1 out of 12, that's a normal routine.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a reoccurring thing. It happens 11 times in a row. That's a pattern. I mean,
well, I get that.
I'm just a dumb. I'm just a dumb king.
I just am wondering. What I asked was it that day on the 13th when he came back?
No.
But it does say prior to November 13th here.
So what I was trying to establish was,
yes, Ruthie, what were you going to show us? You were going to show us something. What is it?
Oh yeah, I got it. Sorry.
It's all right. I get sidetracked.
All right, so present.
Make sure you click the little sound tab too at the bottom left hand corner of it, or it won't present the sound.
There's not sound on documents.
Can you see this? I mean, it's going to be super.
I was just double checking.
Oh.
Can you all see these side by side?
Yeah, I can see it all side by side. And you
Nice.
All right, so let me find where it is, where the sheath is. Hold on. It's the very last page of Idaho, I believe. Is it lagging real bad?
A little bit, not bad.
A little bit, but you could.
All right.
I deal with video game lag, so this is.
I was gonna try to.
So this is Payne's Idaho affidavit, and actually, here's his Pennsylvania affidavit. Both of them start out with this first paragraph: additional analysis of records for the 8458 phone indicate yada yada yada. This is the same on both sides. They both say Johnson, Idaho. The only one that says Johnson, Washington is Blaker's. Right below this paragraph, on December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Koberger family residence located in Albrightsville. Blah, blah, blah. Sheath identified a male as the biological father. If you look over here on the Pennsylvania one, after that paragraph, there is nothing. They're talking about nothing about the sheath. He says nothing about the sheath over here. And neither does Blaker. But then one of the state troopers, I can't think of his name, but one of the troopers is the one that said to that Dawn Davis that was doing the filling out the other stuff for the search warrant that went along with Blaker's affidavit. He was the one that was like, I'm providing this supplemental information, right? That we found this sheath and then this DNA match. And then Dawn Daniels was the one that was like, please don't consider this if you're going to use it to establish probable cause. So, but my main point in bringing this up was the fact that Payne wrote two affidavits, one for Idaho and one for Pennsylvania. And he did not include anything about this sheath and the DNA match in the Pennsylvania one.
But they had it in the Idaho one, right?
Yeah, that's the only one he put it in. So I think that the reason why he did that was because they needed it to arrest him, because that affidavit was for an arrest, not a search. So I think they didn't need the DNA for the Pennsylvania and the Washington search warrants, but they needed it for the Idaho arrest warrant.
Right.
And if you go to the Pennsylvania stuff, the ones that was filled, I can go to it if you want, but the ones that were filled out by the Pennsylvania authorities, they make zero mention whatsoever of digging through that trash, collecting anything for Idaho, getting a match on the DNA. They don't say anything about any of that. And I think instead of, it has nothing, I think that some immediately want to reject this like it's not true, no matter how many times you see it. And I think it's because you get the impression that it means that someone's saying he's not guilty, and that's not it. I think it would be smart if you weren't very confident in that piece of evidence to include it in as little as possible. Right?
Yep.
So I think that his affidavit was likely brought to the judge, and she probably said, you got to get a DNA. You got to see if he matches that sheath, and then I'll sign this arrest warrant. And that's why he added it to that. See, Pennsylvania, all Pennsylvania needed to know was that he had an active arrest warrant in Idaho, and they could pick him up, period. They don't need anything extra.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to change the subject, but I see Clarence's comment. I think it'll be a while before that happens, bro.
I know, right?
I've been playing 5M a lot, and man, that dude. The stuff you see in that game is ridiculous.
It's a funny comment.
About to
This
grab it after
probably
this.
this probably means nothing too. Of course, this isn't my marked up one, but um, something else that's interesting is, you know how when we read the Idaho affidavit, it said that they found a single source of male DNA, and then in parentheses they put suspect profile. That ain't in the other affidavits either. Like the single source of DNA is in it, but they don't name it suspect. They don't name it suspect profile. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was just picking up little inconsistencies. You know, when you're looking at them.
What's up, Rocket Queen?
Hey, I'm sure all this shit has got to come out. In the
Shit, I got a 4090 for gaming.
You know?
Really?
Yeah, bro. This
You got that big boy.
That's a 4090 right there.
Yeah, that's parity.
The alone, and then I got a 24.
I got like a 3010, I think.
It's a 34 core or 24 core.
Oh shit. Yeah.
It's a nice computer.
CLX.
Yeah, that's pretty decent. Was that a cowboy sticker?
I'll be getting 300 frames on.
Was that a cowboy sticker up there?
Where?
On the front.
No.
I'm messing with you, bro.
Nah, but seriously, it looks like
I got
kind of.
you. Yeah, it kind of did. I was about to be like, no, not the Cowboys.
It's the it's changing colors when you hit this.
Yeah, I got the little I forget what it's called, but it's
That's fire.
the RGB fusion. That's what the lights on mine.
Got the plexi.
I need something like that.
Double monitor setup.
I bought mine pre-made. I wish I would have never did that.
That's where all the action goes down.
I need to get me an interface since I've been doing lives lately. But I mean,
I got the extra one back here. I ain't doing nothing with it. I might do a giveaway on the stream. Boom.
What is that? A computer?
Yeah, gaming joint.
Yeah.
Got like a 990 in it though.
Yeah, that's not
a 990 Ti.
Yeah.
I might have to do a giveaway. Somebody having this gaming computer behind me that ain't being used. Find out how much it is.
I just recently freaking learned how to use more than one monitor. I gotta set it up. I gotta bring the other one in here and set it up, but I never know how to do none of that.
It's easy. Hook it to the back. Have one.
Yeah, well, you gotta do the little thing at the bottom. You gotta like do the desktop 1 and desktop 2.
I'm still learning how to fax.
Hey, look, do one DVI, one HDMI.
Yeah, that's all I could do.
That's what I do. But I had my, you know what I mean? They're both 8, but they're both full color.
Yeah. I never knew how to do none of that, dude. I mean, I just started gaming, bro, when COVID became a thing. Like I never really gamed like that. When I say I never gamed, I skipped the entire PS3 generation. I don't ever recall grabbing a controller on a PS3. But that's neither here nor there. I bet you Brian Koberg, he knows how to do all this shit. But that dude, do I think he's guilty? 100%. And honestly, what would we all say if he walks in a courtroom and pleads guilty?
I'd be like, awesome, thank you.
I don't think that would happen, but I mean, I'm just thinking of the possibilities. You know what I mean? What if he's that freaking ballsy to walk in and be like, "Yep, I did it, and I'm guilty."
He's gonna fucking take it all the way. This is a death case.
I mean, the thing that tells me he's guilty. No, Clarence, I don't play Madden, bro. I just play 5M.
I do. But I'll wear your ass out.
But the thing that tells me he's guilty is the way he looked at his dad when the state trooper stopped him. He looked at his dad like a freaking crazed maniac. When his dad started talking about where they came in from and their locations and stuff, he looked at his dad, and if that cop wasn't there, I guarantee he would have slit his dad's throat. But he looked at his dad like that, and then, oh, dude, go look at the body camera footage. He looks at his dad's talking, and then his dad, like, mentions their location where they were coming from, and he hurries up, and he just looks at him, and he had that look in his eyes.
I noticed that too.
Dude, that right there tells me the dude's guilty. That and the question he asked when he was arrested, was anybody else, like, who else was arrested? That tells me somebody dropped him off. If he's wanting to know who else was arrested, you know what I mean? And I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't feel I am.
I want to show you all something else. Since we was talking about this Pennsylvania one. This is the Pennsylvania affidavit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. This is the one that they wrote. It is for a search. So on Wednesday, December 28th, the Pennsylvania State Police was requested to assist the Moscow Police Department. Now, the 27th is when they said that they collected the trash, and the 28th is when they got. Huh?
No, I'm sorry.
The 28th is when they were supposed to have gotten the trash DNA back. So they were requested on the 28th to assist the Moscow Police Department and FBI with a homicide investigation, which occurred on Sunday, November 13th. As a part of the investigation, we reviewed reports and affidavits prepared by the Moscow Police Department, which I just showed you, establishing probable cause for issuance of search warrants related to this investigation, which are included in this affidavit of probable cause as Exhibit A. Furthermore, investigators began physical surveillance of the property and area of, and then it's their parents' address. And in the early morning hours of Tuesday, December 27th, observed Brian Koberger walking near this residence. Additionally, Koberger's vehicle was observed entering the Indian Mountain Lakes development on December 16th, and the vehicle is still believed to be on the premises. Investigators are also monitoring Koberger's cell phone, which appears to be in the same vicinity of this residence. On Wednesday, December 28th, while conducting surveillance, investigators observed Koberger traveling through Monroe County and arriving back at his residence and then the address. Based upon this, your affiants believe that Koberger is located inside this residence and in possession of items related to this investigation. Your affiants are requesting a search warrant be issued for the search and seizure of all items all items listed in the items to be searched, along with forensic processing of all items. And then they asked for all the digital search and stuff like that, and that they wanted to do it at night because it was a violent crime. So again, they don't mention nothing about the trash. They even mentioned the date, the 27th, when the trash was supposed to have been collected. All they said was they saw him walking near his residence. So they don't say that they saw him discarding trash in the neighbor's bin. They don't say that they collected trash to be given to Idaho to be processed. I think that probably FBI was the ones that did that, because Pennsylvania wasn't even asked to join in until the DNA came back. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't say that this is.
I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that they're not saying. You know, this is all stuff we got, but I can't believe that they don't have more. I cannot believe they have to have more. You know?
I think you raised some good points. I think there's some inconsistencies with what, they have on white and black, and what people in the media are just feeding to the public.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's to the point now where I think it's difficult for people to differentiate between where they're getting the information. They think that somebody in law enforcement said something, but they forget that it was really an anonymous law enforcement source that come through the media.
Right. I think that's messing up. I think what's happening, like the inconsistencies with what's in black and white and what we're being told, that's actually damaging. That could possibly damage the case.
I agree.
Yeah, me too.
One said, "You're gonna see." I'm telling you, it wasn't him. Watch and see. I see a lot. I get that a lot.
Everything points to him. They arrested him. They swear they got enough evidence to convict him. So, who are we to say they don't?
Oh damn! I ain't even see about that husband.
Cindy's in the chat, but she's up here too. For me, it says. But nobody said that the FBI needed to get a. I'm saying that Pennsylvania did not say that they were the ones that collected the trash. In fact, they weren't even asked to join the investigation until December 28th, which is the day that the sheath DNA and the trash DNA came back as a match.
Yeah. I accidentally exited out the internet window, like the tab thing. So it dropped off my ship.
And then they arrested him on the 30th, right? Was it the 30th? Yeah.
I think it was the 29th. Or maybe it was like overnight. That's the problem. I think it was overnight the 29th into the 30th. It's like 1 a.m. on the 30th in Pennsylvania, but it was still the 28th in Moscow.
And what about all that? What about the Ziploc bags? What about him throwing trash in Ziploc bags? What's that? They're not mentioning that either, right?
When they execute a search warrant, they come in the middle of the night most of the time.
Yeah, it was some guy that was reading off of a piece of paper. He was basically going off of whatever it is he was told, but they didn't document that in what we have.
Right.
There's definitely a lot of inconsistencies as far as affidavits are concerned.
Oh my God, Banfield mentioned her name in their report, and it was like yes, and I was like yes.
Hey, KD.
Oh, you talk about Sluthy's name?
Yeah.
No, Sluthy's a star. Are you kidding? She's
Yeah, she gets to go on. She be on the Twitter Spaces.
She's the queen. Yeah.
She be on them Twitter Spaces, and she does. She'll do her homework on that shit on everything. I know she's deep into that. It's the Steven case. I see you posting about it a lot.
I can't even go there. I'm so irritated. You have no idea.
Oh, I'm gonna be jumping into that one. I might need you to enlighten me.
Sleuthy, we need you on the Jelani Day case.
Yeah, oh my God, that Jelani Day case.
You all were talking about that the other day in a live, and I was like, how has it still been all this time and we still don't know why Taylor Young was found in the trunk of his car at an impound lot?
Yeah, really.
250 miles from his house.
If that doesn't scream suspect, I don't know what is. I mean, how do you tow a car not knowing, realizing there's a body in the trunk?
Yeah, Sluthy's got the receipts exactly, Kel. That's what people make these claims all the time, but then they don't show me nothing. And then when they do show me something, it's just pure speculation instead of.
Yeah, and then they got a couple creators. I'm not going to mention any names, but they like, why do I need to produce receipts to show your claims are factual? That's why.
Right.
I mean,
don't tell me the PCA says A, B, C, D, E. And then me say, can you show me what part of the PCA says that? I mean, I would prefer you just read it to me word for word instead of paraphrasing. I would rather to you read it to you word for word than paraphrase. So I'm not asking you to like prove your opinion or your stance on this. I'm just saying, if you're going to tell people that that's the facts of something and that's what's in black and white, then you ought to be able to pull it up and just read it to us.
I mean, it's just like you go to the store and you buy an item and they give you a receipt. That's proof you bought that item.
The people who say Ethan's, because if you see the title of this live, it was Ethan, no death certificate, ? There's been a couple people that came to make claims that Ethan don't have a death certificate, but in general, his family can block anyone from getting a death certificate.
Yep.
From what I was able to research.
Even I got a death certificate. Are you kidding?
I'm just saying though, why is that even in the air though?
No idea.
Yeah, for real.
What? Yeah. So what they're? I mean, what's being said is Ethan's not even dead, or what?
Yeah, that's like.
They threw a dummy body there. I don't know. I mean, the theories that I hear and see, man.
I mean, what do they think? That like Ethan's gonna pop up at trial? What?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, like mysteriously they had one survivor. No, I don't think that's possible.
Something's weird with this. I got evidence that Christy Gonsalves is money laundering. What? Where?
What?
Yeah, that's what I was told by one of my mods. And my mod went over to some other channel and was talking in the chat, and this creator screenshot it and emailed me it and was like, why is your mod over here referencing your name, saying that you've seen these receipts and they're all in your Discord? I was like, I've never seen no receipts that prove Christy Gonsalves is a money launderer or Ethan has doesn't have a death certificate. I was just told.
Here's my question. What does that got to do with anything? Leave these people
alone. That's weird. That's weird as hell.
Leave people alone. Really? If you want to figure out the facts of this stuff so you can actually track down real facts about Brian Kohberger, which I have yet to see. Why are you looking at what if they're laundering money? Like, I just don't see what any bearing that has on this murder case. Are we helping or are we gabbing?
You know, I remember when this first broke, they even said the father was a suspect, that Steve was a suspect.
Oh yeah, you're gonna hear all that.
I was like, what the fuck are they talking about?
That was like an ex-Marine, ex-FBI agent got on there and said that he wanted to know how he knew A, B, and C, and then at the same time, in the same breath, turned around and shamed sleuths for bringing up shit that has nothing to do with it and speculating and this and that, but sat there and said that if he was the one that was investigating the case, he'd have brought dad in to find out how he knew that Kaylee was in the bed with Maddie. Come on.
I'd be a son of a bitch, boy. That fucking shit. I was fuming when I heard that shit.
They never thought that the dad knew that because of all of the kids that were called to go to the scene first before the police.
Exactly.
That's.
I mean,
some people don't plug things into the power outlet and then they expect that light to come on. No, it's not going to happen that way.
But I don't get on the over a man who was trying to put out information but not put it out in its entirety, right? Because we saw a lot of him trying to like throw stuff out, and then unfortunately, other speculation in their search for answers got to them, and so eventually it got to the point where they were repeating things that they were hearing in the Facebook groups and shit like that, and people were sending them messages like. But as for the bed, like he probably didn't want to say, I know she was in the bed because they confirmed it, yada, yada. So we got the whole story about how her bed was still made and this and that. I just feel like if you're going to point out this about a victim's dad before you're willing to look at this huge fuck up of an investigation that the Moscow, I don't care what you all say. I've read the PCAs. I get it. But I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm confident in anything that was, and especially the announcement right before the arrest was done, where it was, this is Moscow police's investigation. We picked the detectives and we called the shots. And it was very, like they didn't want anybody saying that they were being incompetent, but look at the footage from the first couple days after those kids were found, dude. They had people walking in. Only the people that had business there should have been walking in and out of that crime scene. Why was everybody and their mother walking through there?
That whole crime scene was fucked up when they walked into the house or went and checked pulses and shit. I don't go for that.
I mean, the police, they were supposed to secure the scene, yet they had people walking in to like look around and then walk back out. Yeah. This is like not a show. It's not like, if it's going to be a learning opportunity for y'all, it needs to be a learning opportunity later on via camera footage.
Sloopy,
Everybody,
you know what gets me, Sloopy? I remember, and it sticks out in my head. I remember Steve saying he didn't have to go upstairs. And that fucking stuck with me. Like, why did he say that? He didn't have to go upstairs.
I think he was saying that if the target, who I believe is Maddie, me personally, not Steve, obviously.
Maddie. Yeah, I thought that too.
I believe he was saying if the man's target was on the second floor, he'd have had no reason to go upstairs. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the fact that he went upstairs meant that he was looking for someone upstairs.
I just want I want the people who think that you can go and get Ethan Chapin's fucking death certificate. Read the screen. For Idaho.
Yeah.
Legally confidential. You are not getting his death certificate. It's not happening.
That says birth certificate.
It says death too.
Oh, all right, that's nice.
Birth certificates are legally confidential in Idaho for 100 years. Death, stillbirth, marriage, and divorce certificates are legally confidential in Idaho for 50 years.
My bad, I didn't read it all before I said something.
Nah, you good. I seen that first too, but when I first looked it up, I already had seen this, so I was like, somebody telling me they can't get his death certificate is not a surprise to me. You're not going to be able to get.
I think one of the survivors had something to do with this. I mean, it's just very funny that. I mean, I know if I'm thinking with a criminal mind frame, I'm going in there and taking everybody out. I'm not leaving no witnesses. I mean, that would be the logical thing to do if you're a murderer. But since I'm not a murderer, I wouldn't know how to do it, honestly. I mean, I'm not put in that predicament, but I think somebody has something to do with that survived.
I don't know. What
I think it's
it's like when he said that, it made me believe that he killed Ethan and Xana first. Then he went upstairs, and that's why he said he didn't have to go upstairs. That made me think that when I first heard that, like, wow, he probably killed the people on the second floor, and then went up to the third floor, saying he didn't have to go upstairs. Maybe he
yeah,
thought,
but,
yeah, I don't know.
well, it wouldn't work with Dylan's account of things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because she said that she heard, they said that she probably heard Xana, and then you got the picking up the thud and whatever else, and then Dylan saw him come from that direction and walk towards the back door. So
Yeah. I'm
unless
telling you, there had to be fucking noise in that house. That night, there had to be noise. Screaming, crying. There had to be. This guy slicing you up, and you're just going to be silent? No. They even said she grabbed the knife. She almost cut her fingers off.
Oh, damn.
Trying to stop him. There had to be screaming. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
Well, and as for the defensive wounds, so I think when that initially got brought up, it made you think that like she was physically like fighting him. And I think it would be easy to explain if I could show a picture, but it really is like not for everybody. But if you
Yeah,
look
you can
up
show it.
defensive wounds, like from a knife attack, like defensive hand wounds, let's just say, you don't necessarily have to be like grabbing the knife or physically fighting with the person.
But she was hysterical. She did whatever to stop the knife. She grabbed it, tried to stop it. I get that. And again, she's a 20-year-old girl. I mean, it just drives me crazy. Like, of course she's going to stop it or try to stop it. And as soon as the blade went into Ethan the first time, I'm sure he jumped up and tried to fight it. It's a natural thing to do.
Yeah, but you got to take in the consideration of the body going into shock. Or if you see something tragic like that, you're not going to know exactly what to do right away unless you're trained to know how to handle that situation. You've been over a scenario like that 1,000 times. I mean, who's to say one of them didn't get stabbed and the other one just sit there in shock because they didn't know what to do, and then he walked over there and took them out too. I mean,
and the thing with the defensive wounds on the hands would be as simple as you just putting your hand up and getting in the way of a knife that's already moving, like it's already coming down, and you just get in the way of it.
Right.
Could give you the same thing. It could be on your forearms too.
Yeah.
I mean, I took a screw to the webbing of my thumb in between my thumb and my other finger. I mean, I was drilling something at work, and the screw went through the webbing of it, and I just sat there silent because I didn't know what to say. I couldn't scream. I couldn't do nothing. I mean, I'm just saying that it's not a knife stab, or I didn't cut my hand or nothing off. But I mean, when you're looking at your hand and there's a screw in it, you don't know what to say. I mean, yeah. I didn't. I wasn't even bleeding. It just, yeah.
And someone was asking earlier about like Xana and the lock change and stuff. Her dad is supposedly the one that did that, but we heard from her dad like right in the very beginning, and he said that she had defensive wounds and that he spoke to her at midnight when he was getting ready to go out, and she was at home with her boyfriend. So that's all I know of the dad. The changing of the lock scenario came from Kara.
Now, the changing of the lock wasn't on her room. It was in her bedroom, right?
It was like the exterior doors, like the front door stuff.
Yeah, the front door.
Kara. And the stuff that Kara said on News Nation, wasn't very. Dad never said that. You know what I mean? Dad never said that. She said that she heard that, but But then you got the whole Ann Taylor thing that happened, which that ended up being not true, you know. So I don't think that happened.
Yo, I'll be right back. I gotta go get something to drink.
No, you good.
It's crazy, you know. This whole thing's crazy. But it makes you think. It makes you think. I try to put myself in both places, you know. Like what I would do, me, and then what I think a 20-year-old college girl would do. You know? That's not really streetwise. Doesn't really know how to fight or defend herself. And now she's being attacked by this 6-foot man in black with a knife and cutting her up, cutting them up.
I mean, if this person didn't even look at or touch or come really close to face with Dylan, and she was in a frozen shock phase, I would imagine, like, it wouldn't be too hard for me to consider that maybe Xana would have been too. You know what I mean? Like, what is like, because it's something you don't expect to be happening.
Sure,
It's not.
that's what I'm saying. Exactly. They were shocked. But how do you say it? I don't know how to say it. You get hit with a knife. It's just natural that you're going to stop the guy with your hands, or it's natural. I mean, you don't have to be a karate expert, but you're definitely going to put your hands up and do what you got to do. Ethan too. Whether he was on the bed, on the floor, whether he was in the kitchen, that fucking guy, I'm sure he tried his best to stop the hurt, to stop being stabbed. I'm sure.
He was in her bed. Well, his brother said he was in her bed, but I'll tell you what I think happened. I think somebody went in there. If it's one person, I think they went in there, went straight upstairs, and went for Maddie's room. I think when when Dylan heard who she thought was Kaylee playing with the dog, and also thought it was Kaylee that said that someone was there, I think that I'm going to give her the credit and say that she knew her roommate's voice and that it was Kaylee. And I think she was in her own bedroom. And I think that she got up to go see whatever sound she was hearing from Maddie's room and was talking to Murphy.
You good. Keep going, Sleep.
And was talking to
phone
Murphy.
breakdancing and shit.
T, remember we were doing that the other night when you were showing us the inside of the house? Okay, if she's got her door cracked, is he coming down the stairs or is he coming from the other room?
He'd be coming from this way.
Exactly. Would have had
to see his bushy eyebrows. Okay, so he's coming towards her. Is that
Correct.
it?
Yes.
Yes.
And went upstairs, or coming towards her and went out the sliding door?
Towards the sliding back door. So he was done. Yeah. And that's why I say this could get hairy if you're going to say, well, if she were to say, well, I didn't feel threatened. How was I supposed to know that person had just killed people in my house? Right? And they're going to say,
yeah.
So this person was just casually walking and they just casually walked past you and they didn't harm you. They didn't say anything to you and they just casually walked out the back door. And then she's going to be like, yeah. And they're going to be like, well, then how do you know he's the one that did it?
You know, T, and then you had the place all blacked out. You had the place blacked out.
I can still do it. You go in here, right?
Yeah, but listen to me. That guy you had on today, what's his name? Jeff?
This pop us out. This would be the view right here. Boom.
It was a little lighter than that.
Yeah, it'd be more light than that, in my opinion.
Yeah, because of that good vibe sign, that fluorescent good vibe sign.
Right.
I would agree to there being more light than this for sure. A lot more, actually.
Absolutely.
I mean, to notice eyebrows. And what's funny is, and somebody had pointed this out to me the other day, is we were talking about the black, clad in black, right?
Yeah.
And someone said something about like a jumpsuit, and they were like, well, they never said it was a jumpsuit. And then I'm thinking, well, I don't think they ever said what it was at all. So all they said was clad in black. What does that mean? Was he wearing black sweatpants, a black hoodie? Was he wearing black coveralls? Was he wearing black shorts and a black tank top? How did she know that he was athletic but not muscular or not fat? Whatever it says. I
Yeah, that athletic
was,
thing blows me away too. Yeah, how do you know he's
yeah,
athletic? I didn't say.
right. So whatever he was wearing, I don't know. They
Papa
didn't
Sal,
put.
send me your address so I can send you the spare iPhone I got.
Oh, really?
Cause your shit's tap dancing like fucking back in the 60s.
Is it really? Then let me go. I don't want to.
No,
fuck
I
that
mean,
up.
It stops. It stops, but then you hear it's like
it sounds like there's like something broken, like in the microphone part of it.
you know how they used to tap dance on the stage back in the day? It sounds like it sounds like the little fucking shoes tap dancing on stage.
And then I feel like I'm talking louder to get over top of it.
If I mute it, do you still hear the static? If I mute it?
No, nope, not at all.
Yeah, that's what makes me say that it sounds like it's something like in the microphone section of the phone itself.
It is.
It's something maybe rattling around in there, and because it sounds like it's very like I don't know, it's weird.
Yep, hear it again. Papa Sal.
All right, now I've been muted that whole time.
Yeah, you were good when you muted. It's not there. When you unmute and you start talking, you're fine. But then when you let go for a second, it's for some reason it'll start.
Yeah.
But in general, though, this angle, there was definitely be more light. She'd have been able to see a knife in his hand, in my opinion, or anything like that.
Yeah.
Especially if she had it this cracked. Even you can crack it less than that and still see more.
Cracked at Fortnite.
Heard that.
I've never played Fortnite like one bit, but I mean that's besides the point. But I mean it does sound like his phone. Maybe he's like resting the phone on his shirt or something, on his chest, and I don't know. It could be anything really.
All right, yeah, I've been muted. I was muted that whole time.
I knew that was going to happen.
You good? Yep, I heard it. What happened to Cindy?
She's still there in the chat saying, let me back in.
I
think in the chat, like, let me back up.
Oh, damn, there's 28 messages in the private chat I ain't even seen.
Yeah, we're like just conversating over here in the private chat.
38 messages. I got 38 messages I didn't see.
Yeah, hit the like button. It's free 99 to do so.
Yeah, so this, no
and
doubt.
If you don't hit the like button, you're dead. Psychobabble rap.
This is you can see that's perfect from right there. The angle.
Absolutely. Can you play that sound?
Yeah,
or
definitely.
No? Play it.
Make it big screen too. Start it from beginning.
I can't hear the sound.
Yeah. Okay. So we could get that right there. Just shows you how them stairs sound. Clink, 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 clink.
Yep. Right there. Yep. And even when they talk, they echo. So
right there would be Dylan's room.
The echo is a lot.
Yep. T, play the sound.
You can't hear the sound?
No.
No.
What? I'll fix it.
Put the volume up.
Right here. All right. That volume's up all the way on the video. All right.
Murphy, you've been a bad boy.
There you go.
I feel like 'Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murphy, you've been a bad boy. I feel like putting dick in your. Murp
Listen to that echo.
Guys, can anybody drop me class? I'm fucking late for my meeting. I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, that's definitely an echo. I mean,
Did anybody do their chores today? Fuck, I'm just gonna do it. Oh shit, you guys, it's 8. Gotta go. Jake's calling. Oh, Jake's calling. Oh my god, I look horrid.
These poor kids.
Get out here.
I get so sad when I see these kids.
Hey guys, I know I talk about myself a lot, but like, what would you guys do in my situation? You guys want to think for you?
Papa Sal, that sound is clack 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 clack.
Like if like when I watch this and I listen and I hear like the echoes and stuff, it makes me like I would be going back to whoever that person was that came forward first and said, "You can't hear shit from one floor to the other. I lived there such and such a time." And then you have the other person and then video we can actually see where you can hear literally everything. And the other person was couldn't move without hearing what somebody was doing all the way up on the 3rd floor. So I would just be curious, like where. I don't know. Sometimes I feel the sources are swayed. Interviewing, you know.
Yeah, that's.
Hey, listen, guys. It was a pleasure being online with you guys today.
all right.
It was a pleasure.
Good to hang out with you again, Papa.
Yeah, you guys.
Papa Sal.
No doubt, Papa Sal. Love you, pal.
Love you. All right, guys.
Stay safe. Sticks and stones might break your bones, but hollow points expand on impact. Remember that.
Yeah, Papa Sal knows about that.
That's why I said it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll forever preach that to the ladies, you know, that are watching. Please protect yourselves, ladies, because this world's a dangerous place.
Yeah, Papa Sal. Sounds like he's chewing ice.
Yeah,
it does, bro.
I know it does.
It really does.
I mean, to me, it sounds like his phone's like maybe he's like holding his phone. Watch, I'll show you. Like maybe he's doing like this, and like the phone's like resting on his chest. You know what I mean? And he just with him moving that because your microphone's on the bottom of the phone. You know what I mean? And to me, that's just what it sounds like.
He needs a fucking stabilizer or something. I mean, I got
Potts wanted me to show something I didn't even see until just now, but I got it pulled up here.
See this
post about the tripod?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that Sal's new phone?
He could just have this one. This is like a $300 stylus or something with one of them.
Oh, the stylo?
Yeah, the new one.
That's I actually like those.
Papa Sal, you can have this. I guarantee it won't do that click 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 click. That
is it the LG stylo?
Motorola. Better.
All right, basically the same shit.
It's got
I mean, those are good phones. I mean, I would let him send it to me if I was you.
I literally just bought this. It's brand new. Not too long ago, and then I got my iPhones. I was like, man, fuck that.
I can't deal with the iPhones, man. I don't know if it's the software that it runs, just the way it's set up. I don't like the iPhones.
Sluther, you could put that up. I don't know. I love the iPhones, man. For certain things though, right? Music and shit like that. Notes.
Right.
It's quicker.
That camera on that new Galaxy, those killing iPhone camera.
See, there she is. There it is. I got you, Sluther. Put that there. Some dude just rang my bell.
Mm-hmm.
It's lagging a little bit.
Selling motorbikes.
There you go.
Oh shit, it shows a woman running from the side of the house as a truck entered the driveway.
You want me to read it? Sorry, I got distracted.
Nah, I mean, I was reading it, but I ain't never heard of this.
Yeah, it was in the group a while ago. I want to say it was deleted.
I mean, that just makes me like, why the hell did they have a tripod set up back there? Unless they wanted to film what was gonna happen. Like, I don't. That's
well,
weird.
let me show. Wait, do you see that? The
You don't got a YouTube channel?
Huh?
You don't got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, she got a YouTube channel.
Me?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, I do.
I just went subscribed a
I
while
don't
ago.
I don't know.
I'm sitting here thinking you be on the. I mean, I see you around. Never mind. I got you. I just found you.
I just went subscribed to her a little while ago. I mean, I've seen her around. I just never was subscribed.
It's nothing like extensive. I mean, I'm not like.
She's not on there a lot. She's more. You go hard on Twitter though.
Yeah.
I mean, for Christ's sakes, I'm over here talking about true crime, and I'm just a YouTube troll. I mean,
Sleuthie's Twitter. She's on Twitter a lot.
y'all heard that little evil laugh she just did, huh? More than you now. Gotta watch out for those evil laughs.
I'm not really on. Whenever I want to have a conversation, I don't want to be like limited by character. And then somebody did not a review, a reaction thing to like 10 minutes of one of my discussions, and had like all these questions, and I'm like, oh, and then at the end was like, I'm just saying that you make more money on lives than you do on videos, so maybe that's why the whole thing is only lives. And I thought that's a pretty bold assumption. Like I don't even monetize.
Right.
I literally just like to have conversations. I don't want to talk at you. I want to talk with you.
Exactly. I noticed that.
Yeah, I just got to my 1,000 subscribers like a month ago, but I still got the watch hours to get. But I think when I finish the watch hours, I don't even think I'm gonna monetize my channel because, I mean, with those numbers, you're not gonna get a lot of money. But I would rather the freedom of speech over the little chump change you get. You know what I mean? And when you monetize, you got so many different rules you got to follow, and it's like I would rather just say what I need to say and not worry about the money.
Me too. And also, I feel like once people like, and I don't take donations or anything on Twitter and nothing, but like, I feel like once they start paying you,
they expect more from you.
Have like an expectation of you. So like, yeah, like, so whether it's live or shows or what you say, how you like, I don't want to be bound up by feeling like I owe anybody anything. That makes sense.
Yeah, there's not going to be a mask over my face. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you're really not limited though.
Yeah, but you got to worry about them demonetizing your videos and possibly taking your channel down.
They already did that to me.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I would rather not have to worry about all that.
Limited,
right?
What we saying?
What's gonna happen if I like don't log in for a month? Right. Sometimes I get sleepy and then I don't talk to nobody for weeks at a time. Like, you know what I mean?
That's you though, but the people that really fuck with you will be there no matter what.
Right.
People like you for you, and you're on Twitter. You're even if you're not on YouTube, so people will still come see you. In my honest opinion, I mean,
yeah, these YouTube streets are a beast.
Now it may be less than what you had if you were consistent for a week, right? It may be less when you come back, but I mean, there's still going to be people that will drop by to see you.
And no, Carrie, just because you have the channel doesn't mean that you make money from it. Like you have to physically go in and allow people to make donations and stuff, and you have to get you have to beat certain requirements, and then once you do, then you can do it. Like I've met the requirements, but I don't have anything turned on. So if you come to like a live chat, it doesn't give you the option to send send those things.
So for instance, my channel is monetized, but this video's not. This video I have left unmonetized, but you can still. The reason why you can still donate is because my whole entire channel is monetized as a whole. But the live isn't monetized. Like I don't have my live monetized. I don't even care. And when I do it, even if I try to go monetize this video, I always get limited because I don't care about what we talk about. So I could say, say we talk about trigger warnings and shit like that, right? That's some of the reasons why I can't monetize videos, which in reality I don't give a fuck. If you meet requirements, 1,000 subs, 4K watch hours. Yep. That's a fact. Shit, it's been 6 hours and 46 minutes. I think I'm about to
and like me, what I was saying, I don't think I'll monetize my channel once I get the 4,000 watch hours. I would have to go back and delete damn near every video I've ever made. I don't know how many people in the chat actually seen my channel or anything, but I'm not here to promote that. But I would have to delete everything I've ever done in order to make a few cents here and there off of some of the videos, and to me, it's not worth it. Like I would rather exercise my freedom of speech over getting paid any day.
Facts. You can still monetize and exercise your freedom of speech.
Yeah, I just don't want the restrictions. I mean, even though it's limited restrictions, I would rather.
Their limited restrictions just basically means you ain't really gonna get you're not gonna make nothing off of it. Which
that's what I'm saying. I would rather.
I don't care.
Right. Yeah, but dude, I mean, look how fast your channel blew up, dude. When this whole case was, I mean, dude, it was like almost every time I visited your channel to come up on panel or something, it was like you had 1,500 more subscribers than you had the night before and shit. I was like, damn.
How much crazy shit has been up on my panels, and we talked about the craziest shit in the world.
Bro. We've had some outrageous discussions. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've went back and watched some of them, and I'm like, man, like we really said that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've had crazy discussions on my channel.
I've had people message me, like text message my personal phone number, like, dude, what was up with y'all last night? I'm like, dude, don't even worry about it. Just watch it and assume what you want to assume out of it, bro. If you're not willing to get the context of what we were talking about, I'm not here to explain it.
A lot of people keep telling me about this Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble's more of a. I mean, it's pretty free over there. I don't have an account, but I'll go watch. I don't know if y'all watched the documentary "Watch the Water," but that's the only place you can find it at Rumble because of the information that's in it. It's about the vid.
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
Yeah, man.
I mean, look. We had one guy, and I'm not gonna. You know who I'm talking about. We had one guy that like legit put in a severance letter. He didn't like what we were talking about, so he didn't feel he wanted to stay on panel with us anymore. He wrote T-REV a freaking severance letter, like explaining why he needed to go. It's like, dude, we didn't. I mean, it's a panel, dude. Don't take it so serious.
That's hilarious.
Cindy, I got you on the next one. I'm about to take
Trolls need a step. I'll get off the panel if you want me to get off the panel. That's up to T-REV. But I'm not here to troll. I'm here to talk about true crime. I mean, I'm not bringing my trolling over here to this channel.
She ain't talking about. I think she's talking to someone.
Oh, the ones that's in the chat.
Yeah, because they be a lot of them in there. There's a lot.
You're right.
There's a lot in there. So yeah, he's in here. But yeah, no doubt. I'm about to go hang out with my girl, play some games, and do some shit like that.
I think I'm about to do a little game myself.
Well, yeah, sit back here. I'm gonna holler at you for a minute when I end this podcast.
For sure.
And shout out to everybody in the chat. I appreciate y'all being here. I love y'all. Thank you, Lupo and everybody. I appreciate all the love you guys shown today. Sorry about all the arguing earlier and all the yelling and screaming. I apologize. You know what I mean?
Shout out Dumpling. She said no eyes mixed day. I appreciate that.
I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Blake, thank you. I appreciate that. So curious. Mary, Mar, Athena, Angelica, Joan.
Shit, you had a pretty good crowd today, bro.
We're on 7 hours.
It was a dope panel.
We're on 7 hours. I love y'all. I'm gonna holler at y'all. I'll whip your ass soon in Madden, Clarence. Clarence, I'll spank you on Madden soon, man. Get a PS5. Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate that. Pammy, everybody who's been here and put up with today's live. Y'all deserve a trophy. I appreciate it. We had some rough ones. There's Grandma right there. You know, lock your doors. Y'all know what time it is. Bing bang.